This video contains major spoilers for both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. I'd strongly recommend watching both shows before watching this video. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum, da-dum, bum. A few months ago, I ranked every episode of Breaking Bad. I had so much fun with the production of that video, so it only felt natural that Better Call Saul comes next. I just want to give a heads up that there may end up being some hot takes in these rankings. During the production, I tried to stay away from any sort of Better Call Saul opinions, as to not sway me in any certain direction when figuring out this list. So this is my complete biased opinion with very few outside influences. I can't say that I don't know how people feel about certain episodes, but regardless, I didn't let it sway me. Anyways, enjoy! Number 63. Mabel. The episode opens with another Gene flash forward. He eats his lunch and a shoplifter walks by dropping some stolen items. He picks them up and hides inside a nearby photo booth right in front of Gene. An officer comes by looking for the man. He asks Gene if he saw him. Gene remains silent. Something I love about this scene is that the officer's face remains hidden when he's talking to Gene. All we see is his badge. Clear as day. Gene points out the guy and they arrest him, but he can't help himself and screams,
"Say nothing, you understand? Get a lawyer!"
He then heads back to work and passes out. We jump right back after the ending of season 2. Jimmy informs Howard that Chuck has changed his mind about retirement, and then he heads back inside to help Chuck remove the space blankets from the walls. Jimmy recklessly tears the tape off the wall, and that pisses off Chuck. He shows him a method that won't damage the wood. I'm gonna be honest, I've actually used this method a bit in my real life. It works pretty well. Jimmy finds a book from his childhood on Chuck's shelf, and for a moment they recall fond childhood memories. However, Fuck McGill immediately kills the mood by reminding him of Jimmy's confession. Chuck tells Jimmy,
"And you will pay."
For some reason, this line just gets me. Chuck's evil lines can be so funny completely by accident. Maybe it's just because I remember he's scared of electricity. Later, Chuck plays Jimmy's confession tape for Howard. They realize there's no legal basis they can use it on currently. However, Chuck already has a scheme in motion to get Jimmy right where he wants him. He gets Ernie to change the tape batteries, but he accidentally plays it.
Have some more chicken. Have some more pie. It doesn't matter.
Turn that off!
It's boiled or fried.
Chuck then yaps about confidentiality to Ernie, urging him not to tell anyone about the tape. Meanwhile, Mike is tearing apart a car in this great montage. There's something so unique about Better Call Saul in the fact that they can make a rather boring task look interesting. Mike's searching for a tracker after discovering Gus's "don't" message. Eventually he locates the tracker inside the fuel cap. The Mike stuff of this episode honestly just isn't interesting to me. After the montage, it's basically just him attempting to figure out who's tracking him. To me, it was obvious that Gus was the one, so I just don't think I enjoyed these scenes as much on first watch, as I was just waiting for Gus to show up. I wasn't expecting to have Mabel at my lowest spot. Honestly, it's not an episode I really thought about, which probably says a lot. It wasn't until rewatch that I realized how little actually goes on, especially considering it's 50 minutes, which is a little longer than the average episode prior to this. Although, that could just be to compensate for the longer teaser with the Gene stuff. This episode is mostly just very small steps toward future episodes. Number 62. Dedicado a Max. In this episode, Saul begins working with Everett Acker after Kim urged him to take on his case. Saul begins trolling the construction workers by finding all these legal loopholes, like changing Acker's address. Kim sits down with Kevin and attempts to explain the situation. She tells Kevin that she'll stay away from the Tucumcari situation due to the question of conflict of interest. However, Kevin gets all stubborn and goes on about Kim being the best lawyer ever. Kim gives in and continues working on Tucumcari. Later, Jimmy is plotting his next scheme and gets a call from Howard. I have to say, immediately being greeted with Howard's dog center frame is fucking insane. They discuss the offer for Jimmy to come work at HHM. Jimmy explains that he's still thinking on it and then hangs up. Kim comes home and she recalls her conversation with Kevin. They do some silly voices, and Kim impersonates Kevin while Jimmy impersonates Kim. This scene is pretty funny, specifically Kim's impression of Kevin. Her saying,
Morse
statues.
Just gets me every time. We then get a montage of Saul and Akka coming up with more ridiculous ways to delay construction. This montage rocks, mostly just because of how much comedy is in it. My personal favourite is the spray painted Jesus on the side of the house. All the old folks flocking to see it is such a funny way to delay construction. Saul's antics go on for quite a while, costing Mesa Verde time and money. Rich suggests to Kevin that they build their call center at another location to throw a wrench in Saul's plans. However, Kevin decides to be stubborn instead, yapping on about how his dad didn't teach him to run from a fight. Kevin's stubbornness is so childlike. I get his frustrations with Akka, but going out of his way to delay his expansion when there's another alternative to keep on timeline, it's just a dumb move. Jimmy is ready to give up on Akka now that Kevin has put his foot down. Kim asks what else they can do, and Jimmy says they'll go after Kevin's reputation. Kim decides this is a good move. I have to say, I understand Kim likes to look out for the little guy, but Akka is an arsehole. Does he deserve to be kicked out of his home? Of course not. It just feels like quite a lot of work for one guy, and it also damages her relationship with Mesa Verde. Jimmy calls up Mike to ask him to find some dirt on Kevin, but Mike declines. Something I really miss in the later seasons is Mike and Jimmy doing favors for each other. It was a really fun part in the early seasons, and it's a shame that it kinda just stopped. So instead he hires Trevor from GTA, or Mr. X.
It's my work name.
They find nothing obvious on Kevin, but Kim finds something she thinks they can use. Later, Rich urges Kim to take a break from Mesa Verde, but she pushes back and then follows Rich outside to argue in front of everyone. Mike is in this episode. He wakes up in Mexico and kinda just hangs out at this place for the whole episode until Gus rocks up. Gus tries to get Mike to work with him again, and as we can gather from the next episode, Mike agrees. This episode was okay, but it mostly just feels like setup for the following episode so it can absolutely knock the plot points apart. Unfortunately, the Mike stuff was incredibly uninteresting, but that just goes for most of his early season 5 arc. Number 61, Amarillo. The episode opens with Jimmy standing in front of a big Texas wall. Jimmy bribes a Sandpiper bus driver to act like the bus had broken down. He heads inside looking for a specific senior and then begins to make a whole big scene on the bus, soliciting new clients. Jimmy is congratulated by Cliff at the next Sandpiper meeting for signing up all those old folks. Even Chuck congratulates him, but then he does a Chuck thing and digs deeper into what Jimmy had really been doing. He floats the idea that it may come off as solicitation to Schweikart and Coakley, causing Jimmy to backpedal on his trips across the country to senior centers. Chuck is fully just in these meetings to, actually, everything Jimmy does. Although, it's a good thing he was able to correct any solicitation from Jimmy. Jimmy gets to work on coming up with a legal way to reach clients, and suggests the idea of a commercial to Cliff as he's leaving for the day. Cliff says they'll talk more about it next week, so Jimmy gets to work. Omar shows him a commercial they had ran, and well, it's text on a screen. Jimmy enlists the help of the film students and Mrs. Strauss to film his perfect commercial. Kim sees the final product and is ecstatic. She can't believe that Cliff actually went for Jimmy's idea, and instead of simply telling her that he hasn't shown Cliff yet, Jimmy kinda just says nothing. Honestly, this scene bugs the hell out of me. I can't see any reason as to why he shouldn't tell her. The following day, Jimmy is ready to show the commercial to Cliff and has a change of heart, and instead decides to run the fucking commercial like an idiot without permission. Jimmy certainly has worse moments, but his behavior with the commercial thing is so annoying. It's like every bit of common sense has just left his brain. Naturally, Cliff is pissed once he finds out and demands that Jimmy show it to the partners. Meanwhile, Mike has some quality family time and we see the pig toy from Breaking Bad. It's kinda wild that Kaylee still has it 7 years later. Mike gives Stacy some money and Stacy confesses she thinks she's been hearing gunshots. Mike decides to watch her house for the night.
How to make a pimento cheese sandwich.
He later discovers the gunshots are just newspapers hitting the pavement. Mike then heads off to work. I gotta respect the dedication to stay up and then head to work right after. Not even a nap. Suddenly, Stacy calls, freaking out over the phone. Mike speeds over and Stacy points out what she thinks is a bullet hole on the side of the house. Mike decides it's time to get them out of the house into somewhere safer. However, Mike now needs to make even more money to support his family, so he turns to Caldera. Caldera informs him that someone specifically requested Mike for a lot more money than he usually sees on jobs. Mike decides to take on the job and unexpectedly meets up with Nacho, who requests that he needs Tuco to go away. This was another okay episode. The commercial stuff is fun, but the reaction is absolutely the best part, which comes in the following episode. Jimmy is annoying this episode, and Mike kind of just does Mike things. All in all, this just feels like another episode to set up for a great episode. Number 60. Hero. The episode opens with a flashback to Jimmy's days in Cicero. He's running a scam on a guy and calls himself Saul, and then says,
It's all good, man.
I'm gonna be honest, I fully didn't realize this play on words throughout my entire Breaking Bad watch. Jimmy and unnamed con victim spot Marco lying on the ground. They try to rob Marco, and he acts drunk, spewing some nonsense about roundhouse kicks and calling them buttholes. Marco is so funny. Jimmy manages to get the guy to give him nearly $600 for a fake Rolex that he lifted off of Marco. We then come back to the present. Jimmy confronts the Kettlemans about the money he found, and Betsy bribes him with roughly $45,000. Jimmy tries to call it a retainer for his legal services, but Betsy admits that
You're the kind of lawyer guilty people hire.
Jimmy heads back to the courthouse and gets Nacho released from custody after the Kettlemans were found. Nacho suspects Jimmy told the Kettlemans to run away and threatens his life for ratting. Jimmy calls out Nacho for his reckless behavior, and Nacho kinda just stares at him like a cardboard cutout and then leaves. Later, Jimmy decides to put the Kettleman's money to good use and cosplays as Howard and trolls him with a billboard that's an obvious ripoff of HHM's branding. Kim heads over to the nail salon and Jimmy tempts Kim to give the fiends what they want by offering her a foot bath. However, she declines. Kim calls out the billboard for being a ripoff, as well as giving Jimmy a cease and desist from Howard. Jimmy has a meeting with Howard in front of a judge, and they both wear identical suits. It's so ridiculous. I love it. Howard then mentions that HHM's trademark color is called Hamlindigo Blue, which is amazing. I love they made that a thing. The judge demands Jimmy to take the billboard down, so he complies. Jimmy tries to get a news station to pick up his story, but fails, and instead hires some university film students so he can tell his sob story to the people of Albuquerque. Suddenly, the man taking the billboard down just happens to slip and needs rescuing. Jimmy does the heroic thing and heads up to save the guy, attracting quite the crowd in the process. Once Jimmy saves the man, we discover this was all a scam, orchestrated to bring in more clients. The story made the front page of the newspaper, something Jimmy attempts to conceal from Chuck by hiding the paper altogether. Jimmy lies and says the paper wasn't there, which makes Chuck suspicious. After Jimmy leaves, we get the moment Chuck McGill becomes me as he freaks out because he's outside. He steals his neighbor's newspaper and finds out what Jimmy was hiding. I love how we go from an intense level of noise to just nothing as you watch Chuck run away in a space blanket. This episode was alright. I really liked some of the early scenes in this episode. However, more than half of it is dominated by Jimmy's attempt at trolling Howard, which I don't really care for. I think that this episode also just feels like a bit of a letdown, as it's coming off the back of 3 great episodes. Number 59. Smoke. The episode opens with another Gene flash forward. This one is one of my favorites. Gene is taken to the hospital after his collapse at Cinnabon, and they discover that nothing serious has happened to him. Gene sees a police officer, and I love that you can hear his heartbeat going on the monitor. As Gene is leaving the hospital, he's stopped by the receptionist. She appears to be having trouble confirming his details. He manages to sort out the issue and get a taxi. The driver seems to be eyeing up Gene in the rearview mirror. I love how nervous he is here. I think this flash forward is definitely the best at highlighting Gene's fear of being caught. We jump back to the past. Jimmy learns of Chuck's passing and speeds over to his now burnt down house. For the most part, this episode deals with Jimmy's grief. I love this transition, showing that Jimmy had stayed up all night. They have Chuck's funeral, and Howard confesses afterwards that he thinks Chuck killed himself, due to being forced out of the firm. Suddenly, Jimmy is free from guilt, and goes on with his life, sliding into a complete repression of his feelings. We also see the aftermath of Hector's stroke. Nacho tries to get rid of the fake pills, but is stopped by Gus, and is forced into a meeting with Don Juan. Nacho is pissing himself, thinking he's been caught, but Juan just wants to make it clear that nothing changes with Hector's stroke. Salamanca territory remains Salamanca territory. Meanwhile, Mike quits his job at SMQ Parking, and now he has more free time and decides to hit up a magical warehouse to point out all their wrongdoings. This sequence is pretty funny, and I love seeing Mike just cruising around on this little warehouse car thingy. This episode was actually pretty good. However, not a lot happens in it. I love the way they tackle Jimmy's grief, but I feel like the Mike stuff really throws the tone off for the whole episode. It just doesn't fit at all with the depressing tone they have. I understand they can't exactly just have Jimmy grieving for a whole episode, because there's not a lot to do with that, but it just feels like a weird contrast to have. It would be like having Jesse dancing in Ozymandias. Number 58. Switch. The episode opens with what I consider to be the weakest Gene flashforward. Gene gets locked in a room with all the bins and has to wait for a few hours before someone eventually comes and opens the door. The camera slowly pans in on SG was here, etched into the wall. SG, of course, being Saul Goodman. We cut back to the past and Jimmy makes the decision to quit being a lawyer. He heads back to the nail salon and gets fed up with his lack of cucumber water, so he decides to drink it straight from the tap. No wonder Mrs. Nguyen hated him so much. Jimmy fully embraces his freedom and decides to spend the day relaxing in a hotel pool until Kim comes along. She tries to understand his decision to quit the law. Jimmy explains how he's done pleasing Chuck, and then Ken Loses happens to show up. Jimmy offers to show Kim what a life outside of being a lawyer is like, and he runs a scam on Ken, creating the alias of Victor St. Clair. Kim also gets drawn in and goes by the name Giselle St. Clair. Initially, Kim is hesitant, but gets into it, and tricks Ken into paying for an entire bottle of Severo Añejo, an incredibly expensive tequila. I love that Ken Loses is basically just the punching bag of the Breaking Bad universe. Kim and Jimmy drop the will they won't they nonsense and hook up. I'm glad it didn't really take that long for their relationship to start. The story gets much more interesting now that Kim is roped in as more of a central character. Jimmy decides it's time to grow up and takes the job with Davis in Maine, coming in as a fourth-year associate. Meanwhile, Mike's arrangement with Price comes to an end as he rocks up in a ridiculous car. I love how this life-size Hot Wheels can exist in the same world where children are killed and drugs are made. Price decides to go to the meeting with Nacho alone, and immediately lets his guard down, allowing Nacho to discover his real name and address. We discover that Nacho is a huge baseball fan and stole all of Price's valuable baseball cards from his home. Price, being Price, decides to call the police. It's instantly clear they're suspicious of him. This episode was pretty funny, and the Price stuff definitely stole the show for me. The scam on Ken was fun, but it just feels like a bit of a side quest in the plot. For a season opener, this one feels pretty underwhelming. Number 57. Hit and Run. The episode opens with a couple riding their bikes, going about their daily lives. They arrive home and we discover some of Gus's men in their house. They seem to be using it as some sort of surveillance base. I wish we had gotten a little more with this whole thing. Like, who are the rich couple? What's their relationship with Gus? Obviously, we don't always need those answers, and it doesn't affect my enjoyment, but I would have liked to gain a better understanding of this situation. Jimmy and Kim get moving on the latest step in the Howard plot. Jimmy reprises his role as Howard Hamlin after 6 seasons, and steals Howard's car. He then meets up with Wendy. Meanwhile, Kim has a meeting with Cliff Maine and tries to drag it out until Jimmy arrives. We learn that Cliff's son has a drug problem, which Kim had already heard about. I have to say, targeting Cliff specifically to tell the story of Howard being an addict is so fucked up. They're playing on his experience to sell the scam. Kim gives Jimmy the signal, and then he speeds by in Howard's Jaguar, throwing Wendy out of it, making sure that Cliff saw just enough, and then he speeds away. Afterwards, Kim drops off Wendy. Wendy spots what she believes to be undercover police looking to stop her business. However, as Kim drives away, she notices they're following her instead. The following day, Kim is stopped by Mike. I didn't even realize until this episode that Kim and Mike had never had an on-screen interaction with each other prior to this. Mike informs Kim that Lalo is alive, and the undercover police she thinks she spots are really his guys, tasked with keeping her and Jimmy safe. This is a fact that she conceals from Jimmy as to not get in the way of the Howard scam. Meanwhile, Saul heads into the courthouse and is getting a sudden cold shoulder from everyone. Even the reception desk lady doesn't want his owl toy. The word is out. They all know he defended Lalo and assume he's in on the de Guzman deception. However, this situation works in Jimmy's favor, as now all the criminals in town know he defended Lalo, driving his business up more than he had ever seen before. Mrs. Nguyen gets sick of all the new clients at the nail salon and kicks Jimmy to the curb, causing him to find the location that Breaking Bad viewers know as Saul Goodman and Associates, or just Better Call Saul. This episode is okay. I love the build up to plan and execution and seeing all the little steps into the Howard plot, but without a good supporting plot to go with it, it seems a little lackluster. For the most part, this episode just feels a little uneventful to me. Number 56. Marco. The episode opens with a flashback of Jimmy delivering the news to Marco that he's leaving for Albuquerque with Chuck. Marco tries to push for Jimmy to stay, claiming he doesn't owe Chuck anything. However, Jimmy is determined to grab the opportunity that Chuck is offering. As he leaves, Marco yells,
Hey, have a safe flight, alright?
His tone is so funny. He sounds so mad, yet the message is fairly nice. We cut back to the present, and Jimmy heads into HHM to hand over the sandpiper case. Howard and Jimmy make a sort of amends with each other, and he also gives Howard a shopping list for Chuck. Jimmy heads over to a retirement home to host bingo for the seniors, and he begins freaking out over a swarm of bees that he keeps pulling, clearly reminding him of his brother. Fun fact, when you load up Better Call Saul Season 1 on Blu-ray, you see the bingo balls. It's a nice touch. Jimmy's had enough with the bee thing and lets loose about his Chicago sunroof, finally revealing to the viewer what that actually is after being left in the dark for the whole season. Just in case you forgot, it's just shitting through a sunroof. Jimmy decides to head back home to Cicero and meets up with Marco in a bar. They catch up after not having seen each other for nearly a decade and decide to run a con on a random guy. The lighting in this scene is really nice. Jimmy being plastered in this orange looks great. They manage to trick the guy into paying $110 for a $half coin. Marco yelling at the guy as he walks off is so funny.
I got friends!
Marco does such a great job for such little screen time. We then get a fantastic montage of Jimmy and Marco scamming people all over the place. This is probably my favourite montage in Season 1. The editing is ridiculous in the best way possible, and even the lines are just hilarious.
Hey kid, help me get my wife's car to this bad neighborhood.
We also get the moment that Kevin Costner becomes Jimmy McGill, as this lady realizes she in fact did not hook up with Kevin Costner. I love how Better Call Saul manages to capitalize on the random throwaway lines from Saul in Breaking Bad.
I once convinced a woman that I was Kevin Costner, and it worked because I believed it.
Jimmy decides it's time to head back to Albuquerque, as he's got clients waiting on him. Marco doesn't want him to go just yet and convinces him to do one last con, echoing the con we saw earlier in the season with a fake Rolex. However, this time, things are different. As Jimmy pokes Marco with a plank, he doesn't respond. Jimmy gets concerned and blows his cover as he realizes Marco is having a heart attack. He calls an ambulance, but they were too late. At Marco's funeral, Jimmy is gifted a pinky ring, which I literally had not noticed he wears in Breaking Bad. Kim calls Jimmy and informs him that HHM are partnering with Davis and Maine on the sandpiper case, as it's too big for HHM to handle alone. She also reveals that Davis and Maine are interested in hiring Jimmy, so he decides to head back to Albuquerque and nearly checks in on Chuck, but can't bring himself to do it. Also, we get to see Ernie, which is a big win. I love Ernie. Jimmy looks like he's about to go meet Davis and Maine, however, he goes back instead and drives off into Season 2. Marco is a fun episode. There are moments that I quite like about it, mostly Jimmy and Marco scamming people. However, the fact that it's a finale brings this episode down for me. It would be a fine mid-season episode, but it just doesn't feel like a finale at all. Combined with it following Pimento, a fantastic episode, it feels like it drops the ball. Number 55. Alpine Shepherd Boy. The episode opens with the police bashing on Chuck's door. Apparently, his neighbor called the police after his theft of her newspaper. They jump to conclusions and think Chuck is crazy, so they bust his door down and tase him. Following Jimmy's billboard stunt, more clients are looking for his services. He meets with a man named Ricky, and this dude having some sort of military vehicle just casually outside his house is crazy. Ricky wants to turn his land into America's Vatican City, and offers Jimmy $1 million of fake money to make it happen. I've always thought that the guy on the money kinda looks like Chuck. I know it's Ricky, but I also see Chuck in it. Jimmy heads over to meet with Roland. Then we get the introduction to the best character in the series, Tony the Toilet Buddy. This moment is so funny. Jimmy clocks that Tony is a little suggestive, causing Roland to flip out and kick him off his property. He then heads over to meet with Mrs. Strauss to do her will, probably the only successful job for him that day. These actors do such a great job. It's so awesome to see them breathe life into the smallest of roles. Jimmy discusses his day with Kim and she suggests that he get into elder law. She then gets a call from Howard informing her about Chuck's incident and urging her to contact Jimmy ASAP. Jimmy arrives at the hospital and starts turning off all the lights, causing a huge scene, even getting security involved. Jimmy calms down and talks about Chuck's illness with a doctor. The doctor suggests committing Chuck to get him actual help, and Chuck miraculously awakens from his self-induced coma to object to this idea. The doctor tries to gain a better understanding of Chuck's condition, and then turns on an electronic part of the bed, proving that his condition is actually a mental illness. I appreciate that they gave more of an expansion of Chuck's condition and create a clear idea of what it is. On my first watch, I literally had no idea what was up with Chuck until this episode, although I'm probably just oblivious. Jimmy then brings Chuck home and discusses the billboard stunt with him. Jimmy suggests that Chuck's illness gets worse whenever Jimmy does something bad. He also tells Chuck he's decided to get into elder law. It's nice to see him actually attempting to pursue a noble part of the law and help people in need. This episode was really funny. Jimmy's clients this episode kept it very entertaining, as well as providing an avenue to a new section of the law for Jimmy. It's also like a super subtle way to lead into the Sandpiper case. The Chuck stuff was fine, and it was nice to gain an understanding of his condition. Number 54. The guy for this. The episode opens with honestly one of the weirdest openings I've ever seen in a TV show, but I just love it. All these ants just tearing apart the ice cream is so cool as a visual, not to mention the music that goes along with it. Saul is pissing himself as he's basically been forced into a meeting with Nacho. He's in a car with no way to unlock the doors, meaning he's trapped. He's taken to meet with Lalo. Apparently Tuco had mentioned Saul to Lalo, talking about how he's a world-class yapper, even mentioning the Skater twins. Lalo demands that Saul feed Domingo information to tell the police, clearly a way of sabotaging Gus. Saul agrees, as if he had a choice, and I just love how he bullshits his way to a number to be paid, and Lalo just having $8 grand on him is awesome. Saul heads over to meet Domingo and organizes a little song and dance to get Domingo out. The drugs found on Domingo are serious enough that the DEA are involved, and of course, Hank and Gomi are on the case. It's cool to see them again, but something about their banter in this episode just feels off to me. It feels a little forced compared to Breaking Bad. I understand they haven't played the characters for years, but it still feels weird. Saul also arranges for Domingo to be Hank's personal informant, something briefly mentioned in Breaking Bad. Kim expresses her delight as she has all pro bono clients in one day, without any Mesa Verde to deal with. However, a problem occurs at one of Mesa Verde's sites, meaning Kim has to drop everything to help out. She meets with Everett Acker, a man refusing to leave his home on Mesa Verde land. Kim initially tries to bully him out after he's an asshole and an inconvenience, but she comes back later and instead helps him purchase a new property. We even get some information of what Kim's childhood was like. She discusses how she spent most of her childhood staying one step ahead of the landlords. Acker still refuses to leave. This episode is fine, but for the most part, just sets things up. An interaction between Lalo and Jimmy is cool. I think my issues with the Hank and Gomi cameo kinda just put a cloud over this episode for me. Number 53. Black and Blue. Kim appears to be paranoid after learning of Lalo's survival. She barricades the door, something Jimmy notices. However, he expresses a shared feeling of paranoia. He also confesses that he's glad Lalo is dead, which is met with no response from Kim. The following day, Cliff confronts Howard about all the strange stuff he's been seeing lately, including Wendy being thrown out of Howard's car. Howard digs deeper and discovers that Cliff met with Kim, leading him to believe this is more of Jimmy's antics. Cliff offers to get Howard some help, but Howard ignores this and speeds off to sort out his Jimmy McGill problem. Meanwhile, Saul gets settled in a new office and hires Francesca again to work as his receptionist. Kim also meets up with Viola, her former paralegal, to find out more about the Sandpiper mediation for the Howard plot. She discovers who they've got mediating. Also, I just want to say, Viola is so sweet. Her adding,
You make me feel better about the law.
is just so nice. Howard lures Jimmy into a boxing gym and asks to settle things. I love how direct Howard is here. No dancing around it, just an attempt to square it all away. Sure, he does have a PI follow Jimmy later, but it doesn't feel like a game or anything. Jimmy and Howard's boxing match is so funny. Jimmy just taking it completely unseriously and cheating throughout the match, only to get knocked on his ass by Howard. Then, Howard drops his hardest line in the show.
You've mistaken my kindness for weakness.
Jimmy heads home sore from his defeat and attempts to hide his black eye. It's honestly amusing how the main Breaking Bad characters just can't handle black eyes. Jesse, Walt, and Jimmy all try to cover it up with makeup. Meanwhile, Gus is waiting around for Lalo to appear. It's interesting to see Gus actually somewhat rattled. Not even Walt gave him that feeling. Just goes to show how much of a threat Lalo truly is. Mike is transported in the boot of a car and then takes Gus to the laundry. Gus preps the lab in case Lalo corners him there by loosening a cable and hiding his gun. We then unexpectedly cut to Germany. Lalo manages to track down Mrs. Ziegler and finds out more about what happened to Werner, as well as discovering where she lives. After Margareta leaves for work the following day, Lalo breaks in looking for anything on Gus's project. Margareta suddenly comes home after forgetting her phone. The tension builds as she realizes someone might be in the house. However, Lalo leaves after discovering a clue, leaving Margareta clueless. This episode was solid, but it mostly just felt like padding until plan and execution. The cartel plot came to a complete standstill this episode, with Gus just waiting around for Lalo. It was nice that Howard was able to clock Jimmy's scheme, but it ultimately will work against him, as his suspicions will make him look crazy. Number 52. Magic Man. The episode opens with the longest Gene flash forward, clocking in at around 13 minutes. Gene decides to head back to work after his collapse and then gets recognized by Jeff, the same guy who drove the taxi in 401. Jeff harasses Gene to do the Saul Goodman point and then leaves. Gene pisses himself and prepares to change his identity once more. He calls up Ed but changes his mind about leaving. Also, rest in peace Robert Forster. We cut back to the past and Jimmy prepares to change his practicing name to Saul Goodman. Kim later tries to understand his sudden name change and Jimmy explains that he will always be seen as Chuck McGill's loser brother. Saul Goodman is a fresh start. Saul hosts an event to sell more phones while also spreading the word that he's now a lawyer. We get this great montage, and it's really cool to see so many unique looking people. Saul yaps about him saving Huel and ramps up Huel's sentence to every new person he tells.
Go ask Huel about me. He was facing 3 years. He was facing 6 years. 8 years down in Guadalupe. He was facing 25 years.
Once Saul runs out of phones to sell, he offers a 50% discount on his services for non-violent felonies. This definitely won't encourage anyone to commit any crimes whatsoever. Lalo obsesses over Werner, asking everyone around him if they've heard of him. They then head over to one of their dealing sites and discover that some other product has been mixed in with their cocaine. Not long after, Lalo is called to a meeting with Gus. He looks like he's getting told off by a teacher and then makes up a story about Werner stealing product. He covers up the lab with a chicken chiller instead, and we also get Lalo and Mike's first official meeting.
What a pleasure. I've heard so much about you.
With Lalo onto them and the death of Werner, they decide to send Werner's crew home. It feels a bit weird to me that they went through such lengths to cover up what city the crew was working in, yet they literally have a truck with the business on it. Surely there can't be that many Lavanderia Brilliantes in the world, right? Kai shits on Werner, so Mike hits him. Casper also stands up to Mike, saying,
He was worth 50 of you.
I love Casper. He's probably my favorite of the crew aside from Werner. Although that's definitely because he has like the most lines out of the non-Werner crew members. Later, Mike quits Gus's operation. This episode was fine, but mostly just feels like cleanup from season 4's finale. Also, the new camera quality is stunning. Number 51. Expenses. The episode opens with Jimmy beginning his community service. The amount of litter in this scene genuinely pisses me off. Just throw stuff in a bin, Jesus. He spends almost the entire time on his phone attempting to make commercials with people, which pisses off the community service guy. When Jimmy argues with him, the other people around literally couldn't care less.
Dude, are you gonna get in the van or what?
For the majority of this episode, Jimmy makes commercials with businesses, but fails to sell to all of them. He arranges to film for a music shop, but they have second thoughts, causing Jimmy to make the ad free on the condition that they have to pay for all the other commercials once they see success. The commercial arc for Jimmy is honestly pretty uninteresting to me. The only positive of it is more of the film crew. I love these guys. Meanwhile, Paige yaps about chicanery, getting no reaction from Kim. They go over some Mesa Verde documents, and Kim calls out Paige for being stupid. She then backtracks and talks a little more about what went down with Chuck.
All we did was tear down a sick man.
I like that we get to see the humanity in Kim. She openly regrets what went down with Chuck, while Jimmy kinda just goes on with life like it never happened. Price is back, baby! His house is now extra safe and secure with no chance of anyone breaking in.
Ah! Jesus! What the hell?
I love Price just having an absurd amount of locks for Nacho to just be hanging out. Nacho offers Price $20,000 to get him some empty pill capsules for Hector. Price is nervous about doing business with Nacho, so he approaches Mike to guard him. Mike agrees and lectures Nacho about his plan, telling him to switch the pills back if he manages to pull off his plan. Jimmy heads over to the malpractice insurance people and tries to cancel his insurance. After being denied, he cries crocodile tears and yaps about Chuck's breakdown. A trick to get Chuck's malpractice insurance cancelled. His little smirk as he walks away pisses me off so much.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
This once again feels like a setup episode. Seeing Price return was great. He makes me laugh so much. I also liked seeing Kim have regrets about chicanery. Number 50. Witness. Mike continues tracking Gus's men and follows them all across Albuquerque, until eventually arriving outside of Los Pollos Hermanos. He calls up Jimmy and asks him to watch a dude he's been tracking, just to see what he does. Jimmy obliges and heads inside where he watches the guy. He also meets a friendly man in a yellow shirt, but that's literally it. Later, Mike finds his tracker dumped in the middle of the road and gets a call from Gus. It's Gus. They try to make it mysterious, but yeah, it's Gus. Jimmy and Kim look into hiring a receptionist, and Francesca pulls up. Honestly, it's pretty sad to see Francesca as such a cheerful lady here. Her being worn down by Saul and the clients sucks. Jimmy is eager to sign her on immediately, and so they do. She does a decent job. Then we cut into the last 15 minutes or so. Ernie meets with Kim and shares the valuable information that Chuck taped Jimmy's confession about doctoring Mesa Verde's documents. Kim asks for $1 from Jimmy, just like Saul asked Walt and Jesse in Breaking Bad. She shares this new information with him under lawyer-client confidentiality, and naturally, Jimmy is crushed. I love that he learned about the tape so quickly. I know it was all part of Chuck's plan, but it's so good for drama. They realize Chuck doesn't have a legal use for the tape, so they go on with life, until Slippin' Shitty does his thing and flips out, speeding over to Chuck's. He kicks down the door and freaks out at Chuck and then proceeds to break into Chuck's desk and destroy the tape. Bob Odenkirk absolutely crushed this scene. It rocks. Howard and a PI then appear to state that they were a witness to Jimmy's break-in, and now Jimmy realizes he fucked up. Aside from the last 15 minutes, this episode is incredibly boring to me. It's most likely due to rewatch bias though. Also, in case rewatch bias is a thing I made up, it's literally just I'm biased to my opinions on rewatch, rather than the fresh first watch opinion. This episode is mostly dominated by Mike tracking Gus, and it's very Hongshu me for me. Although, that final scene of Jimmy breaking in rocks so much, so it definitely bumped it up a few places. Number 49. Rico. The episode opens with a flashback to Jimmy discovering he's passed the bar. He tells Chuck about it and Chuck is simply flabbergasted, initially thinking it might be a prank. Chuck's reactions in this scene are so good. There's so much underlying feeling under every little pause he makes. The way he responds to Jimmy's questions too are incredibly interesting.
Are you proud of me?
Yes.
I was hoping, if you think it's appropriate, once I get sworn in and everything, consider hiring me.
As what? Oh, a lawyer.
Jimmy celebrates his passing of the bar with his friends in the mailroom, and then is interrupted by Howard, who asks for a moment alone with Jimmy. I love the trust they put in the viewer during this scene. We don't need to hear their conversation. Jimmy's reaction and Howard's movements are enough to tell exactly what he's hearing. The printer sound overpowering everything else just makes it so good. Jimmy heads over to Sandpiper Crossing to meet with a client and arrange her will. Unfortunately, she is unable to pay the full amount for Jimmy's services. He then discovers that the retirement home has her on an allowance, leading Jimmy to discover a pattern of overcharging for basic goods. As he returns to Sandpiper to dig deeper, he's shut out by the lady at reception. He notices that someone is shredding documents, so he heads into the bathroom to write a demand letter on toilet paper, but he's thrown out anyway. Jimmy returns to Sandpiper later that night, and we get the moment Jimmy McGill becomes a cockroach as he crawls around in the bins. Jimmy getting covered in all the rubbish too is so gross. I would be absolutely yearning for a shower if I was him. He fails to find the shredded documents, so he prepares to go home, only to discover they had a paper bin all along, which is both devastating and unfortunately hilarious. Jimmy heads back to Chuck's and attempts to assemble the shredded documents again. This montage is just okay. Also, what luck that the Sandpiper people happen to have different colours for their documents. Chuck later takes over and proves to be much better than Jimmy as he finds what he claims is their smoking gun. Jimmy is thrilled that Chuck agrees to work a case with him. Rich Swikart, the lawyer defending Sandpiper, heads over to Chuck's with some associates. Chuck sorta just sits there like me in a social situation and says nothing. Jimmy yaps about the laws they're violating, and then we get the moment Chuck becomes the Magna Carta as he demands $20 million from Sandpiper to make the clients whole. Obviously, Rich declines and leaves, meaning they have a legal battle on their hands. Later, Chuck casually walks outside, unaware of all the electromagnetism around him, completely surprising Jimmy. I like this episode. It's nice to see some actual legal stuff going on. Prior to this, all we had was the Kettleman fiasco, and that wasn't even particularly heavy on the law. It also felt like a small education on the law too. At least for me, because I'm clueless. Unfortunately, it's not the most exciting episode though. Number 48. Breathe. The episode opens with Gus's doctor inspecting Hector to see how he is following his stroke. It's really funny that they do it all sneaky-like. Gus stands out the window like a cryptid and gets the doctor's full assessment. He also plants the idea of hiring people from Johns Hopkins to work with Hector. Nacho heads over to see Hector. The cousins are there doing their standing around thing that they like to do. There's a doctor from Johns Hopkins sent by Gus. She tells them to say positive words to Hector to get through to him in his unresponsive state. He then later heads down to Gus's chicken farm with one of Hector's goons to take 6 keys of cocaine. After being denied it, Nacho whips out his gun and threatens Victor until they give it up. As they walk out, Gus sneaks up on them and decides to murder Cologne. They really did not say this guy's name enough. Gus also declares that,
From now on, you are mine.
Jimmy makes moves hunting for a new job. He heads over to Neff Copiers for his first interview and he yaps with one of the owners about copiers. They also heavily imply that Jimmy used to counterfeit money. He talks about working with a particular copier back in Chicago, and then the guy says,
counterfeiters use it to make phony $5 bills.
What?
Yeah.
That's not right.
Jimmy's reaction is hilarious. He sits down with Mr. Neff and deflects the question of why he's no longer a lawyer with a joke. After the interview, they send him on his way with a "you'll hear from us next week." Jimmy decides a week is too long and he heads back inside to sell himself once more. They immediately decide that Jimmy is hired and welcome him to the team. God, if only it was that easy. Jimmy then decides he doesn't want the job anymore and flees. Meanwhile, Kim heads over to HHM to sort out some things with Chuck's will on Jimmy's behalf. Jimmy is given $5,000 so he can't contest the will, as well as a personal letter addressed to him. Kim then yells at Howard for theorizing that Chuck killed himself. Ray Seahorn absolutely killed it. Also, Howard's office has like paper-thin walls, so everyone outside can undoubtedly hear Kim just screaming at him. For the most part, this episode was just okay. The last 10 minutes or so is where it really stands out as an episode. Number 47. Cobbler. The episode opens with Chuck playing the piano. He's actually really good at it, although he makes a couple mistakes and bashes his head. Howard comes by and delivers Chuck his shopping. He then informs him that Jimmy is working at Davis and Maine, causing Chuck to ask,
Doing what?
Howard's little look here is so funny. Jimmy and Kim play footsies at a sandpiper meeting and then imagine their life together after literally one episode of being in a relationship. Kim is slightly jealous of Jimmy's benefits from Davis and Maine and then gives him the world's second best lawyer mug. It's crazy how such a simple touch can make an item so iconic. Turns out though, the mug can't fit in the cup holder of his new car. Chuck decides to do his fuck McGill thing and head over to a sandpiper meeting to throw Jimmy off when he's mid-speech. Kim comforts him though, and he manages to get through it. I love how Chuck picks the chair that Jimmy can best see him, instead of the chair offered to him. Later, Jimmy asks Chuck why he's there, and Chuck responds with,
To bear witness.
then gets scared off by a phone and runs away. Price rolls up to the courthouse and his big-ass car makes Mike's drink shake like it's Jurassic Park. Mike stops him and has a little chat. Price reveals that his baseball cards were stolen. Mike tells him to suck it up and Price pisses himself because some of the cards were his dad's, so Mike agrees to track them down. For a price, of course. Mike rocks up to Manuel's upholstery shop, making Nacho absolutely shit himself, expecting Mike is gonna hurt his dad. This is such a power play from Mike. He then threatens Nacho with a Tuco-shaped stick, while also offering a sizable carrot of $60,000. Nacho returns the baseball cards and agrees to take Price's Hot Wheels. Nacho calling it a
school bus for 6-year-old pimps
is so fucking funny. Undoubtedly one of his best lines. Mike then enlists Jimmy's services to get Price out of hot water with the police. The police are suspicious of a little hidey hole they found at Price's, and Jimmy explains it was for videotapes of Squat Cobbler.
What the hell is a squad car?
It's when a man sits in pie.
Jimmy's improv here absolutely rocks. Squat Cobbler is such a crazy idea to come up with. Also, fun fact, they actually did make Squat Cobbler for the Better Call Saul Blu-ray extras. This episode is hilarious, and probably one of, if not the funniest episode in Better Call Saul. The comedy was off the charts. It's so infectious with Price around. The Price stuff was definitely the best part of the episode, while the Jimmy and Sandpiper stuff is pretty slow going. Overall, a solid episode. Number 46. Rebecca. The episode opens with what I think is Rebecca and Jimmy's first meeting. Chuck sells Jimmy short, making him out to be an acquired taste, even suggesting tugging on the earlobe as a signal to get rid of him if necessary. The dinner gets a little awkward, and then Jimmy starts busting out lawyer jokes. Chuck practically rips his fucking ear off, but Rebecca doesn't notice. It's probably my sense of humor, but these lawyer jokes are utterly terrible. Chuck even attempts a joke later on, and Rebecca laughs just about as much as I did during this scene.
Oh.
Kim does overtime down in Doc Review to try to get back in Howard's good graces after Jimmy's commercial stunt. I really love this close-up shot of Kim's highlighting. It's cool. Jimmy then rocks up and suggests Kim sue HHM due to Howard's mistreatment of her. Obviously, Kim is pissed. Jimmy then acts like Chuck is behind all of this, as if it somehow absolves him of any wrongdoing. Kim tells Jimmy to just drop it and allow her to get herself out of this mess. We then get this great montage of Kim trying to find a client interested in HHM's services. After what seems like weeks of work, she eventually lands a client, Mesa Verde. I love how much more screen time Kim has in Season 2. Even after doing all this work, Howard is still determined to keep her in Doc Review. Later, Howard and Chuck sip scotch and chortle over Mesa Verde being a client on retainer. Chuck then heads into the office before opening hours to get some work done, and is surprised to see Kim. He sits down with Kim and tells her a little story, attempting to warn Kim that Jimmy is a bad person. He talks about his father's shop, and how he discovered $14,000 was missing from the books. He then puts all the blame on Jimmy for this, when, as we know, Charles Sr. was pretty much handing out cash left and right to anyone with a sub-story. Of course, Jimmy was still stealing from the business, so it's not all his dad's fault, but $14,000 is a crazy amount between two people. Ding. Hector's back. And walking. He sits down with Mike and tries to get him to let Tuco off easy after he beat Mike's ass in the previous episode, even offering $5,000 for his trouble, to which Mike says no. Something I love about this scene is Hector hardly breaking eye contact. Even when he takes the coffee from Fran, he's still eyeing up Mike. This is actually a pretty solid episode. I like seeing Kim's independence shine in this episode, along with Hector coming back. However, the opening flashback just felt a little too long for what it contained. Number 45. Something Beautiful. The episode opens with Tyrus and Victor setting up a scene to make it look like Nacho and Colon, or Cologne, were ambushed by unknown dealers. This scene also gives a pretty good idea of how Nacho's relationship with Gus is gonna go, as Victor shoots him in the gut. The twins rock up and grab Nacho on the verge of death and take him to see Caldera so he can get patched up. Fortunately, Nacho survives, and Caldera sends him on his way, demanding that they never see each other again. Meanwhile, Jimmy has breakfast with Mike and pitches the Hummel heist. He passes on the scheme and gives his condolences about Chuck. Jimmy pays less attention to it than shit on his shoe and reaches out to Caldera instead to find a guy to do the job. The Hummel heist is now a go! It took me a while to realize who this guy is, but it's actually Ira, who works on Vamonos Pest with Todd. I like the more subtle connections like this, when we meet less central Breaking Bad characters. Ira manages to break in and steal the Hummel, but runs into an issue as he discovers Mr. Neff is still in the office. He bought his wife a vacuum cleaner as a gift, so he has to sleep in his office for the foreseeable future. Ira calls on Jimmy for help, and Jimmy breaks into the guy's car to help him get Ira out of there. Later, Jimmy reads Chuck's letter. I love the juxtaposition in this scene. Jimmy is just casually munching on cereal, and Kim is moved to tears. There's also a cameo with Gale in this episode, which to me just feels entirely unnecessary. I guess it could serve to establish his connection with Gus, but the scene itself doesn't really move the plot forward at all. This was a pretty good episode. There's a lot of nice stuff sprinkled in. The Hummel heist is pretty silly and makes for some good entertainment, along with Nacho now doing Gus's bidding. My only issue with this episode is honestly just the Gale thing. Number 44. Talk. Jimmy is offered yet another job in literally 3 days after his previous job offer. Lucky fucker. Just like the copier business, Jimmy turns this one down too, until Kim suggests he goes to therapy, and suddenly, he's taken the job. Jimmy heads in for a day at his new job and it's just packed with customers. He meets up with Ira again to get his half of the Hummel heist money, and then paints the shop to draw in all the paranoid freaks. No offense to any paranoid freaks, I am just like you. Nacho points at a rival drug crew, claiming they were the ones responsible for his attack, but it's really just a ploy from Gus for territory. The twins kinda just do their thing and head in guns blazing. It's kinda hilarious they can fuck up all these guys and then get their shit rocked by Hank a few years later. Nacho is pretty fucked up, but he heads in to back them up anyways. Not that they needed it. I'd assume he definitely had off-screen kills, but this is the first time we actually see Nacho kill someone. Honestly, this shootout is a little bit underwhelming, probably because we just stay with Nacho the whole time. Kim heads down to the courthouse to observe a couple cases being argued. The judge takes notice of this and asks for a sit down with Kim. She obliges and they talk a little bit. Munsinger calls out Kim for trying to rediscover her love for the law and threatens to put her to work if she shows up in court again. There's no way she'd ever do that. Anita, Mike's friend from the therapy group, meets up with him. She asks if Mike wants to hang out outside of the group that night, but Mike declines, saying he should be there for Stacy. They then discuss the hot goss about one of the group members, Henry. Mike theorizes he's pretending to have a dead wife. They even place bets on it. Later, at group, Stacy discusses forgetting Matty for hours. Mike is pissed. Not at Stacy. I'd assume his feelings of grief are just bubbling to the surface. Then, Henry gets yapping. Mike explodes and calls out Henry in front of the whole group for feeding off of people's sadness and lying about his dead wife. Henry doesn't admit it and instead just runs off. Later, Mike is called for a meeting with Gus. He heads over and finally decides to work with Gus. Honestly, I'm glad they made this choice. Mike's season 3 arc was so disappointing, and while the magical stuff was fun, it was getting old pretty fast. This episode was pretty solid. It fires off for all storylines, and I wouldn't say any of them were particularly weak, as they balanced the screen time nicely between all 4. Number 43. Breaking Bad. Before I even talk about this episode, I want to talk about the promo image they used. I mean, just look at it. It's so simplistic, but I adore this. Combining both worlds with Swimmy McGill and the 5,000 milliliter round bottom was a great choice. The episode opens, and instead of being with Jean, we're with Francesca for a bit. She has to deal with these two dipshit dopeheads as she's now a landlady, but heads out as she doesn't want to miss a phone call with Jean. They catch up and we get a little more info on the fates of Breaking Bad characters, like people believing Jesse fled to Mexico and Skylar's plea deal coming through. Francesca mentions that Kim called her after Ozymandias to check on her. I genuinely love this information. This simple mention of Kim during the Jean timeline holds so much weight. Jean then calls Kim at her job, although the phone call is muffled so we don't know what they say. Jean rages and breaks the phone booth. Jean decides he's not done with the scheming life after Nippy and meets up with Jeff again to take advantage of lonely rich guys. He fills them up with alcohol, Jeff drugs them, and then he has Jeff's buddy, steal their credit card details and bank passwords later. Also, he brings his dog with him while literally breaking into someone's house. It could be for protection, or like, maybe he just loves his dog. Still crazy work though. Imagine if it barks. We then get a flashback to Saul learning about Heisenberg and interacting with Walt and Jesse. I have to say, I don't like this scene. It just feels incredibly unnecessary to me. I love Walt and Jesse, but they really don't serve a purpose in this episode other than a fun thing for the fans. It's also unfortunate that Aaron Paul kinda just doesn't feel like Season 2 Jesse to me. I get he hasn't played that version of the character in like 13 years, it still just feels a little off. He's much better in his scene in the following episode though. We get a cool montage of Jean, Buddy, and Jeff scamming all these rich guys, while Jean also regresses into his Saul Goodman lifestyle, with things like the swing master or prostitutes. He then picks out a guy with cancer, who honestly seems pretty nice, as the next target. Buddy discovers this information and refuses to scam him, leading to Jean breaking into the guy's house. For the most part, this episode is pretty great. I really enjoyed Francesca and Jean's phone conversation. However, there's just not a lot that goes on in this episode for nearly an hour of runtime. I normally watch the Jean episodes all in one go, so I think this episode just stands out as lesser to me than the rest of them. Number 42. Namaste. The 50% guys have finally been busted, so they call Saul to defend them. Saul charges them $4,000 for his services, and the guys freak out and decide they want a public defender instead. Saul then has his say my name moment and bigs himself up in front of the clients.
You twerps even know who I am? I am Saul Goodman. Okay, you think 4K is too much? Yesterday I got paid $8K just for the afternoon. That's how good I am. I am the real deal.
After this, they agree to work with him. Jimmy finally meets up with Howard, after edging him for like 3 episodes, and finds out what he wants. Howard tries to understand Jimmy's name change. He then apologizes for not hiring Jimmy earlier, and offers him a job at HHM. Howard tells Jimmy to sit on the decision, and Jimmy downs his drink. Also, side note, it's nice to see that Howard was able to process Chuck's death and turn HHM from a failing firm to being at their peak. Saul later heads down to court and does the old fake defendant trick.
Would you be surprised to learn, Mr. Harkness, that the person you just pointed to is not the defendant? Mr. Sakey, would you please stand up? Objection. Now, the person you ID'd is named Hollis Early. He's a bartender down in Berlin. He has a very good alibi for the night in question.
Your Honor, objection.
Oh, Mr. Goodman.
I think this is like not okay legally, but it's such an iconic moment. After a day of being silly goofy as Saul Goodman, he decides to be silly goofy as Jimmy McGill and throws bowling balls on Howard's car. His aim is incredible. Not only does he hit Howard's car twice, he also manages to hit it while pretty much blind to where the balls will land. Kim meets with Kevin and tries to suggest that they build their call center on a different plot of land, allowing Everett Acker to keep his home. Kevin does his Kevin thing and decides to stay with the land they already own. However, Kim feels the need to stick up for the little guy and requests that Saul become Acker's lawyer. The DEA makes moves on busting Gus's guys, and once again, Hank and Gomi are here. They talk about the word culvert sounding funny, and my God, the banter just feels so strange to me. I don't know what it is, but it just feels forced. They chase down one of Gus's guys after being spotted, but he gets away. They do manage to grab a little under $1 million though. Meanwhile, Gus toys with Lyle, acting like the friar is filthy. Clearly he's just taking out his frustration after such a big dent in his business, but this was just mean. I respect Lyle's commitment to the job though. Even after being given an out, he still wants to prove himself. This was a fun episode. The Saul stuff was really strong, and I really liked his lunch with Howard. That scene was honestly pretty funny. Maybe it's just Jimmy munching away on his role, I don't know. For the most part, the DEA stuff was great, as the Hank and Gomi banter was very subdued, and they did their fight crime thing instead. Number 41. Sunk costs.
Gus is alive.
Yeah, so Gus is back. He meets with Mike and lets him know that he won't allow Hector to die yet. He also mildly suggests that Mike continue to sabotage Hector's business. Gus is kind of a devious fellow. Mike decides to follow Gus's suggestion and sprinkles cocaine onto one of Hector's trucks, meaning his business can no longer be used to transport drugs across the border. Jimmy sits outside Chuck's house awaiting arrest after his break-in moments earlier. He smokes a cigarette and Chuck yaps to him about this really being all for Jimmy's benefit, and also tells him he'll help him change. I don't know what kind of response Chuck expected from Jimmy, to be honest. Jimmy then talks about how Chuck is gonna get sick and die alone because of his actions. Jimmy is taken into custody and gets processed. Bill rocks up to troll Jimmy. Bill is honestly so funny. Dude is Jimmy's number 2 hater, the first being Chuck. Bill does him a favor and tries to move up his first appearance in court, which succeeds. We then get this super intense montage of Kim's morning routine. I love how extreme this montage is for literally no reason. It's awesome. She then receives word from Ernie of Jimmy's arrest, and heads over to be his lawyer. However, Jimmy turns this offer down and defends himself instead. He then gets himself out on bail. Jimmy heads back to Wexler McGill to talk with Kim.
I fucked up.
He figures out Chuck's plan with the tape, and also apologizes and tells her that he will handle it by himself, as Kim is already overloaded with Mesa Verde. Kim hits him with an
Okay.
Then Jimmy gets to work and tries to find out who's prosecuting him. Bill describes the lawyer as
Tough but fair.
didn't know Tuco was a lawyer now.
That's tough. That's fair.
He gets an offer of a PPD, basically meaning he has to confess to everything and just not break the law for a year, then he's free. Although, there's this tiny little detail that Jimmy needs to submit his confession to the New Mexico bar. All of this was Chuck's idea. Kim decides to help Jimmy in the matter as well. This episode is actually really good. I like that the Jimmy storyline is the center of the episode after having taken a back seat for the previous 2 episodes. To me, it's the strongest arc of the season, so I'm glad they're exploiting it more. Also, Mike finally meeting up with Gus is great. I'm glad they only made us wait 2 episodes before they have an interaction. Number 40. Wine and Roses. The episode opens with a bunch of tires falling, but it's not a Gene scene. Instead, it's a montage of Saul's house being cleaned out after the fallout of Ozymandias. I wanted to take the time and point out every reference I noticed throughout. We see the shoes that he used while he was trying to get Irene to settle Sandpiper, as well as his filmmaking hat. It's not a reference, but this golden toilet is fucking hilarious. Tony got an upgrade. We see Chuck's copy of the time machine, and potentially the painting Kim had in her apartment. There's also Saul's Cadillac, if you could even call that a reference. We also see the owl he failed to give the courthouse desk clerk, Caldera's little black book, and the CC mobile balls. Potentially some CC mobile phones, Olivia Bitsui's photo, and the inspiration for Mesa Verde's logo. Bingo balls from his time with the old folks, and of course, the Zaviro and Yeho bottle cork. Saul heads back into work, and the prosecution is suspicious of Jorge de Guzman. Also, apparently Lalo left an address that turned out to be a fucking Dairy Queen, which is utterly hilarious. Saul also accidentally calls de Guzman Lalo, but brushes it off like he's just confused the client for a second. He then heads over to the El Camino dining room to meet with Kim. Kim's already prepared to jump into the Howard scam, which is fucking wild, and pitches going after Cliff Main first. Jimmy heads over to Howard's golf club, breaks into his locker, gets butt-ass naked, and then waits for Cliff to clock the cocaine packet. Nacho's on the run in Salamanca territory following the raid on Lalo's compound, and for once, he isn't drenched in sweat. Tyrus lures him to Hotel Ocotillo. Nacho attempts to contact Mike, but he doesn't answer, putting Nacho on edge for his entire time there. Gus also suspects that Lalo is still alive. Speaking of Lalo, he's still alive! He already has a fucking body double prep to make it look like he didn't survive the attack on his compound, and then calls up Hector telling him he's still alive. Hector convinces Lalo to get proof about Gus plotting against him before doing anything rash, so he decides to head elsewhere instead of back to Albuquerque. This is a solid season opener. I really liked how they made it look like a Gene scene before dropping in color to start the episode. That Howard plot, which has an amazing payoff, is pretty slow going and just drip fed to the audience. The cocaine packet part is fine, but there are better parts of the scheme. Something I do love about Better Call Saul is how well they're able to bridge the seasons together. Most of the time, episode 1 of every season will pick up right after the previous season's finale. Number 39. 50% off. The episode opens with these guys going fucking crazy over Saul's 50% off deal. This montage is hilarious, and it feels very much like something we'd see in Breaking Bad. Also, the song choice, This Is Chai by Chai, was an absolutely amazing choice. Mike is doing pretty bad after killing Werner. He's regressed back into drowning himself with alcohol. Stacy calls him asking to babysit. Mike and Kaylee work on fixing up the treehouse, but Kaylee is stupid, so Mike yells at her.
You're done. You are done!
Nacho rests peacefully in bed after a long, hard day of work. Gus's guys are so fucking extra, dude. Like, whatever happened to a text? Also, this poor lady gets scared shitless. Nacho is taken to a place his father is hanging out at. Victor brings his gun in and just stands nearby Manuel for a bit. Gus enters the car and tells Nacho to get close to Lalo and find out his plans, and then they leave. Seriously, this is so much effort and torment to literally just tell Nacho something so simple. Gus's treatment of Nacho is beyond cruel. Lalo talks about his frustrations with Gus to Hector, admitting he knows he's hiding something, but no one else cares. Later, he plays poker with some of his crew, and we also get the origin of Crazy 8's nickname. I love how simple it is too. Domingo learns that there's a problem at one of the drug spots. The 50% off guys pulled up to buy some yummy drugs, but they bought so much that it got stuck down the pipe. Domingo is sent to go sort it out until the police show up. They ask him what he's doing, and in the best way possible, he gets the drugs free.
Some kind of block.
Guess you fixed it.
Seriously, the comedic timing is gold. Now the police are cracking down on the area and are searching for the stash. In an attempt to gain Lalo's trust, Nacho turns into Spider-Man and hops between rooftops to recover the drugs before they're seized by the police. I love that Lalo is fully just watching it like a movie. He's so unserious. Jimmy tells Kim about offering 50% off to the clients. He also reveals he has a shit ton of new clients signed up. We get this really cool scene of Saul's routine around the court. I love how most of this is done as a one-shot with very few obvious cuts. It's a pretty fun scene and an approach I wish TV shows would do more. Saul corners Suzanne in a lift and it just happens to break down, giving them plenty of time to settle on deals for clients they share. Also, Suzanne has her bear grippers out. It's actually insane. That floor has got to be disgusting. Saul is later stopped by Nacho, who pretty much forces him to get in his car, going to an ambiguous location. This episode actually rocks. It remains pretty interesting, and they have a nice mix of action and casual scenes. Number 38. Quite a ride. The episode unexpectedly opens with a flash forward to Breaking Bad, clearly following the aftermath of Ozymandias. Saul prepares to skip town. Something I find really cool about this scene is that it was supposedly shot on the original Breaking Bad cameras. We get a little bit of setup for Francesca's role in Breaking Bad. The episode, not the show. As well as Saul giving her a lawyer's number. I kinda wish they had actually made it clear who this lawyer was, instead of just leaving it up in the air. It's not really important, but I'd still like to know, and it doesn't affect my overall enjoyment. Kim is now deep in her pro bono work, and absolutely decimates Bill in a game of chicken. She gets this kid a great deal, but he decides to be a dickhead about having a probation officer for 4 months. Kim then decimates him too, and scares him into working for his grandfather. Kim later meets with another client in an attempt to get her to come to court. Suddenly, Paige calls with a Mesa Verde-sized problem, and Kim just hangs up. Obviously, Paige was pretty mad about it, but she lets her off with a "just don't do it again" type warning. Gus gets to work on organizing construction of the super lab, and flies engineers from around the world to check it out. This French guy rocks up to the laundry and shines his laser pointer around and then brags about other top secret operations he's worked on previously. So they send him home. They later bring Werner in, and he seems to be their guy because Gus spawns. This feels really out of character for Gus. Him immediately revealing his face after going to great lengths to keep this operation secret just feels so weird. Jimmy awaits customers at CC Mobile, and with the power of his magic fingers, he actually manages to draw one in. The guy ends up buying 6 phones from Jimmy so he can avoid the IRS. Later, Jimmy is still eager to continue working, and decides to sell phones out on the street. Some kids think he's a police officer, so he dressed up in a tracksuit instead, which is so fucking funny. The little curl he has in his hair too. It's beautiful. We also get the street life montage. There are so many unique looking people, it's awesome. After all the clients clear out, Jimmy is robbed by the same kids who thought he was a police officer. The following day, he runs into Howard, who looks absolutely fucked up. It's a shame to see how much Chuck's death has affected Howard. It seems like he's the only one who's actually bothered by Chuck's death. Sure, Jimmy certainly has feelings about Chuck, but he's repressed all of them. Jimmy meets with his probation officer, and gets super hyped talking about all the cases he's gonna do when he gets back to being a lawyer. This is a pretty solid episode, and I think it's finally an episode where Jimmy's story becomes interesting in Season 4. His previous stuff with the Hummel heist was fun, but so far, his Season 4 arc has been a little random, so it's nice to see he has something solid now. It's also super exciting for the Superlab construction to be underway. It's not even something I expected to happen in Better Call Saul. Number 37. Bali High. The episode opens with Jimmy struggling to sleep. He gets up and watches TV, and manages to catch a swirly Davis and Maine commercial targeted at Sandpiper residents. And I'm sorry, why the fuck are Davis and Maine running a commercial at like 1 AM? Jimmy then finally gets some sleep back at the nail salon. Kim's free from doc review and walks with Patrick Bateman. She's sent to argue a section of the Sandpiper case alone. She loses, but does a great job. Rich invites her to lunch and begins asking questions about her employment at HHM. He then offers her a job at Schweikart & Coakley. Kim's concerned about an ethical issue due to the Sandpiper case, but Rich assures her that she won't be working on it anymore. Kim strongly considers the offer. Mike shows up to his house, and Cologne, is waiting outside. He urges Mike to reconsider Hector's offer to take credit for Tuco's gun. Mike then plants a cheeky welcome mat, which later alerts him that someone is inside his home. He patrols around his house looking for the intruders, and I love that it's entirely silent during this. Not a hint of music. Mike lures the intruders out and manages to beat them and send them on their way. It's cool to see Mike visibly shaken. He appears so unbothered most of the time, so these cracks in his defense really have way more impact. Mike later watches Kaylee at a hotel and the twins appear. These guys are so dramatic. They did not need to get up on this roof. I love it. They threaten Kaylee, which causes Mike to agree to a meeting with Hector. Mike demands $50,000 for getting Tuco off, and even threatens Hector with a chunk of his guys present. Hector agrees, and Nacho brings Mike his payment. Mike gives away $25,000 to Nacho as an apology for his Tuco problem coming back sooner than expected. This episode is pretty good, and it's interesting that Jimmy is like hardly in it at all. The early stuff of Mike being introduced to bigger cartel players is some of my favorite stuff in the show. Without the protection of Gus, it makes it so much more tense. Also, I love Rich's interest in Kim's abilities. Number 36. Uno. The episode opens with one of the most iconic intros, and one of my favorites. We get a black and white montage of Gene working at Cinnabon, as he predicted in Granite State.
If I'm lucky, a month from now, best case scenario, I'm managing a Cinnabon in Omaha.
Gene gets a little paranoid as some guy stares him down, and then he goes home to watch Saul Goodman commercials on loop. I really love how you can see the color reflected in his glasses. The limited use of color in the Gene scenes is so good. We cut back all the way to 2002. 8 years before the Gene stuff. We're in a courtroom, and it gives a pretty good idea of the show's pacing, as we sit in this courtroom for a full minute without dialogue. Something I love about Better Call Saul is just the amount of noise we can hear. I don't mean like dialogue and explosions, but like the natural sound of the world. The chairs creaking, the clocks ticking, lights buzzing. It's such a small thing, but I really love it. Jimmy does his best to defend 3 idiots, but there's a pretty damning recording of them shagging ahead. I love the court viewers in the background getting up to watch their TV. We get a cheeky fake out of Jimmy's car as he walks up to a Cadillac, but instead turns out he owns the piece of shit next to it. He does a terrible British accent, and then heads over to meet with some clients. Oh, also, Mike is a fiend for stickers now. Jimmy attempts to sell his services to the Kettlemans, but they decide to sleep on their decision before working with him. Jimmy later rides around town only to drive into a guy. He gets out, at first freaking out, and then clocks the Skater twins for trying to run a scam on him. He heads back to his shitty office in the back of a nail salon, which also doubles as his home. He gets $26,000 from Howard, but tears it up and waltzes over to HHM to confront him. The money was for Chuck, but Jimmy is pushing for Howard to cash him out of the firm instead. As he's leaving, he notices the Kettlemans are using HHM for their legal needs instead of Jimmy. So, he beats the shit out of a bin and then smokes a cigarette with Kim, hinting to the audience she's more than just an unnamed HHM employee. Jimmy heads over to Chuck's to deliver his shopping. He pushes for Chuck to cash out of HHM as he can't keep them both afloat on his own. Chuck pushes back as he thinks he's going to get better from his mysterious condition any day now. We also see the immediate contrast between Chuck and Jimmy as they discuss money.
You're representing people who have nowhere else to turn. The money is beside the point.
Money is not beside the point. Money is the point.
Jimmy's greed was present from the start. Chuck also tries to get Jimmy to stop practicing under the name McGill under the guise that Howard isn't happy with it. Jimmy is pissed at Howard, so he decides he's gonna get the Kettlemans back as clients. He enlists the help of the Skater twins and draws them in with a promise of money. Slippin' Shitty bigs himself up as he tells the tale of his slip and fall days in Cicero. It's so funny that he makes Slippin' Jimmy such a big deal when there were probably only a couple people who knew about him. Jimmy wants to use the Skater twins to pressure Betsy Kettleman into needing legal help by performing their scam in front of an audience. Side note, but I love Lars' weird cat shark shirt that he's got. It's so silly. The scheme is underway, but something's up. Cal goes down, but Betsy doesn't get out of the car. Instead, she drives away. Jimmy changes up the plan, not expecting Betsy to hit and run, and heads over to the twins who have been following her to wherever she was going. It turns out, the lady in the car was not Betsy. Jimmy is greeted with a gun to his face. And who's holding the gun? It's Tuco. Uno is a great first episode, and it's got a nice mix of silly and serious. I wouldn't say it holds up to the standard of Breaking Bad's pilot, but the two episodes are very different in terms of what they need to do. Uno is not a TV pilot, because Better Call Saul was already signed up for a full season, so they didn't have to do anything crazy. They were instead able to take the time to build up the story and its characters. Also, just in case people don't know, pilot episodes are usually made to get the interest from a network so they can develop it into a full season of TV. Already having a season booked means they don't need to bother writing a pilot. Number 35. Axe and Grind. The episode opens with a rare flashback to Kim's childhood. She was caught attempting to steal earrings and a necklace. Her mother tricks the guy into letting her get away with it, and also steals the items for her. Turns out, these earrings and necklace are the same ones Kim is almost always wearing. We get a silly little montage of Howard's morning routine. Him having pretty much the exact same shirt multiple times is hilarious. We also find out that Howard is married. It's crazy how they were able to keep pretty much any information about Howard's personal life hidden until season 6. Cheryl acts cold towards him and ruins the nice coffee he made her. I have no idea how she can be so chill about spilling all this coffee over the counter and then just leaving it. Howard meets with a PI following Jimmy, and learns that he made a large deposit of money that he's keeping in an envelope. Lalo rocks up to Casper's house, but Casper notices something's off and flees from Lalo before he can hurt him. He runs into a barn, and Lalo pursues. Casper manages to actually get the jump on Lalo, breaking one of his ribs with the blunt side of an axe. Lalo wheezes on the ground and lets slip that he saw Margareta. Casper is immediately concerned for her, and then Lalo cuts his face with a razor blade, followed by chopping off his fucking foot. Lalo's brutalization of Casper is so awful. He then questions him about Gus's project. Jimmy and Kim meet with Caldera to add one last stage to the Howard plot. They want to sell the story of Howard's addiction, so they need to make him look the part. Caldera gives them some weird thing that widens your pupils by quite a lot. He also mentions that it will last like an hour or two, which is weird considering it was like 10 minutes for Howard. Caldera talks about looking forward to hanging up the criminal lifestyle. His passion for animals is so cool, and it's nice to see he's one of the few who actually becomes less corrupted as the show progresses. We also see Caldera's little black book with all his criminal contacts in it. Cliff observes Kim argue a case, and then tries to get a better understanding of her relationship with Howard. Kim gives a believable response, talking about how she owes a lot to HHM. She later heads over to Jimmy's office, and it's gotten a makeover. Definitely a nitpick, but they fixed it up incredibly quickly. They prep some guy to look like Casimiro for a mystery photo shoot, and Kim tells Jimmy that she has a career-changing lunch that she has to attend on the day that the Howard scam comes to to an end. Jimmy encourages her to go, as if everything works out, they won't even need to be around. With everything in place, the scam is finally ready to go off without a hitch. Big problem. The judge broke his arm, which will clearly indicate to Howard that the photos are fake. Jimmy calls Kim to tell her of the sudden wrench in their plans, and suggests they pull the plug, live to fight another day, and sabotage Howard some other time. However, Kim decides that the plan must happen on that day, and ditches her important lunch to see it through. Overall, a great episode. I'm glad the Howard plot is finally reaching its payoff. These little bits they show are fun, but it was starting to get a little old. Lalo stole the show though. Number 34. Piñata. The episode opens with a flashback to Jimmy's mailroom days. We also see the return of Chuck. The people at HHM hail him for another brilliant case victory. Jimmy congratulates him too. We also see Jimmy's interest in being a lawyer as he goes into HHM's law library. Kim tries to justify a giant horse statue, but gets distracted by pro bono cases. She then decides she's tired of all the horse statues and offers to bring Mesa Verde to Schweikart and Coakley, as well as building their banking division. She later tells Jimmy about this and flips it around, claiming Rich wants her to build the banking division. Jimmy takes a moment to process the end of Wexler McGill, and I love how we can hear the kitchen sounds just get louder and louder as Jimmy thinks. He then tells Kim to go for it. Meanwhile, Gus gets underway with construction on the super lab and sets up the Germans in this big-ass warehouse. Mike makes a couple of suggestions to keep the workers sane, as well as bolstering security for the place. Gus shows up at Hector's bedside and begins to tell him a tale of his first enemy. He talks about capturing a wounded Coati and keeping it as a pet. It's an interesting look on Gus's character, as we can see that he was always a vengeful person, even to an animal. He also definitely compares Hector to an animal. Jimmy learns of the passing of Mrs. Strauss, the Alpine Shepherd boy lady. A client tries to use his services, but Jimmy defers them to HHM. The client asks,
Hamlin McGill. McGill? Wait, isn't that you?
But Jimmy just brushes it off as a coincidence. It honestly sucks to see Jimmy's refusal to even mention Chuck. I get that he had issues, but it's like Chuck never existed in the first place. Speaking of Chuck, Jimmy seems more upset about Strauss's passing than his. Jimmy later heads over to HHM and it's noticeably understaffed and struggling since Chuck's passing. He gets his $5,000 from Chuck's will and also has a go at Howard for HHM's failing, encouraging him to get back to being a great salesman. Jimmy later uses the $5,000 to buy a bunch of phones to sell on the street. He heads out to lure the kids who beat him up into an ambush. Huel and Clarence kidnap the trio, and Jimmy threatens them while piñatas are smashed behind them. They agree to lay off Jimmy, as well as making it clear he's off limits to everyone else. This is a great episode, and really has some good setup for the coming episodes. Gus's speech in this episode is amazing. Giancarlo Esposito does a wonderful job with it. I also think each storyline was interesting this episode and provided something unique. Number 33. Something Stupid. The episode opens with a top 3 montage in the whole show for me. Something Stupid. This montage is brilliant. What can even be said that hasn't been said already? I think it's a perfect way for a time skip, and the visual aspect showing the rift between Kim and Jimmy is awesome. This shot of Kim and Jimmy being on the furthest side of the screen from each other is my favourite to show this. We're now only a few weeks away from Jimmy's reinstatement, so he begins scouting possible office locations. This being filmed in a one-shot, for the most part at least, was really cool. I also like the twist that he's talking to Huel and not Kim. Huel gives us a brief glimpse into what his office would be like if he was a lawyer.
Big glass high rise, 40th floor.
Big glass high rise.
Yeah, when I'm not on my boat.
Kim takes Jimmy to a Schweikart and Coakley party. She tells him to just relax, talk to anyone he wants, and just have fun. However, Jimmy has a little too much fun, as he brainstorms absurd company getaway ideas to Rich. He attracts quite the crowd too. Jimmy gets back to selling his phones, but is stopped by a police officer asking him to move his van. He gets into an argument and Huel intervenes by assaulting the officer with some sandwiches. This gets Huel in hot shit as the officer had already picked him up for pickpocketing a few years back. Huel plans to skip town as he refuses to go to jail. Jimmy says it's a bad idea, and Huel replies with,
He didn't get DB Cooper.
unfortunately, I think Huel stands out a bit more than DB Cooper. Jimmy brings the case to Kim to ensure no jail time for Huel. After failing to negotiate, Kim comes up with another idea to keep Huel out of jail. Hector's recovery seems to be going well. He's finally responsive, and he's looking closer to the Hector we see in Breaking Bad. He gets a little horny and tips a cup so he can look at the nurse bending over. The doctor later shows Gus the footage, and it tips him off that the Hector he knew is still in there. He sends the doctor back to Johns Hopkins as he's satisfied with Hector's progress, leaving him bound to a wheelchair. Progress on the super lab seems to be going well, until Casper knocks over a beam, causing a fight between him and Kai. Mike immediately has enough and yells at them to stop it.
Jungs, kommt runter!
I think it's cool that Mike has learned a little German over the time skip, even if it's just to yell at the guys. Werner later suggests that the crew needs a little R&R, and Mike agrees. This episode is great. I think the time skip came at pretty much the perfect time. All the ongoing plot lines were definitely going to drag, and I think it's a fun way to open up new plot lines as well. The Something Stupid montage definitely brings this episode up a bit, because it's so iconic, but the content in this episode itself is still good. Number 32. Slip. Mike can't get the Good Samaritan that Hector killed off his mind, so he heads out with a metal detector to where he thinks the body might be buried. We get this really cool shot with all the mics appearing as he digs in multiple spots. Eventually, he finds the body and reports it anonymously. He also makes an agreement with Gus to launder his $200,000 that he stole from Hector. Chuck appears to be making good progress with his recovery from his EHS. He talks with Dr. Cruz about what he'd like to do when he's well enough. I love seeing Chuck's progress. He's a villain, no doubt about it, but it's still great to see him getting better. Chuck talks about how real he thought his condition was, and then expresses regret.
And if that's true, if it's not real, then what have I done?
Michael McKean killed this scene. It's not like a big scene or anything, but I just really love his performance here.
I am not crazy!
Kim meets up with Kevin and Paige to discuss the expansion. Kevin requests that Kim help out his friend with a legal problem he's having. Initially, Kim declines, as she has her hands full with Mesa Verde. Also, it's kinda ridiculous for Kevin to push this on Kim. Surely he'd understand just how big his expansion is. Suddenly, Howard spawns to talk with them for a moment. Howard says,
"Well, Kim's one of the best. You're lucky to have her. Seems like just yesterday she was logging hours in doc review."
It's so weird to hear people paint Howard as some kind of saint. Like, this was so uncalled for. Obviously, he doesn't deserve what happened to him later, but he was flawed like everyone else. Kim then pays off Howard for a law school debt and agrees to help Kevin's friend. Jimmy runs into an issue with his advertising business as two clients realize he's overcharging them. Jimmy tries to change their minds about him, but they won't have it and tell him to leave. So, Slippin' Shitty lives up to his name and slips on a drumstick. He goes ridiculously high up in the air. It's awesome. After that, they pay Jimmy the money for the commercials to avoid having to take responsibility for Jimmy's slip. Later, Jimmy heads over to community service and helps out a drug dealer to get out of doing community service. It's cool to see like a soft setup of Jimmy helping out criminals. This scene rocks. Nacho begins prepping for switching Hector's pills. We get a great montage of him sorting out the pills, as well as attempting to throw them in a jacket. Something I love about Better Call Saul is they don't shy away from showing the amount of prep that can go into crimes. We even see him break the air conditioning to ensure Hector isn't wearing his jacket. I suppose this could also count as a great cover for Nacho, as his nervous sweats won't be so obvious. Nacho begins to scheme and switches out the pills. He then slowly walks over to Hector to throw the pills in his jacket. The tension in this scene is so fucking good. I love how we can see Nacho shaking afterwards too. I'd be pissing myself attempting this. Also, side note, Hector's little thumbs up here is really silly. Nacho's arc absolutely carries this episode, but it's also nice to see the little bits, like Chuck's recovery and Jimmy's slip. The slip is so damn funny, I can't get over it. Overall, a solid episode. Number 31. Off-brand. The episode opens with Nacho collecting money from his crew. Domingo acts all friendly with Nacho, and he then gives a significantly smaller amount of money than is expected from it. Nacho lets him off with a warning and tells him to pay it off next week, until Hector says,
"Who works for who?
Nacho beats the shit out of Domingo. His screams are so awful to hear. Later, Hector pressures Nacho to take 6 keys of product from Gus. This causes a huge commotion, and Victor points a gun at Nacho, trying to get the extra key back. Tyrus calls Gus to get his orders, and Gus demands they give it to Hector. Also, Gus scouts out the laundry. Hector later says he wants to use Manuel's upholstery shop to run drugs. Nacho objects, but Hector doesn't care. He then freaks out and nearly dies after hearing that Tuco knifed a guy in prison. He manages to drop one of his heart pills, leading Nacho to cook up a plan to kill Hector. Kim wraps up Jimmy's bar hearing. We get this really great scene of Rebecca heading over to Chuck alongside a voiceover of Kim. The editing is great. Chuck hides in his house and refuses to let Rebecca in after the chicanery incident. Jimmy and Kim celebrate their success at the bar hearing. I get it's the outcome they wanted, but it's pretty fucked up that they seem so happy. Rebecca drops by, asking for Jimmy's help to reach out to Chuck. Jimmy refuses, causing her to realize that Chuck was right about him all along. Rebecca dropping the line,
"He's mentally ill. What is your excuse?"
actually goes so hard. Ann Cusack did such a great job for such a small role. The following day, Jimmy prepares to tell all his clients that he's no longer a lawyer. He then panics as he realizes his commercial is about to run, which would violate his PPD. He quickly manages to get it pulled off the air, but now he has to find a way to make back the money he paid for it. Jimmy pulls the film crew together to begin selling his commercial services. However, he struggles and is consistently losing money. The makeup girl suggests that Jimmy make a commercial, causing him to create the Saul Goodman persona. I love how ridiculous the editing of the Saul Goodman commercial is. It's brilliantly done. Meanwhile, Chuck finally realizes that his EHS might not be real after all, and begins the road to recovery. I suppose that's the one positive of chicanery. He attempts to reach out to Dr. Cruz, who originally suggested that Chuck get treatment. The lighting in this scene is so intense as Chuck walks through the street, it's really well done.
I am not crazy!
This episode is great. It's a good follow-up to Chicanery, but now I feel like we're getting into the boring side of Jimmy's arc in Season 3. After Chicanery, it really slows down. The commercial stuff just isn't that interesting to me, but him becoming Saul Goodman was great. I love that the cartel plot is beginning to cook up too, now that the Jimmy and Chuck stuff has cooled off. This episode is pretty close to Slip, but I think it's more consistently interesting across the scenes than Slip manages to be. Number 30. Bingo. The episode opens with a cool shot of all these wanted posters, and moving down to Jimmy. It feels similar to Walt's photo underneath Wanted at the DEA. I love how well crafted these shots feel. He's with Mike and wants to return a notepad to a Philly officer. Afterwards, Mike dismisses Jimmy so he can have a conversation with Detective Sanders. I love the dynamic these two have. It feels very realistic for what little screen time they share, and it's very much like old friends having a chat. Jimmy heads over to Chuck's to store some files, and is surprised to discover Chuck outside. He's attempting to adjust to electricity in short periods so he can handle things like talking to people at the door. Chuck's betterment of his condition really opens the door to more interesting character interactions.
I am not crazy!
Jimmy shows Kim around a potential new office, and floats the idea of them working together. However, Kim is too much invested at HHM to quit. We also see the dawn of Jimmy's craving for a Coco Bolo desk.
Coco Bolo desk.
A what?
I don't know what it means, but I just like saying the word. Coco Bolo.
Kim offers Craig an amazing deal with the promise that they give back the stolen money. Betsy refuses and claims that
I want to put an innocent man in jail.
It's honestly a little sad to see how delusional Betsy is. They then fire Kim and enlist Jimmy's services instead. Jimmy informs the Kettlemans that he's changed his area of specialization and now focuses on elder law, meaning he can't take their case. Betsy pressures him because they bribed him earlier, and Jimmy excuses himself to talk to Kim. He agrees to try to get them back to HHM, but fails and is forced to take their case. Jimmy realizes that he has more cards to play and enlists the help of Mike to do so. I love the Jimmy and Mike favors in Season 1. Mike plants some money that Craig later finds. The money has some spray on it that picks up under UV light. Mike then breaks into the house and steals the money. I love how simple this scene is. It's also great to see Mike's screen time continuing after 5-0. It also amuses me that Mike probably had to sit and watch the Kettlemans' terrible charades for hours. He then delivers the money to Jimmy, and Jimmy adds his money onto it so it's the proper amount and then sends it off to the DA. The following morning, he appears at the Kettleman's place and reveals the money is gone. He tells them to take the deal, but Betsy argues that Jimmy committed a crime, so he's just as guilty as them. He throws Nacho's statement back at them at the idea that criminals have no recourse. Also, I love the hints of red the Kettlemans have on their outfits as Jimmy exposes their criminality. According to the Breaking Bad color theory, red can represent criminality. Jimmy brings the Kettlemans to HHM and they wait in the car like oblivion NPCs. Kim thanks him, and then he goes back to his dream office and breaks down. This episode rocks, and it's a really fun way to bring the Kettleman fiasco to a close. The Kettlemans keep the drama of season 1 interesting, as they dominate quite a lot of it. I think them being difficult with all the lawyers and stuff really adds to the plot in a good way. It's also just fun to see Mike do stuff this episode. Jimmy finally bringing the Kettlemans down to reality is also incredibly satisfying. Number 29. Kushata. The episode opens with a montage of Jimmy taking a bus ride. He has a bunch of pens and letters that he writes. He also ends up enlisting a bunch of passengers to write notes for him too. He then posts them from Kushata to Albuquerque and heads back home. I respect the commitment for keeping Huel out of jail. Mike takes the construction crew to a strip club for some R&R. Werner's 1,000-yard stare is so funny. Mike takes him to a bar instead, and they chat. We learn that Werner's father built the Sydney Opera House. Mike is called away due to Kai being a fuckwit. He then heads back inside to find Werner sharing plans about the construction to some guys, and quickly gets him out there. Side note, I think it's really funny that they try to keep a low profile, but rock up with a group of guys escorting the construction crew. Surely that would raise eyebrows. Mike gives Werner a warning to never spill anything again, and Werner swears he'll never let anything slip about the project. It's interesting to see that they had painted it out to look like Kai would be the problem, when in reality, Werner is really the one to look out for. It's a nice twist. Kim grabs a troop of lawyers from Schweikart and Coakley to help on Huel's case. It's honestly kinda hilarious for such a small case. Suzanne claims that Huel will still do jail time regardless of the legal team, but Kim is so certain she can keep him on the streets and leaves. Judge Munsinger later calls Kim and Suzanne into his office, and the Kushata letters that Jimmy wrote have finally arrived. Munsinger freaks out, and demands that they work out a deal for Huel to avoid a circus in court. I love Munsinger's performance here. Suzanne grabs as many letters as she can, and begins inspecting them, finding a few with phone numbers. She begins calling them. Jimmy and the film crew trick them into believing Huel is a Kushata hero, as well as leading them to Huel's website, which, fun fact, you can actually visit online. The scheme works, and they manage to get Huel off free. Kim heads over to see Jimmy, and he explains how they'll never do anything like that again. But Kim has a different idea.
Let's do it again.
It's sad to see how she's evolved over the show, to go from being mad at Jimmy's antics to being eager to partaking in a new scheme. Nacho plays with a poker chip. Honestly, this was such a weird quirk for him to have as like the boss man. He only does it like twice, but it's still weird. Domingo lets a guy off for shorting them, but Nacho has other plans and rips the guy's earring out. It's a shame to see how violent he's become over time. He then heads home to his big fucking mansion. Also, like, how the hell did Nacho afford this? Surely this would attract suspicion for a guy with no job. The following day, he rocks up to the restaurant again, and someone is cooking.
Oh, hey!
Lalo is finally here! His appearance definitely marks a turning point for the show. It feels like it gets so much darker from here on out. I remember back before I started Better Call Saul, I thought Lalo was a lawyer, so to discover he was a Salamanca was surprising. Speaking of the Salamancas, Nacho has interacted with pretty much every single one of them on screen aside from Abuelita and Joaquin. This episode is great. I really enjoy the scheme to get Huel free, as well as the building of tension with Werner's mistakes. Lalo's appearance is also super exciting. Number 28. Carrot and Stick. The episode opens with a view of Nacho's dirty kitchen, followed by Gus's men breaking into the house. Mike sends Nacho's girlfriends away and gives them money to start a new life. They then get to work and break into Nacho's safe as well as searching around the house. Mike finds a fake ID meant for Manuel and hides it, so the cartel doesn't find out about him. Don Juan later finds the safe with some fake bank statements inside, planted by Mike, as well as a phone number for Hotel Locatello, the place where Nacho is staying. Gus is still suspicious of the success on the attack on Lalo's compound, and arranges to meet with Hector as a way to keep the peace. He heads over to Casa Tranquila to give his condolences to Hector, and is shocked when Hector offers to shake his hand, tipping him off that
Lalo Salamanca lives.
Mike offers to head to Mexico to bring Nacho home. Gus doesn't like this plan, and instead demands for Manuel to be brought to him. Mike objects and stands in the way of Tyrus. Suddenly, Mike gets a call from Nacho. He wants to talk with Gus. Nacho is completely on edge over at Hotel Locatello and keeps peeking out the window every second he gets. He then discovers he's being watched. Nacho manages to sneak up on the guy and figures out he was hired by Gus to make sure Nacho stays in his room. He knocks the guy out and attempts to leave the hotel, but is stopped by the cousins. Nacho engages in a shootout with them, which is absolutely the highlight of the episode. He manages to escape, but his car takes substantial damage, including the tire popping. Jimmy and Kim get to work on the next step in the Howard plot. They're spitballing ideas of a fake case that Cliff will want to hear so they can continue to further Cliff's doubt of Howard. Kim figures they need someone to pull Cliff in and then repel him so he doesn't take a case that leads nowhere. That's where the Kettlemans come in. Jimmy heads over to Sweet Liberty Tax Services. He spots the giant inflatable lady and then heads inside to see his old friend Betsy, and she's oh so pleased to see him.
Get out.
Craig also peeks his head up and he's actually pleased to see Jimmy again.
Good to see you.
Betsy kicks Jimmy out and yells at him for ruining their lives, quote unquote. Jimmy reels them in with a promise of overturning Craig's conviction and forces them to sign something preventing them from disclosing information to third parties. He floats the idea that Howard was on drugs while handling Craig's case. Betsy then fires Jimmy so she can take this new information elsewhere. The Kettlemans rock up to Davison, Maine, asking specifically for Cliff and no one else. Cliff has the meeting with them and the Kettlemans are so damn funny. Some of the lines they drop are hilarious.
I mean, it was pretty much common knowledge out in the yard.
Yeah, it will all come out in discovery.
Cliff doesn't take the case due to conflict of interest, but it's planted an extra nugget of suspicion towards Howard. Jimmy heads over the next day in an attempt to convince the Kettlemans not to talk about Howard to anyone. Kim also tags along. Jimmy offers them the carrot, or money, and Betsy refuses it, and instead demands for their lives back. Kim decides she's heard enough, and whips out the stick. She calls the IRS, and exposes the Kettlemans for scamming their clients. Betsy interrupts, and they agree to give back the money they stole, as well as never breathing a word about Howard to anyone. This episode actually rocks. It hits in every storyline. I think it's the only time prior to Plan and Execution where the cartel plot and the Howard plot are on a similar level. There's a really nice balance throughout the episode, and I think they do a great job of keeping you hooked with all kinds of things, like the Kettleman comedy as well as Nacho's shootout. Number 27. Sabrosito. The episode opens with Eladio swimming in Hector's piss. It's a nice parallel to his final scene in Breaking Bad. Hector rocks up to give Eladio the money he's made, as well as a little bobblehead that's supposed to be him. Juan Bolsa also comes by with a nicely presented, much larger amount of money on behalf of Gus. Eladio is overjoyed, and demands all money come exactly like that now. He also wears a Pollos Hermanos shirt, which no doubt pisses Hector off. Hector rocks up to Pollos Hermanos and asks to see Lyle's balls.
Cabron, I need to see your boss. I wait.
He walks around the restaurant and begins stirring up a commotion by smoking a cigar. Some lady and her kid attempt to leave, but Colon attempts to stop them. Nacho basically gives him a look like, the fuck man? So he lets them leave. Gus receives word of this and heads into work to talk to Hector. He also tells all the employees to go home. Hector says he'll use Gus's business to run his drugs from now on, since his business got busted. After they leave, we get the moment Gus becomes Michael Jordan, as he throws tinfoil in a bin. Gus comes in the next day and gives a speech to his employees, giving an explanation of what happened. Clearly a lie, but it worked. His speech wasn't even that inspiring. Later, Mike is paid off by Victor for his work on Hector's truck, but refuses the payment due to him not being finished with Hector. Gus pays him a visit, finally explaining to Mike why he didn't let him kill Hector.
A bullet to the head would have been far too humane.
Kim tracks down the repair company who was hired to fix Chuck's door. Eventually she finds them and cancels the appointment without Chuck's knowledge, and then Mike is sent to do the job. An interaction between Mike and Chuck is so awesome. I didn't realize how much I needed it until I actually saw it. Mike uses an electric drill to scare Chuck away so he can take pictures of the state that his house is in. Jimmy and Kim attend a meeting with Chuck, Howard, and the PPD prosecutor. He gives his confession, and Chuck takes issue with it due to him being vague about the destruction of the cassette tape. Jimmy is forced to apologize to Chuck, but manages to get a subtle jab in there when he says,
And no one should treat his own brother like that. Not ever.
He's then forced to pay for the repairs on Chuck's house. Kim talks with Howard and Chuck after, and attempts to lure Chuck into being present at Jimmy's bar hearing. Her insistence and trying to prevent the tape being played meant that Chuck would want to play it, as well as being the only one to verify its authenticity, forcing him to testify in court and engineering his breakdown. This episode absolutely rocks. There are so many great scenes in it. Seeing more of Gus and Hector's dynamic is great too, and we get more glimpses into Gus's hatred for Hector. The setup for chicanery is fantastic. While this episode isn't as action-packed as Carrot and Stick, I think it still provides some fantastic scenes, and it finds a perfect balance between the cartel stuff as well as the Jimmy and Chuck stuff. Number 26. Nacho. The episode opens with a flashback. We know this because of the iconic young Jimmy wig. Jimmy's in a little hot water after a Chicago sunroof, so Chuck heads over to help him out. Turns out they hadn't spoken in a long time. I really love Michael McKean's performance in this scene. Him saying,
You didn't cry to her on the phone?
What? No.
You didn't cry and beg Mom for help.
is so funny to me. Chuck agrees to help Jimmy out under the conditions that he quits being Slippin' Shitty, as well as coming to Albuquerque. Jimmy decides to have a little late night drinking, thinking about the Kettlemans and Nacho's offer to cut him in on the Kettleman robbery. He calls up Kim for some quality PG phone conversation and begins discussing details of the case. He mentions that the large sum of money could put the entire Kettleman family in danger, which worries Kim. He plays it off, acting like he's drunk. I really love the lighting in this scene. Jimmy is bathed in this red light as he mentions danger, red being an indication of violence. The visual storytelling is so damn good. He gets so concerned that he decides to call up the Kettlemans to warn them of Nacho attempting to rob their house. He's forced to sit through the Kettleman's annoying-ass ringtone multiple times.
Hello, you've reached Team Kettleman.
He eventually gets through to them and disguises his voice. They aren't able to understand him, so he quickly gets out his message with his real voice, tipping the Kettlemans off someone is watching the house. The following day, Jimmy receives word that the Kettlemans have gone missing, and Kim suspects he had something to do with it. He attempts to get to their house, but is blocked by the sticker troll.
Screw you, geezer!
He's denied entry to the house and heads away to call Nacho, trying to get across that he's not a rat. Nacho doesn't pick up, leaving Jimmy on edge. He spirals and keeps spamming Nacho's phone until he notices some guys are following him. He runs away, but it turns out they were just police tracking Jimmy down as Nacho's lawyer. Nacho is being held by the police under suspicion of kidnapping the Kettlemans. Jimmy begins yapping, recapping and theorizing on what happened to the Kettlemans. I love Nacho just staring him down for half the scene. He thinks Nacho kidnapped the family, but Nacho confesses he was never even in the house. Jimmy vouches for Nacho in front of the police and gets invited to the crime scene, clearly a way to make him feel guilty. But Jimmy comes up with an idea that the Kettlemans kidnapped themselves after he notices the little girl's doll is gone. He heads back to the courthouse, but the sticker fiend refuses to let him enter after he sped away earlier without paying. Jimmy makes a scene and decides to park his car in the entrance, blocking everyone else. Also, I love this guy in the car behind just shaking his head as Jimmy makes a scene. It's so funny. Jimmy begins arguing with Mike, and then lays a finger on him. Kid named Finger takes him down for being an arsehole. The police want Mike to press charges against Jimmy as a way to get him to spill the beans on Nacho. They still suspect he's the one who kidnapped the Kettlemans. I love Mike's face here as the officer touches his arm. That slight anger. The trauma from Hoffman and Fensky is still fresh, and it's a nice bit of foreshadowing for the audience. Mike suddenly decides he doesn't want to press charges against Jimmy at all. He tries to understand Mike's choice, joking about Mike not having a heart, and Mike claps back with,
"You're not gonna have a heart inside your body in about 5 seconds.
Their dynamic gets so funny so quickly. Mike admits he believes Jimmy's Kettleman theory and suggests that they didn't run far. This causes Jimmy to head out to the mountains behind the Kettleman's house in search for them. And what do you know? Mike was right. Jimmy busts in and tells them to pack up. Betsy refuses and plays tug of war with Jimmy.
Money!
This episode is so good. Everyone's performance rocked, and I really love the mystery in this episode. I'm so glad we get more Mike screen time, as well as some more Nacho stuff. Every scene in this episode just hits for me, whether it's in a comedic way or a dramatic way. Number 25. Fifi. The episode starts with one of my favourite openings of the season. This scene rocks, yet it's so simple. We get this cool song, written by Dave Porter, as we watch one of Hector's trucks get stopped and checked at the border. I love how it's shot to look like one continuous shot as well. Kim hands in her resignation to HHM, and makes it clear she's going out on her own as a solo practitioner. I love how Howard admires Kim for going solo. He agrees to pay off her law school debts as a gift. Howard also opens up about how he considered going solo right out of law school. Patrick Fabian's acting in this scene is outstanding. The subtle pause and look before he says,
Dad talked me out of it.
Has so much subtext, it's awesome. After Kim leaves, she overhears Howard calling Kevin, and the race for Mesa Verde is on as she asks Paige to meet her for lunch. Kim attempts to sell her services, and explains that she's left HHM. I love Kim's metaphor about a tailor-made suit, it's brilliantly written. She thinks she crushed the lunch, and appears overjoyed to Jimmy when they talk about it later. They also appear to have a slam dunk on a new office. Howard learns of Mesa Verde not staying with HHM, and tells Chuck about it, asking for some pointers on how to convince them to come back. Chuck decides he's going to attend the meeting, demanding the lights stay on, even neglecting his space blanket suit. He convinces Kevin about just how big of a workload would be on Kim, and with HHM, the expansion will go better than ever. He also throws a bunch of law things out there to make Kevin think hard about his choice, pretty much saying that anything can go wrong, and with dozens of eyes on the case, it's much less likely to happen. Chuck crushed the meeting, but then gets sick all because of the electricity. Jimmy gets to work on filming a new commercial to advertise his solo practice, and enlists the film crew as well as a former client to play the role of Fudge, a war veteran. This allows them to get onto the Air Force base to shoot for the commercial. The Air Force guy asks Fudge some questions and he just mutters. I love Jimmy translating him.
He says you're welcome.
The subtle comedy in Better Call Saul is outstanding. Ernie calls Jimmy, informing him that Chuck is doing really bad after his meeting with Mesa Verde, asking for his help. Jimmy heads by to check on him and Chuck's unconscious. Slippin' Shitty gets an idea as he glances at Chuck's Mesa Verde files. He steals every single file that lists one specific address, 1261 Rosella Drive, Scottsdale. He brings all the documents to a late-night printer shop and gets to work, making copies and changing all the addresses to say 1216 Rosella Drive, Scottsdale. This montage absolutely rocks. The season 2 montages toward the end really deliver. Even though this is technically a crime, the commitment to changing every address in the documents is respectable. Chuck wakes up the following morning and Jimmy attempts to argue with him, but Chuck is simply too tired. He also thanks Jimmy for staying with him, expressing he would do the same for Jimmy if the roles were reversed. Mike is also in this episode, but for the most part he just watches Hector's business and plots to take down one of Hector's trucks. Kaylee helps him make a special hose, which is really a spike strip. This episode actually rocks. Late season 2 delivers some outstanding television. I really love the back and forth between HHM and Mesa Verde in this episode. It's super enjoyable. Also, the montage with Jimmy doctoring all the numbers just rocks, dude. Like, what can I say? It's awesome. I appreciate that they prioritized what was most important this episode. Mike was in it, but not a lot, which I'm grateful for, since all he's doing at the moment is just watching Hector's every move. It does go to show just how much prep goes into committing crime though, which is cool. Number 24. Inflatable. The episode opens with a young Jimmy perusing magazines. Some guy comes into his dad's shop and we get a little bit of an idea as to why $14,000 was just missing from the books. He tells a little sob story asking for some money for a taxi. Jimmy calls out to his dad, making it clear it's a scam, but his dad is too pure to see it. He gives the man more money than what was asked, and even offers to help him out further. Jimmy mans the register, and the guy whips out a big rack of cash. He also drops the line that probably changed Jimmy's life.
There are wolves and sheep in this world, kid. Figure out which one you're gonna be.
Mike enlists Jimmy's services to help him talk with the DA. Mike retracts his statement, claiming Tuco's gun wasn't his. They push him, asking if he was threatened or paid off. He doesn't answer and leaves. Jimmy also shares his encounter with Tuco from season 1, claiming he doesn't blame him for not crossing Tuco. Jimmy calls up Kim trying to understand her law school loans, clearly prepping for pitching their partnership. He heads over to Davis in Maine and prepares to write a letter of resignation. However, he changes his mind when he learns he can't keep his bonus if he quits. Jimmy's disappointed, but a scheme comes to mind when he spots a wacky arm inflatable man. Then, we get a montage which is absolutely a top 3 for me. Jimmy buys a shit ton of colourful suits, looking closer to his Saul Goodman persona. I still adore this shot of him walking into Davis in Maine with this pink suit. The reactions of the team are awesome. Better Call Saul has some great montages before this one, but Inflatable just takes it to another level. The editing is terrific. Part of Jimmy's trolling has him stop flushing after shitting. Cliff brings it up with the team and Erin's tone is so funny when she says,
And we're not talking about a number 1.
Jimmy then purchases bagpipes to quite literally blow off steam. Cliff decides he has enough and fires Jimmy. Jimmy also pays for his Cocobolo desk as he leaves. Jimmy rocks up to HHM and asks him to a meeting. He pitches the idea of them being law partners, even offering to pay off her law school debt to HHM. Kim asks,
What kind of lawyer are you going to be? I don't mean what kind of law are you going to practice. I mean, are you going to play it straight? Or are you going to be colorful?
I love this line. Jimmy initially begins to say he's gonna dot every I and cross every T, but he pauses for a moment and admits that being colorful is who he is. I'm glad he's able to be honest with Kim about his nature. Unfortunately, Kim declines his offer and heads back to work. Jimmy is out on his own again, so he records a new voicemail. I'm so glad he dropped the British accent. It was awful, but also pretty funny just because of how obvious it must have been that it was him to anyone listening. Kim has a meeting with Rich Schweikart and the partners at Schweikart & Coakley. They learn a little more about her. They also ask why she left her hometown, asking what she wanted. Kim simply replies with,
More.
That line is so fucking good. It's so simple, but it just rocks. After the meeting, she begins to plot an idea to build off of Jimmy's pitch, which she later presents to him. 2 law practices under the same roof, so they can both do what they want. Jimmy agrees. This episode rocks. My god, it's fairly simple, but I think every scene is just amazing. The inflatable montage lives in my head rent-free, and this is definitely an episode I look forward to a lot. For the most part, it focuses on Jimmy and Kim as well, which is fun, especially since the cartel plot has mostly slowed since Hector and Mike settled their debt. There are certainly better episodes than this one, but I think I have a lot of bias toward this one in particular. Number 23. JMM. The episode opens with Jimmy and Kim discussing honesty. They make a pact to always tell each other the truth, especially when they have the urge to not tell each other something. They then head into the courthouse and get married with Huel as their witness. The marriage is simply so they don't have to testify against each other in court, similar to Walt and Skylar's arrangement. They then carry on with their days. Jimmy gets a call from Nacho telling him to meet Jorge de Guzman.
Who the hell is Jorge de Guzman?
Saul is tasked with getting Lalo out on bail, but the judge denies bond, making that a much harder challenge. Saul discusses his legal plan with Lalo on how he's going to reduce his sentence. Lalo simply ignores it and demands that Saul get him out on bail. Saul claims that it's too difficult, but Lalo tempts him by asking if he wants to be a friend of the cartel. Jimmy later tells Kim about this, claiming he's going to fight hard, but just for show, as bail is simply not possible for this case. Mike comes by Jimmy's apartment and gives him all the details and evidence he'll need to get Lalo out on bail. Saul then heads into court. He sets up a fake family, proving that Lalo does have connections in New Mexico to make it seem like he's not a flight risk, as well as the involvement of a PI. He does enough to sway the judge. However, he sets the bail at $7 million. Lalo's basically just like, yeah, alright, that works, and says he'll call Jimmy with details. We get this amazing shot of Jimmy staring down Fred from Travel Wire's family before before Howard interrupts him. Howard calls him out for trolling him with bowling balls and prostitutes. Jimmy plays it off like he has no idea what he's going on about. Jimmy then freaks out and starts yelling at Howard. He decides he's had enough and walks away. This scene is so good. Bob Odenkirk killed it. Kim meets with Kevin to apologize for what Saul had done the previous day with his defamation commercials. Paige vouches for Kim's skills, and Kevin agrees to keep them on as his attorneys. He also sticks his nose where it doesn't belong by saying,
"This fella, McGill or Goodman, whatever, you could do a whole lot better."
This is so unprofessional, dude, and absolutely not his place. As they leave, Kim decides to head back in, and points out Kevin's mistakes for ignoring their legal advice. Kevin takes note of it and just says he'll see them next week. Gus rocks up to either Houston or Germany. It's a little unclear, and then he meets with Peter Schuler and Lydia, his magical insiders who are also investors in his up-and-coming drug business. He informs them that Lalo still makes moves behind bars. Peter is nervous, due to the auditors coming close to discovering what he's up to. Gus assures him everything is going to be fine and mentions Peter doing something in Santiago. I am desperate to know what the hell happened in Santiago. They mention it a couple times throughout the series, but it's so incredibly vague. I wish they had just elaborated on it. Mike meets up with Nacho to discuss next steps. Nacho demands that he's done now that Lalo is behind bars, and Mike agrees to keep his father safe. Nacho then reveals that Lalo wants him to burn down a Los Pollos Hermanos. Mike claims that Lalo isn't out the picture considering he can still make moves, meaning that Nacho isn't allowed to leave just yet. Nacho makes moves with the help of Gus to burn down one of the restaurants in this amazing scene. Nacho absolutely destroys the place while Gus rigs it to blow up. This must have been so damn fun for Michael Mando to just fuck shit up. After enough damage is done, they head out and Gus's trap sets off. It's honestly kind of hilarious that a chicken is what took out a Pollos Hermanos restaurant. Man, this scene just rocks. This episode rocks, dude. I've said it about a lot of these episodes, but man, I just love it. The burning of Pollos Hermanos, Lalo in prison, friend of the cartel, it's such a fun episode. Number 22. Click. The episode opens with a flashback to the McGill boys' mother on her deathbed. Jimmy talks about a silly story of him inviting two girls to his mum's party, like it's funny, and then heads out to grab some food for himself and Chuck. Chuck stays behind and begins crying. Suddenly, she wakes up and calls for Jimmy. All she does is call for Jimmy, even when Chuck tries to correct her. And then Chuck also decides not to share her last words with Jimmy. Mike watches Nacho and Colon or Cologne bring the truck driver to a secure location. Afterwards, he plots a sniper shot with the help of Lawson, clearly premeditating an assassination on Hector. Mike sets up, waiting for Hector to pop his head out for a clean kill. This scene is just a whole lot of silence and crickets while Mike watches, and I love it. It's so simple, but yeah, it really rocks. Suddenly, we hear Mike's car alarm go off, and the sound is so weird, as the crickets just like cut out just before the alarm goes off. He rocks up to the car and finds a note simply reading, "Don't." Well, I wonder who that could be. Chuck is taken into the hospital after his little head bump. The framing here is so good. Only seeing Chuck's perspective is so distressing. Michael McKean destroyed this scene. They begin to wire him up with electricity and Chuck freaks out. They want to do a CAT scan. However, Chuck has an illegal feline on his person.
No CAT scan! Calm. No CAT scan!
Chuck refuses treatment as he doesn't want to be bombarded with electricity. However, Jimmy takes emergency guardianship of Chuck and tells them to do it despite his refusal. Jimmy heads in to apologize to Chuck and claims that it's for his own good. Chuck doesn't waste a second and screams for Ernie to come in. He begins bombarding him with questions about Jimmy's sudden arrival at the coffee shop. He calls Jimmy out for bribing Lance and staying around just to watch it all play out. Ernie steps in and lies, claiming that he called Jimmy, giving a plausible explanation to his appearance. Side note, it's actually insane that Chuck was able to just piece it all together simply from Jimmy's sudden appearance. Jimmy thanks Ernie for his help, and Ernie heads out. Him saying,
I missed the man.
as he walks away is so funny. I love Ernie. They run tests on Chuck, but it seems to be taking a really long time. Meanwhile, Jimmy's commercial pops up on the TV screen. This shot of Kim watching it is so good. Jimmy then discovers Chuck is unresponsive since coming out of the CAT scan. Jimmy waits with him until he wakes up and then brings him back home. After Jimmy leaves, Chuck jumps into action searching through his garage for a tape recorder. Chuck was literally fiending over holding Jimmy accountable. He was so quick with it. Jimmy gets a sudden call from Howard, telling him that Chuck is retiring from HHM, causing Jimmy to head over and figure out why Chuck would give up the law like that. He knocks for a while with no response until Chuck gets annoyed enough to let him in. As Jimmy enters, he sees Chuck's living room absolutely covered in space blankets. It's even on the ceiling, which is insane. His commitment to extracting Jimmy's confession is on another level. Speaking of confessions, Jimmy confesses to changing 1261 to 1216. He claims he did it for Kim, and then says it's his word against Chuck's. He leaves to tell Howard that Chuck will return to HHM, and then Chuck reveals the hidden tape recorder, bringing the season to a close. I'm gonna give a point to both Chuck and Electricity because they teamed up to take down Jimmy.
I am not crazy!
This episode is so good. Oh my god. It's a brilliant season finale and truly a redemption after Marco from the previous season. Chuck and Jimmy's dynamic is absolutely my favorite in Better Call Saul, and this episode is a great highlight of just how interesting it can be. The Mike stuff is good too, but I'm definitely glad there's not a whole lot of it there. The balance to keep the audience interest was done really well. Number 21. Fall. Chuck's insurance company pays a visit to HHM and explains how they're going to double premiums on every attorney at the company. They're doing it because of Chuck's breakdown at the bar. They suggest someone watch Chuck at all times to make sure the work is flawless, and Chuck threatens litigation. The insurance people leave, then Howard suggests that Chuck get into teaching and really take the time to focus on things he wants to do, like writing a book. Chuck is pissed at the suggestion, but Howard claims that it's not a suggestion. He's had enough of Chuck's instability. Chuck claims he's fine, and Howard says,
"This is not what fine looks like."
This scene really makes me think of how rough it must have been to watch Chuck deteriorate over years of knowing him. A man he respected so much has fallen so hard. It must be crushing for him. Chuck then plots to sue HHM after being forced out of the firm by Howard, basically calling his bluff as the financial burden would destroy HHM. Kim helps out Billy Gapwood, Kevin's driller friend who needs a little bit of legal help. She takes on his case instead of throwing it to a firm, just adding to her already massive workload. As she goes to leave, her car gets stuck, so she sets it free. However, she nearly crashes the car. A subtle bit of foreshadowing that I really like. Jimmy heads over to Sandpiper Crossing to meet with Irene and discuss the Sandpiper case. He sees the current offer and realizes he could get $1 million, which would save him from financial ruin. Jimmy gets to work and decides it's time for Sandpiper to settle. Jimmy rocks up to HHM and demands Howard settle Sandpiper. However, Howard basically just tells him to fuck off and compares him to Gollum. Jimmy decides his next best option is to fuck over Irene due to Howard's stubbornness. So, he gets to work by giving her new shoes to plant jealousy in Irene's friends. Also, for a guy who's scraping around for money, I'm curious how he was actually able to pay for all these shoes. I'd imagine he returned them afterwards, but I'd also imagine it would add up to quite an expensive purchase. Jimmy then manipulates Irene's friends, explaining that Irene is being selfish from holding out and settling. This is so fucking evil, dude. Fuck Jimmy for doing this. The montage of him scheming is really good though. Jimmy later preps for the next stage, and stages an instant bingo win for Irene. The following day, this old dude gets really excited about winning.
Oh my god! Bingo! I got bingo!
I love this dude's enthusiasm. Irene rocks up, and the plan is a go. Jimmy gives her a crafted bingo card and draws magnetic bingo balls to make sure she wins. She wins and gets absolutely no applause and then runs off crying.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Jimmy then has a heart-to-heart with Irene, telling her to settle.
Actually, Irene, you should, totally settle. It will be really good for your fans, and, you know.
Jimmy heads back to Wexler McGill and bothers Kim like a fucking child, even though she's clearly in a hurry. He tells her,
Drive 60 instead of 55.
Which I'm sure he regrets as Kim gets into a car crash. This episode rocks. It's a really great setup for the season finale. Jimmy's scheme to get Sandpiper settled is awful to watch, but so damn entertaining. Chuck vs. Howard also rocks. Like, man, all the plotlines just pop off. Number 20. Wexler v. Goodman. The episode opens with a flashback to Kim's childhood. Season 5 really blesses us with these little nuggets of information. Kim refuses to get in the car with her mother as she smells alcohol on her breath, indicating to the viewer that she might not be the best mother. She also berates Kim for never listening and drives off. Gus meets with Nacho and he tells him that Mike will be handling him from now on. Lalo is attempting to chip away at Gus's business so that he's dropped by the cartel. Nacho also tells Mike that Gus is threatening his dad. Mike makes Lalo the priority, but leaves open the idea that they'll talk more about it later. Also, I have to say, Mike's development is so weird this season. He was so pissed off at Gus, and was in a terrible mental state literally the day before, according to the Breaking Bad wiki. It seems like he's just fully reverted to how he was before Werner. It feels so off to me. Mike drops by to visit a woman who witnessed Lalo murder Fred. He poses as a PI and manipulates it so that Lily calls the police and reports Lalo's exact car, allowing for him to be arrested. Saul gets to work filming a commercial to tear down Mesa Verde's reputation as part of the ACA scheme. We get this great montage of Saul directing actors. It's so good. He does so many random things with these people. My favorite is him making the guy slant his hand over his chest. Kim rocks up and interrupts the commercial filming, deciding it's time to end the scheme as Rich is suspicious. She wants to give Aka $75,000 and put it all to bed. Annoyingly, however, Jimmy pushes and begs Kim to continue the scheme as it's so close to the finish line. It's pathetic. Howard and Cliff have a silly little lunch and discuss the hot lawyer goss until two prostitutes appear. They were sent by Jimmy. This scene is unfortunately really funny. These two actors do a great job. I love it. Jimmy congratulates himself for it afterwards, which is pretty annoying though. Saul rocks up to the Mesa Verde meeting, and it seems all joyous until Saul requests $4 million for Aka, completely catching Kim off guard. Kim demands Kevin leave as she realizes what's coming, but Saul convinces him to stay by claiming his dad is in a little video he prepared. We then get a shit ton of commercials thrown at us, with things that paint Mesa Verde in a terrible light. These commercials are actually really well edited. It's so fun and also has a certain charm to it. Kevin says toilet.
Our reputation is in the toilet.
And then they put an end to it. Saul then calls out Mesa Verde for infringing copyright with their logo, as it's an exact copy of Olivia Bitsui's photo. He then heads out after a victory. Kevin leaves and meets up with Saul, asking what he wants. Saul makes a couple demands, like letting Aka keep his house, paying off Olivia for the use of her photo, as well as a public apology. Kevin agrees with a handshake to put the Aka stuff to bed. Honestly, I'm shocked Kevin took the deal, but fair play. This would annoy me if I was in his position. Kim heads home, and Jimmy acts like the plan was a massive success. His behavior in this scene pisses me off so bad. He consistently can't see the issue with the bad shit he does and acts like sorry is enough. Jimmy says he was just protecting Kim, and Kim says,
Oh, fuck you, Jimmy.
I really wanted to include that line. Ray Seahorn's delivery is awesome. They then argue, and Kim suggests that they either break up or get married. This episode takes an unexpected turn. I really love it. Seeing Kim versus Saul was actually really great, and the confrontation at Schweikart and Coakley is absolutely the highlight of the episode. For a relatively uninteresting arc with the Aka stuff, they close it off in a brilliant way. Lala's arrest was something I didn't see coming either. I'm not going to say this is a flawless episode. It's amazing, don't get me wrong. My only issue is fully just how Mike acts. Maybe I'm missing something, but his sudden change just doesn't sit right with me. Number 19.
Nippy!
Before we jump in, I just want to talk about Better Call Saul's intro. I love how the intro slowly gets corrupted over time and turns black and white across the 6 seasons. Nippy's intro is my favorite. The abrupt stop now that we're in the Gene timeline is so good. I love how they cared enough about the project to do something so small, like change the intro every episode. Gene tracks down Marion and tricks her into letting him come into her home. We also learn that she is Jeff's mother, the guy who harassed him back in Magic Man. Oh, also, Jeff is a different actor now. Absolutely no issue with Pat Healy. He did a great job with this role. I just didn't realize he was supposed to be the same guy for a little bit. Gene clocks Jeff's eagerness to be in the game and offers to let him in just once. Gene retrieves his pinky ring as he begins his descent back into his old ways. Gene brings Cinnabons to the two security guards. He pretends it's a present for helping him out after he collapsed. Nick is a little suspicious of him at first, but sorta comes around him, as Frank is eager for Cinnabons. Frank yaps about the game from last night and Gene yes-ands the fuck out of him. Clearly, he has no idea what game he's even talking about, but he still manages to keep the conversation going. Gene times how long it takes for him to eat it, and Jesus boy, Frank annihilates the Cinnabon. He was prepared with the knife and fork and everything. This leads up to an amazing montage of Gene consistently bringing the Cinnabons to the guys. It's a great passage of time, as well as showing Gene's relationship with the security guys growing. The song choice, Jim on the Move, is perfect. I mean, even the fucking name, Jim on the Move. Jimmy McGill is back, baby! This montage is edited so damn well, and I have to admire the amount of prep that went into Gene's robbery. I love how long the crimes are. It's a great way to not glorify them to the audience, as it just shows how much work can go into that stuff. Gene heads into his shop of choice, a department store, and maps out the location. He then builds a practice area modeled off his blueprint and barks orders at Jeff. Go, 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 go! He also ends up mentioning Walt, which I actually love. I much prefer the mentions of Walt, Jesse, and the other major Breaking Bad characters compared to actually seeing them, if I'm being honest. The plan is underway. Gene has Jeff's Buddy, pose as a delivery driver to deliver a Jeff-sized box. The owner calls up Gene, and he eventually makes her agree to leaving the box until the following day, allowing for the robbery to commence. We also get this callback to season 1.
It's showtime, folks.
Gene chats to Frank, while Jeff gets to robbing the place. He has a routine to get most of the expensive stuff, as well as only 3 of each to prevent them from realizing the stuff was stolen. The last number he lists in the order is 19, meaning he stole at least 57 items, which is actually crazy. He stole so much more than I expected. Jeff does his best impression of Slippin' Jimmy, and slips. Time's up, and Jeff is still down on the floor. Frank goes to check the cameras, but Gene stalls before he can see. He breaks down in crocodile tears, and even says, "Look at me!" which is so funny to me. Gene talks about how shitty his life is, even mentioning Chuck's death. Frank just hits him with a typical, "Aw, dude, that sucks" kinda line. Gene was able to stall long enough for Jeff to get out of sight of the cameras. Buddy and Jeff celebrate all the things they stole, and then Gene gets all intense and threatens them with how many years they could go to prison, swearing them to secrecy. He also makes it clear that they're not friends. Gene later heads back to the department store and looks at a shirt and tie that Saul Goodman would wear. He really can't help but regress back into his old ways. It's like Chuck said, he just can't help himself. I adore this episode. It's kind of like The Fly of Better Call Saul. I think it can be very much a hit or miss episode, but I really enjoy it. I also feel like it's easy to overlook Nippy considering it follows on from the 3 craziest episodes of the entire series. The scheme is so fun, and I honestly just really enjoyed seeing a whole episode in black and white. It's pretty trippy. It's also the only episode to be entirely in black and white, excluding the intro. Every other black and white episode has coloured flashbacks trickled in. Number 18. Wiedersehen. The episode opens with Kim and Jimmy scamming Lubbock, Texas. This scam is so fun. Kim rocks up to the reception desk with a sprained ankle and pretends to check the blueprints to make sure everything is correct. Jimmy rocks up pretending to be Kim's stupid brother who left her infant in the car. He plants some milk and allows it to slowly spill out all over the blueprints. When Kim comes back, she convinces the lady to swap out the blueprints with her copy, which allows her to whip out different blueprints so that Mesa Verde can have a bigger branch in Texas. Lalo rocks up to see Hector and he reminisces on old times with him. Lalo also gives him Hector's iconic bell. I genuinely love that Lalo was the one to do this. A little piece of Lalo forever remains in Breaking Bad. He also sorta gets vengeance on Gus for killing him, as the bell is a key component in Gus's death. Speaking of Gus, Lalo rocks up to Pollos Hermanos and congratulates him for some killer chicken. They then sit down and he thanks Gus for saving Hector's life after his stroke. I love this scene. It's a very basic conversation, but it feels like there's so much more underlying. Lalo maintaining eye contact feels very much like Tuco's lie detector. He's feeling Gus out to see if he can catch a crack in his facade. Jimmy's reinstatement hearing has finally arrived. He meets with members of the bar to sell himself. He answers every question almost flawlessly. As they go to wrap up, one of the members asks,
What does the law mean to you?
Jimmy is thrown off at first. I doubt it's a question he had even thought about. He comes up with a decent enough answer, but still doesn't mention Chuck, which is something the committee wanted from him. It's interesting to watch Jimmy constantly dance around mentioning Chuck in season 4. He says,
I happened to get a job with some attorneys,
and still neglects to mention Chuck when he's literally the reason why he got that job. The committee doesn't reinstate him, claiming he was insincere. Jimmy freaks the fuck out and calls Kim to complain. He's pissed that he has to wait another year to get a second try at reinstatement. Kim tries to figure out what went wrong and then pretty quickly realizes it's because he didn't mention Chuck. Kim says they'll figure this out, and then Jimmy starts an argument with her for no reason, clearly projecting some of his feelings onto her.
You think I'm some kind of lowlife, some kind of asshole. What kind of lawyer guilty people hire, right?
This speech is a pretty big insight as to why he becomes Saul Goodman. They continue arguing and Jimmy keeps going with the woe is me attitude.
Kick a man when he's down.
Jimmy, you are always down.
That line from Kim hits so fucking hard. I love the delivery. Ray Seahorn and Bob Odenkirk killed this scene. It's absolutely the best in the episode. Werner and the crew prep for the final blast of rocks for where the lift shaft is intended to go. As they get moving, they realize one of the explosives isn't set up correctly. Werner heads down to check on it and begins breaking down badly. He's finally becoming aware of his own mortality after Mike threatened him the previous episode. He heads back up and everything is good to go. The way they disguise the blasting is really cool. Tyrus drives a truck which runs over a hump, allowing for the noise to sort of be muffled. This probably wouldn't be as effective in real life, but it's cool nonetheless. Mike also notices Werner's shaky hand. They head back to the warehouse and they offer Mike a beer. This scene is actually really sweet to me. The way it seems they've actually grown to like him over the time skip is lovely. Mike then sits down with Werner and questions him about his shaking hand. Werner explains how everything is just taking longer than he expected and he doesn't like being away from his wife for this long. I also like that Werner is able to crack through Mike's blandness and find out more about him. We find out Mike was married, as well as having a father that might not have been the best. Mike gives Werner an additional call with his wife. Werner has his call and is permitted to go on for as long as he likes. Mike comes in the following day and notices something is up with the cameras. A sudden increase of dead pixels. He heads inside to investigate and notices Werner gone, as well as a letter with detailed instructions about the project. It's actually crazy how simple Werner's escape is. He literally just used a laser pointer to hide on the cameras. It's pretty smart. This episode, like many others this far down the list, rocks. I'm glad that Jimmy's reinstatement stuff came around so quickly in the show. While his phone arc is fun, I miss seeing him as a lawyer. Werner's uncertainty throughout the episode is fantastic, and I genuinely love how they did a complete 180 with his character, in the sense that he's actually the problem in the crew, rather than Kai. It's also a really good setup for the finale. Number 17. Miho. The episode opens with Tuco's grandma entering the house, clearly distressed alongside the Skater twins. Lars calls her
crazy old biznatch,
which definitely won't come back to bite him later. Tuco gets his grandma out of the room and calmly discusses things with the Skater twins.
No! Biznatch.
Jimmy rocks up and immediately has a gun shoved in his face. He's forced into the house and sits down with Tuco. Jimmy starts yapping, begging for his life and the life of the Skater twins. He makes it clear they'll never cross paths again, which he actually does stick to. Tuco's fine with this and allows Jimmy to free the Skater twins. He cuts Lars free with Tuco's big ass knife, and Lars immediately confesses to the scam, claiming Jimmy put them up to it. Instantly, Tuco changes his mind and takes them all out into the desert. Tuco's Breaking Bad crew is there, as well as a new guy, Nacho. Tuco interrogates Jimmy, trying to extract the truth from him. Jimmy tells him the truth, but Tuco claims that he smells lies. He prepares to chop Jimmy's fingers off, demanding he admit he works for the police. Then, we get the moment Jimmy becomes Special Agent Jeffrey A. Steele as he lies to convince Tuco.
I'm Special Agent Jeffrey Steele, FBI. Jeffrey A. Steele.
Nacho immediately clocks Jimmy's bullshit, and he has his turn on Jimmy, debunking his identity and extracting the previously told truth, which Nacho believes. He convinces Tuco to let Jimmy go, considering he's a lawyer and it could attract too much attention to their business. However, the Skater twins are left behind. Jimmy stops Tuco from doing anything, trying to keep the Skater twins alive. Jimmy begins improvising like crazy, as he goes on a yap about the Skater twins' mother, making it out like she won't be able to live live with the twins' death. He appeals to Tuco's sense of justice and tries to make the punishment fit the crime. Jimmy suggests black eyes, but Tuco thinks it's ridiculous, and he keeps raising the stakes. Tuco so nonchalantly saying,
I'm cutting their legs off.
actually kills me. It's so funny. Jimmy manages to wear him down to breaking one leg each. Jimmy watches in horror as the twins scream. The tension in this scene is perfect, and I adore how long it is. It's super impressive that Jimmy was able to even handle Tuco. Although, I suppose he's not on any meth at this point, so it's a little easier. Jimmy takes the skater twins to the emergency room and pays for their medical bills. He then heads out for a night at the bar. We get this great scene of him chatting up this lady. We don't even hear what she says. All we hear is the sound of breadsticks breaking. Jimmy's disgusted as it reminds him of the twins and excuses himself to the bathroom to throw up. I love how the music in this scene slowly distorts and gets more crazy as more breadsticks are broken. Also, I counted and this dude breaks like 10 breadsticks? Dude was hungry! Well, the sound plays at least 10 times. Jimmy arrives at Chuck's and passes out drunk. Chuck begins freaking out because electricity, but manages to cast away the evil phone.
I am not crazy!
Jimmy wakes up the following day and heads into court.
It's showtime, folks.
We get an amazing montage of Jimmy working with a shit ton of clients, doing his best to earn some money. This montage rocks. It sets such a high standard right from the start in Better Call Saul. It's also a nice subtle way to do a time skip. I love Jimmy arguing with Mike over stickers, even calling him a troll under a bridge. His arguments with Bill are fantastic too.
Petty was a prior. 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 Petty was a prior.
Jimmy heads back to the nail salon to relax, but is shocked when a client comes to visit. Nacho enters, and Jimmy's immediately disappointed. Nacho informs Jimmy he's gonna rip off the Kettlemans and explains how thieves have no recourse, something Jimmy will use against the Kettlemans later. Nacho requests that Jimmy help him out with the promise of a finder's fee, $100,000. Jimmy is against the idea and says,
I'm a lawyer, not a criminal.
which is just such an iconic line. Man, this episode is so fucking good. Crazy how they can put out such a great episode right from the start. Uno is a great episode, but Miho just knocks it out of the park. The tension in this episode fucking rocks, and it gives you the feeling you get when you watch Breaking Bad. Raymond Cruz slips back into Tuco incredibly easily. It genuinely feels like no time has passed since his last performance as Tuco. Also, what a legendary character. For only 7 episodes, he's so iconic. The Showtime montage is really great too, and I think it just offers everything I want out of an episode of TV. Number 16. Gloves Off. The episode opens with Mike arriving home. He's walking a little funny, but that could just be Jonathan Banks creeping in. He puts an ice pack on his face, and we realize he is fucked up. The makeup team are so good at beating up characters. It looks amazing. Mike also has Tuco's boxing glove necklace. I wish they had elaborated on how Tuco got it back in Breaking Bad. It's entirely possible he just bought a new one, but I hate loose stuff like that. Complete nitpick, and it doesn't affect my overall enjoyment. This opening provides a nice mystery to viewers who didn't clock Tuco's necklace prior to this episode, like myself. Jimmy has a meeting with Cliff and the partners to present his Sandpiper commercial. Jimmy keeps yapping on about the cost and how successful his little experiment was, but Cliff just tells him to stop selling. It's so annoying that he just acts like he hasn't done anything wrong. Cliff, being insanely kind, decides to give Jimmy a second chance, but makes it clear that one more fuck up and he's done. Jimmy then decides it's time to warn Kim about the commercial fallout, but it's already too late. Kim sits in a meeting with Howard and Chuck where they interrogate Kim. Well, more accurately, Howard interrogates Kim while Chuck just stares. Howard's pissed about the commercial, as it damaged their relationship with Davis and Maine. He punishes Kim by sending her to doc review. Jimmy comes by later and finds Kim to apologize. He brings up how the commercial got clients calling. Honestly, this pisses me off. He can't seem to acknowledge that the success of the commercial is not the point. Jimmy pushes that he's gonna clear it up with Howard, which pisses off Kim. She threatens to break up with him if he talks to Howard, and then Jimmy leaves. Jimmy decides to harass a different HHM partner instead, and heads over to Chuck's to whine. However, he finds Chuck curled up in a space blanket, fucked up from his time at the office. Jimmy stays by Chuck's side until the following day so he can start an argument. He theorizes that Chuck is screwing over Kim because of her association with Jimmy, when that just isn't the case, at least in my eyes. Jimmy persistently pushes the blame onto Chuck and his feud with him, and it just pissed me off. He literally cannot take accountability. Jimmy keeps arguing with Chuck and brings up,
A chip with a machine gun, that's me, right?
that line is so insane. I'm so glad they said it once more. Jimmy says he'll quit Davis and Maine if Kim's punishment is reversed, but Chuck declines his offer as it would be extortion. This argument is so good. Bob Odenkirk and Michael McKean have such great on-screen chemistry. The back and forth is fantastic. Mike and Nacho camp outside of the El Michoacano restaurant while Nacho explains the plan on killing Tuco. It's pretty much just drive by, shoot him, and leave. Mike begins debunking the plan and thinking of everything that could go wrong. I love how detail-oriented he is. I think that also just leads to a much more entertaining outcome with the whole Tuco plot. Mike pitches taking Tuco out with a sniper instead, and gets to work, looking at potential weapons sold by Lawson. We also get a hint at Mike being a Vietnam veteran, which makes so much sense to his character. Mike pays Nacho another visit, and finds a way not to kill Tuco, but still solve Nacho's issue. He makes it clear Nacho won't do any time in the event that Tuco is arrested, and the plan springs into action. We see a younger Domingo, and god damn you Vince for making him a nice guy. He's so different to Crazy 8. Mike rocks up and manages to bump Tuco's car with his own. I can't drive, so I don't really know how easy or difficult something like this would be, but it's actually really impressive to me that Mike was able to hit Tuco's car so carefully. Naturally, Tuco is pissed, and Mike acts like a buffoon. Tuco tries to rob him because Mike accidentally flexed all his yummy cash in the shop. Tuco grabs Mike's keys and the shootout music from Grilled kicks in. By the way, I mean Grilled is in Season 2, Episode 2 of Breaking Bad. I gotta say, this feels a little out of place. I get it's intense, but it doesn't compare to the shootout with Hank in my opinion. Maybe it's just having the knowledge that both these characters are fine in Breaking Bad. Mike grabs Tuco, which causes him to start beating the shit out of him. The police rock up and tell him to let him go. Mike teases Tuco by saying,
That all you got?
Leading Tuco to knock him out. My God, this is such a good episode. Tuco really delivered in his Better Call Saul appearances. Both storylines were super enjoyable this episode, and I think it has a little bit of everything. We have Cliff being mad at Jimmy, Kim being mad at Jimmy, and Chuck being mad at Jimmy. Chuck and Jimmy's argument this episode is so entertaining to watch. I adore that dynamic. Also, Tuco vs. Mike is very fun to watch too. Number 15. Waterworks. After 2 whole episodes, Kim is back. We get a glimpse of her boring-ass life post-Better Call Saul. Assumedly, this is punishment for Howard, and leaves no temptation to scheme again. Glenn, Kim's stupid-ass new boyfriend, buys Miracle Whip instead of mayonnaise for potato salad. They have a cookout, and then Glenn says, yeah. Kim continues her mundane life, and we hear our co-workers discussing drugs. It would have been cool if they had mentioned meth, but I guess that would be a little on the nose. Suddenly, her nice little mundane life is interrupted as the receptionist informs her that a Victor St. Clair is on line 3. I love Kim's little look as she hears the name. She then closes off her office, allowing no one to see, and picks up. Kim doesn't say anything. She's just stunned to hear his voice after all this time. Gene explains it's been a long time and he wants to catch up. I wonder what he was expecting from Kim, because calling to catch up when you're a literal fugitive is fucking crazy. Kim tells Gene to turn himself in, which makes Gene rage. He rambles on about Kim's guilty conscience, and he makes the point that no one is alive to stop her from spilling her guts. Kim hangs up, and then is invited to sing Happy Birthday. It's unfortunately hilarious for Kim to go from one of the craziest things that's happened to her in the last few years, to just casually singing Happy Birthday. Kim heads back to Albuquerque, and is truly ready to spill her guts about Howard. She comes back to the courthouse, and we can see that Mike has been replaced with a ticket machine. She looks at a couple places that remind her of the old days, and even spots a Kim works alone helping out a client. She then hands in her affidavit to the DA, as well as personally delivering it to Cheryl Hamlin. I love the long silence as Cheryl reads over her affidavit. The way the camera traces over the words is also really nicely done. Cheryl breaks the silence with a gasp and begins to question Kim. Kim says he didn't suffer, which pisses off Cheryl. She talks about how Howard did in fact suffer, as he had to live with the lies that Jimmy and Kim had created. It honestly fucking sucks that Howard is only remembered as an addict. Even with the truth coming out, I'd expect it's not going to reach everyone. Someone out there is still always going to remember Howard Hamlin as the drug addict who killed himself. Kim heads back to Florida, and we get a great scene of her on the bus. She begins breaking down in tears. Ray Seahorn is brilliant. I love how messy her crying is. There's no single tear sliding down her cheek. 6 years of bottled emotion just erupts out of her. We cut back to Gene. He wanders around the cancer man's house, and no, not Walter White. I love the lack of music as he wanders around. There's hardly any dialogue too, just a lot of silence. It's great. Gene prepares to leave the house, but changes his mind. He decides to explore further and discover some things about the victim. Suddenly, the guy's awake. Gene grabs the ashes of a dead dog and prepares to take out the cancer man, but he falls asleep again. Meanwhile, Jeff waits outside for Gene but starts freaking out when a police car rocks up behind him. They're just having lunch, but Jeff pisses himself so hard that he crashes the car. We then cut back to the past, not that long after the end of the Better Call Saul timeline. Saul and Kim sign their divorce papers, and Saul kinda just sits around like a little kid on his phone for a bit. We also learn that Kim didn't take any of the Sandpiper money. Saul tells Kim to have a nice life, and then harasses Francesca.
Hey, Sweet Cheeks, who do we got next? Let's make some money.
My goat Emilio reprises his role after 13 years, which just kills me. What a silly little cameo. Kim steps outside for a cigarette, and Jesse is here. I definitely have my issues with a few of the Breaking Bad cameos in the show, but I really like this one. They share a cigarette, and Jesse yaps on about how Kim defended Combo a few years back. Also, it doesn't surprise me that Emilio was drawn in by Saul's commercials. We then get one of my favorite lines in the whole show.
This guy, any good?
When I knew him, he was.
Man, I love this scene. Maybe it's just because Jesse and Kim were my favorite characters across both shows, though. Watching this for the first time was so fucking awesome, and an interaction I could have only dreamed of. Also, to go back on my critique of Aaron Paul's performance in the previous flashback, I'd say he did a much better job this time. He definitely felt more like Jesse. This could simply just be due to him having more lines, but regardless, I still think this was his best performance across the flashbacks. Jeff calls Gene from the police station, asking for help. Gene poses as his dad, and explains he'll clear everything up with Marion and get him out as soon as possible. Gene calls up Marion to explain the issues, and he accidentally slips up after talking about the differences in legal systems between Omaha and Albuquerque. He had previously claimed that he had never been to Albuquerque. I love that Marion clocks such a simple slip up. Gene heads over to Marion's and sings some awful karaoke. When he arrives, Marion isn't dressed, and instead watching something on her laptop. Gene looks, and it's one of his old commercials. I love the colours reflecting in Gene's glasses. It's a really nice touch. Marion goes to call the police, but Gene stops her by ripping out the phone cord. He arranges the wire, looking like he's gonna fucking garrote Marion, which is fucking insane. Marion simply says,
I trusted you.
Which pauses Gene for a moment. Marion then presses a life alert necklace, causing Gene to flee, as she outs him as a fugitive.
There's a criminal standing in my kitchen threatening me. He's a wanted man, and his name is Saul Goodman.
I love that a senior is the one to get Gene in the end, especially after he'd fucked them over and built his career up from the seniors. This episode, man, it just... well, it simply rocks, as I keep saying.
Now, they're minerals. Jesus, Maria.
But I mean, it really rocks. Seeing Kim in a post-Breaking Bad timeline was awesome, and Ray Seahorn absolutely crushed this episode. Her crying in the bus is a standout scene for myself and many others. Often when I think of Waterworks, I think of that specific scene. Fitting title too. Seeing Jesse and Kim together, my God, I just love it. There's some great setup too for the series finale, and also the closing of the Breaking Bad universe as a whole. Number 14. Nailed. The episode opens with the truck driver cheerily singing as he makes his way to deliver to Hector. Suddenly, a spike strip comes out of nowhere, which is really just the modified hose Mike made. The truck steers off the road, and Jimenez jumps into action. He grabs his gun and prepares to take down the perpetrator, but is caught off guard and hogtied. Mike gets to work cutting open the truck wheels. He finds a shit ton of money in one of them and takes it, leaving the driver alive. I love how flawlessly executed this heist is. There's fully like 2 episodes of Mike watching prior to this as he prepares for the heist. Like, for such a short scene, it's a great payoff. Nacho meets with Mike and questions him over the truck robbery. He's suspicious that Mike is responsible, due to the truck driver living to tell the tale. I always sort of forget Mike doesn't kill in early Better Call Saul, aside from Hoffman and Fensky, but that's a very specific case. He tells Mike that a good Samaritan saved the truck driver. Hector murdered him, and then they cleaned up the robbery scene, explaining to Mike why the robbery wasn't in the paper. Chuck prepares for victory laps in court and heads out with Howard. Chuck sits with Mesa Verde to get their bank branch approved. However, something goes wrong. The board members point out a discrepancy in the paperwork. The address numbers are flipped. Kevin tells Chuck it's 1261, but he insists 1216 is the correct number. Side note, I love Michael McKean's little flinch as he touches the microphone. He then accuses Paige of muddying the waters as she insists that 1261 is correct. Chuck settles for 1261, but the banking board say they are going to adjourn the meeting as the research has already been done for the wrong address. As shit goes wrong, we can hear the sound of the lights start to creep in. I've said it before, but the sound in Better Call Saul is fantastic. I think it's also a great representation of Chuck bubbling over as he's made a mistake. Chuck heads home and checks his files to discover that he was in fact wrong. Howard vouches that it's not his fault, as all of HHM let this go unnoticed. Howard tries to console him, claiming everyone makes mistakes, leading Chuck to conclude what's really going on. He calls Kim, ready to turn his files over to her, as Mesa Verde have now requested her to be their lawyer. Both Jimmy and Kim head over together. Chuck expresses his disappointment, hoping it would just be himself and Kim, but goes through with his yap anyway. Chuck also changed the logs to prevent Jimmy from getting in anymore. Chuck calls out Jimmy for sabotaging him. He figures out everything, down to incredible detail. Jimmy plays dumb as Chuck talks and tries to stop the conversation, but Chuck pushes through anyway. He calls him out for doctoring the address on all the documents, even looking back on a previous experience where Jimmy used to forge fake IDs. He acknowledges Jimmy did it all for Kim, and then demands that she explain all this to Mesa Verde so they can have the facts. Kim finally speaks up and calls Chuck out for making a mistake, making it clear she doesn't believe him. She does also raise a point that Chuck is partly responsible for what Jimmy has turned out as. Obviously, not all the blame is on Chuck for him becoming Saul Goodman, but he still had quite a hand in it. This scene is amazing. All 3 actors crushed it. They all bounced off each other really well, and the dialogue was fantastic. 10 out of 10 scene. Kim punches Jimmy because she knows that Chuck is right about it all based on Jimmy's reaction. Later that night, Jimmy offers to talk about it, but Kim refuses. She never wants to talk about it, ever. Jimmy lies down to go to sleep, and Kim talks about how smart Chuck is, claiming that he'd want to make sure there are no loose ends if he is to go up against Chuck, making Jimmy realize there is, in fact, a loose end. I love how this is shot. Kim remains out of focus, and we just see Jimmy's reaction as she speaks. Jimmy pulls up to the copy shop from the previous episode and spots Ernie talking to the guy. He drives off and Jimmy pops in. He bribes the guy to keep his mouth shut for when Chuck asks him questions. He then sticks around, awaiting Chuck's arrival and just watches it unfold. Chuck begins asking questions and waves the Billboard article picture of Jimmy in his face. Lance basically brushes Chuck off and keeps telling him that he has never seen Jimmy before. Chuck gets pissed and realizes something is up. The audio editing in this scene is really great. I love Chuck saying,
Ernesto, do not speak to me as if I were a child. I'm fine.
The way it's edited makes it sound so good. The guy walks away from him and Chuck collapses. This episode is amazing. I really enjoyed how focused it was on Chuck and Jimmy's dynamic. I keep saying it, and I will say it forever, scream it down from every mountaintop and hillside, but God, I love Chuck and Jimmy's dynamic so much. It's absolutely my favourite. It makes for such incredibly entertaining TV. The scene with Kim and the McGill brothers just stands out to me so much. I also really liked Mike's stuff in this episode. He doesn't have a whole lot of screen time, but him robbing the truck was probably the highlight of his feud with Hector, aside from Valley High, which I'd say topped it just because there was more content. Number 13. Pimento. The episode opens with Chuck and Jimmy sitting outside.
I am not crazy!
Jimmy tells Chuck to get his grippers out. Okay, relax. They head inside to continue working on the Sandpiper case. Jimmy heads to court and fights a restraining order so he can keep going to see Sandpiper residents, and ends up winning. He heads back to Chuck's and gets a wake-up call, as Chuck suggests they refer the case to HHM for the good of the client. Jimmy objects to it, because he hates Howard. Chuck eventually wears Jimmy down though, and he decides he'll do it, expecting he's going to be working at HHM from now on. Later that night, Fuck McGill calls... someone? Mike picks up more dangerous jobs, so he can provide for Kaylee and Stacy. Clarence rocks up. God, I love his name is Clarence. And towers over Mike. I love this frame. The subtle comedy is brilliant. Trevor from GTA then rocks up and gets all racist and yaps about guns. Mike is packing...
a pimento.
Sorry, what?
Pimento sandwich.
He didn't bring a gun to the job, which makes racist gun freak a little pissed off. Price rocks up and explains the job. It kind of feels like teachers explaining how a school trip is gonna go. Racist Gun Freak explains to Price that Mike should be sent home so he can get $750 instead of $500. Mike claims he'll just take one of his guns then, and Racist Gun Freak gets all cocky about it, telling Mike to take his gun from him.
What the... son of a...
It's pretty satisfying to see. He then rummages around through his pockets and finds all his guns.
Wow. Now that's impressive.
Clarence runs off, so it's just Mike and Price left. Mike takes the full $1,500. They go to the meeting and Nacho rocks up. He's doing a side hustle away from his business partners. Nacho shorts Price $20, but Mike pushes for it. Price chasing the $20 is so me playing any sport. Price is utterly hilarious, dude. They then head home, and Mike explains he already did his research into Nacho before coming, and then he calls Price a criminal. Price says he's not a bad guy, and Mike launches into a great speech about how there are good criminals and bad. The McGill brothers head out to HHM, and Chuck is greeted by applause. I adore the respect everyone has for Chuck in the legal world, even though he can be quite an arsehole. They head up to discuss details of the case. It's agreed upon that Jimmy will get 20% of the common fund once Sandpiper settles, which will end up being into the millions, as well as $20,000 for the work he's put in so far. Jimmy requests an office right next to Chuck's, which makes Howard pause for a moment. He then asks for the room. Such a random thing, but I've picked up on Howard clearing rooms. He clears like 5 rooms in total throughout the show. I count clearing rooms as him pretty much asking for a moment with someone, so even as little as
give us a moment
to one person is enough.
Hey, I hate to interrupt, but could you guys give Jimmy and me a moment? Can I have the room? Everybody, please, just give us a few. Give us a moment. Yes, sir. Mr. Alley, I wonder if you'd give us a moment. I'd like to go over something with my colleague. Would you all give us the room for a moment?
Howard explains that Jimmy is not going to be hired. All they want is the case. Naturally, Jimmy is pissed, and Bob Odenkirk kills it. He's so expressive with his yelling when he says,
"Don't want me now?"
Chuck also chimes in like he's telling off a child.
I am very disappointed.
Jimmy calls Howard a pig fucker and decides that he won't be giving HHM the case. He'd rather see it burn than give it away to Howard. Kim later vouches for Jimmy and tries to figure out why he's not being hired. Howard initially acts like an asshole, but then tells Kim the truth. Kim comes by the nail salon and tries to get Jimmy to take Howard's deal. She dances around confessing the knowledge she's learned, and Jimmy yells at her for siding with him. I get his anger, but yelling at Kim was so uncalled for. She didn't do anything wrong. Jimmy sits down and then gets a sudden nagging feeling. His phone's battery was drained, even though he's sure he turned it off. The next morning, he appears at Chuck's, explains that he found Chuck's deleted call and pieced everything together. Howard never refused Jimmy. Chuck was pulling the strings from the start, purposely trying to halt Jimmy's career as a lawyer. Jimmy asks for an explanation, and Chuck says,
"You're not a real lawyer."
I'm what?
You're not a real lawyer.
This speech absolutely rocks from Michael McKean, and is definitely the highlight of the episode for me. He compares Slippin' Shitty with a law degree to a
chimp with a machine gun,
which is an insane thing to say. Jimmy then says they're done, and leaves. This episode is so damn good. Such a standout in season 1, and I think everyone did a great job. There was a lot of build-up coming into this episode. It took 9 episodes to finally learn Chuck's true feelings about Jimmy. Michael McKean did a great job leaving a lot of underlying clues to his true feelings toward Jimmy as a lawyer. The Price stuff really was a good supporting plot with this episode too. Price is so damn funny, and definitely adds to the entertainment value of the show. It's also great to just see more happen with Mike as he begins diving into the criminal underworld. Number 12. Something Unforgivable. The episode opens with Kim watching the peephole in fear after Lalo had just left. Jimmy confesses what truly happened to him in Bagman. They then go to our hotel so they'll be safe from Lalo as plenty of people are around. Jimmy asks,
Am I bad for you?
Kim doesn't exactly say no, but she doesn't say yes either, and then she goes to sleep. Jimmy attempts to keep Kim from leaving the hotel as he fears for her, but she's just heading to the courthouse, so she'll be safe. I love the amount of fear we see in Better Call Saul. For the most part, in later Breaking Bad, we don't really see Walt, fully afraid or anything, but Saul isn't a murderous drug kingpin. He's just kind of a fairly normal guy. He's not comfortable around criminals as dangerous as Lalo, and I love that we get to see just how scared shitless he is. Kim runs into Howard at the courthouse and he asks for a moment alone. He explains what Jimmy had been doing to him with the bowling balls and the prostitutes. Kim just laughs it off like it's a joke, even though he's trying to warn her. He does kind of fuck up though by crediting Jimmy as the reason why Kim left Schweikart and Coakley. It's pretty insulting. Kim tells him he's wrong, and Jimmy's not dangerous. He then basically says that Chuck was right about Jimmy. I love that Howard seems to be the only one capable of mentioning Chuck after his death. Jimmy rocks up to Mike's house, trying to ask him questions. He keeps banging on the door, thinking Mike's ignoring him.
Hey!
I love Mike yelling at him like an angry old man. He then forces him inside and gives Jimmy a straightforward answer for once by telling him Lalo is going to die, allowing Jimmy to breathe easier. Jimmy later tells Kim about this and says it's time to go home. However, she wants to stay, and they then take advantage of the room service. Kim shares what Howard told her, and she asks what the next step is. They pitch ideas, get a little freaky, and then start having silly little pillow talk about how they'll ruin Howard's career. I'm gonna be honest, this scene is one of the hardest to get through for me. I don't know why, but I just feel incredibly annoyed to watch them keep yapping on about how they'll sabotage Howard. Bravo, Bob and Ray, for doing that to me. I love Kim, but her pushing the takedown on Howard consistently is infuriating. Obviously, the details of the scam aren't ironed out yet, but they already know that Howard is gonna have to do something incredibly bad to get Sandpiper settled. Although, it is certainly interesting to see how corrupted Kim's morals have gradually become across the show.
Kim doing this, it's not you. You would not be okay with it. Not in the cold light of day.
Wouldn't I?
Kim, you're shitting me, right?
Lalo rocks up to his compound and everyone is overjoyed to see him. It's also crazy that Lalo's house is just fully a walled fortress with armed gunmen. Salamancas don't mess around. Lalo rocks up to Eladio's house, and like everyone else, he's overjoyed to see him. Lalo gives Eladio a car and then introduces him to Nacho. Eladio sits down with Nacho and tries to understand who he is. Nacho explains how he'll make Eladio money, and Eladio seems happy with it. Nacho also receives a call from some of the assassins Gus hired to kill Lalo. They task him with opening a gate to let them in. Night falls, and he gets to work. He constructed something to open the padlock, and then heads outside only to see Lalo. This scene is so tense. I love that it's a messy escape plan. Bit of a tangent, but Lalo talks about how he gets his best ideas when everyone else is asleep, and I actually find that pretty relatable. Like, it's so much easier to think about stuff without all the noise. Nacho heads back inside and grabs some drinks, as well as filling a pan with oil to draw Lalo inside. It works, causing Lalo to investigate and allowing Nacho to open the gate, letting the assassins inside. Lalo spots one of the assassins in the bushes and uses a guy as a human shield with zero hesitation. He manages to get away and crawl through a secret tunnel, because of course there's a secret tunnel in this place. He leaves it open so the assassins are tempted to follow. He then sneaks back inside and shoots one who didn't didn't go through the tunnel. It's pretty careless for these assassins to pretty much ignore the gunshot entirely, even though Gus describes them as the best in the business. Lalo grabs a rifle and kills them as they're crawling through the tunnel. Lalo gets one of the last assassins to call and say the mission was a success. He then peeks over at the alcohol glasses, realizing Nacho is nowhere in sight, drawing the conclusion that he's a traitor. This episode is fantastic. This episode hits in all the right ways for me. The shootout is fantastic, and it's so cool to see Lalo be so badass, even though he's a fucking evil man. I love the fear from Jimmy and Kim, and also love how much of a strong emotion this episode can provoke in me. Overall, just a brilliant episode. Number 11. Lantern. Jimmy visits Kim in the hospital following her car crash. He's then tasked with picking up all the Gatwood documents that scattered across the road. Picking up all the papers must have been a pain in the ass. Jimmy takes care of Kim and then agrees to sell the shared office, claiming he doesn't give a shit about it anymore after everything that's happened. Chuck has a meeting with Howard and what I assume is the other HHM partners. He discusses the lawsuit that he's put against the firm. Chuck acknowledges that paying out his share will bankrupt the firm and decides he's willing to put it all in the past. Howard, give us the room Hamlin, asks for a moment alone with Chuck. Howard calls out Chuck for letting his vendetta get in the way of the firm's interest, and expresses how deeply betrayed he feels. He then hands Chuck a check of $3 million. Howard's committed to protecting the firm, and is willing to pay Chuck with his personal funds, as well as some loans. Chuck is officially forced out of the firm, and sent off with an applause from the staff. I love this shot of Chuck walking down the stairs. Jimmy heads over to Chuck's and sees that all the lights are on, even hearing music playing. Jimmy talks about how he has regrets as to what went down with him and Chuck, and wishes he'd done things differently. Chuck questions why Jimmy should have regrets at all, claiming all he's gonna do is keep hurting people. Apologies won't make up for it, as he won't change. He then tells Jimmy that,
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but the truth is, you've never mattered all that much to me.
Later that night, Chuck turns all the breakers off in his house. He then starts freaking out about his power meter still turning, even though he's turned everything off in the house. He begins to slip back into his old patterns, but much worse this time, as he proceeds to tear his house apart. It's heartbreaking to watch him backslide this hard. The music is really good for this scene though. Eventually, he's had enough, and just fully destroys the power meter. Jimmy meets with Irene's friends to convince them that she's really sorry about everything that happened, even though she did literally nothing wrong. However, the damage is already done, and her friends refuse to talk to her again. Jimmy comes up with a plan to get them talking again. He calls up Erin for help and basically confesses on mic about everything he did, allowing Irene's friends to realize they've been manipulated. What a great way to burn the bridge of Jimmy's elder law pursuit. Hector rocks up to Manuel's upholstery, scoping it out and figuring out the next move for their business. Hector gets all excited when he spots Nacho's dad and gives him some money to bribe him into friendship. Manuel tells him to fuck off, but Nacho intervenes and forces him to take the money. Nacho tries to vouch for his dad, but Hector doesn't trust him, putting Nacho on edge. Nacho prepares to kill Hector, as he can't afford to just wait around for his heart meds to stop working. Suddenly, Cologne appears. Turns out, a meeting is going down that Nacho was invited to. Gus and Juan Bolsa appear. Bolsa makes another attempt at convincing Hector that they will only use Gus's distribution network from now on. Hector gets all pissed, claiming the Salamancas built the cartel business, while Eladio and everyone else just sat around doing nothing. He then has a fucking stroke. Gus jumps into action almost instantly and tries to save Hector's life. Mark Margolis' performance was amazing. I love this speech so much. It's also incredibly lucky that Nacho was present, because he has enough time to switch out Hector's pills. Chuck sits in his house. It's torn to complete shambles. He's wrapped up in a space blanket, kicking his desk. A lantern sits on top newspapers, and then... Chuck's suicide has got to be one of the darkest scenes in the Breaking Bad universe. The lack of music, Chuck's face, it's just so awful. Bravo, Vince. This episode was a really fantastic finale, and I think it does a good job at ending most of the major plot points. Also, crazy thing, Mike fully isn't in this episode, which is insane to me. There were plenty of great moments throughout the episode. Hector's stroke is one of my top scenes in the show. Chuck being forced out of HHM was great, and it's a shame to see Howard and Chuck's relationship end on such a bitter note. Before we move on to the top 10, I'd like to show you all something. If you watch my Breaking Bad rankings, you may have a hunch at what's coming next. I made this just a day after my Gus one in February of 2023. Please enjoy.
What's he doing here? The boss wants you to settle this. I settle it right now, okay? You have to work together, it's what the boss wants. The boss can suck me. I'd watch what I'd say if I were you. Who you think you are? You should be kissing my ass right now. Me and my family, we built this whole business. We all did together. No. Salamanca did. Salamanca money. Salamanca blood. Spanish word, I pay for it. And you treat us like dogs. Hector, this isn't personal. It is. It is personal. Personal.
Number 10. Bagman. Oh boy, I've been looking forward to covering this episode. Lalo giggles to himself about a Pollos Hermanos being burned down by Nacho, and then gives Saul directions to pick up his $7 million. Saul suggests that Nacho or the cousins could just bring the money to him instead of Jimmy, but it's all about keeping a low profile. Lalo does give Saul an outlaw, saying he'll find someone else to do it instead. However, Saul asks for $100,000 to go and pick up the money, and Lalo is just like, sure. Jimmy heads home and tells Kim about the $7 million that he has to go pick up. She gets extremely concerned about it and drops the title.
Bagman.
Kim says it's just not worth it, and Lalo's guys should just handle it instead. Jimmy refuses and says he's going because Lalo trusts him. Kim demands to go with him, but Jimmy talks her out of it. He assures her everything will be okay. I love Ray Seahorn's performance here. Pretty reasonable reaction. It's great. Jimmy brushes up on his Spanish and fixes his outfit. He cleans his shoe with some of his water, which he's really gonna regret doing later on. The twins pull up and give Jimmy the money, and the bags weigh him down as he receives them. While rewatching this episode, I got a little curious as to just how much those bags weigh. I'm gonna nerd out here, so just bear with me. So there's $7,100,000 in there due to the bail plus Jimmy's extra cash. So if we divide that by 100, we can figure out there are 71,000 bills in total. A US $100 bill weighs 1 gram, and there are 1,000 grams to a kilogram, which means the combined weight of both bags is 71 kilograms. If the bags are split evenly, we can assume that each bag weighs 35.5 kilograms or 78 pounds, which is insane! That's not even mentioning the little bit of weight some things would add, like the weight of the bags themselves, Jimmy's world's second best lawyer mug, his license plate. All those are fairly light items, but it would still add a little bit onto the overall weight. There's no way Jimmy would have been able to carry all that for like a day and a half. Anyway, nerd ran over. Jimmy is immediately ambushed by some guys and nearly killed before Mike decimates most of them with a sniper rifle. It really took Mike barely any time to be comfortable killing people after Werner. I mean, yeah, these guys aren't innocent, but still. He even spared Tuco, so Werner truly changed him. One of the guys survives and flees in a red car. Jimmy is in shock, and Mike tries to help him out. The fleeing guy had managed to hit Mike's car, meaning he can't drive. He's forced to settle for Jimmy's esteem, considering all the other cars had their wheels shot out. However, the car conks out not that far from the incident site, so they're forced to walk. Mike also removes the fuel cap from Jimmy's car, which makes me wonder how long they've actually been tracking him. I don't expect it was for that long, probably just when he got involved with Lalo, but it still interests me. They roll Jimmy's car into a ditch. Jimmy also clocks that his world's second best lawyer mug took a hit during the shootout, marking the second upsetting death of an inanimate object in the Breaking Bad universe. Well, first, I guess, if you go chronologically. The other is, of course, the RV. They begin walking through the desert, staying off the roads due to the last guy still being out there. They notice that he's out there searching for them. They settle down and rest as the desert at night is far too dangerous. Jimmy's concerned about how Kim's feeling right now. Mike questions this, realizing that Jimmy had told Kim about Lalo, which also means she's in the game now. It's kind of funny how much they mention the game in Better Call Saul. We then get the moment Mike becomes Chuck as he whips out a space blanket to sleep. Kim pays Lalo a visit because Jimmy didn't come home last night. Something I love about Better Call Saul is their ability to bring unlikely characters face to face. I'm not sure if it was just me, but I never expected Kim and Lalo would meet. Kim confesses that she knows who Lalo is, as well as revealing she's married to Jimmy. She wants to know where Lalo sent Jimmy, but he dances around it, saying he'll show eventually, and then he leaves. We get a cool montage of Jimmy and Mike walking through the desert. It's almost weird how pretty the desert can look. I'm sure the cameras and the colouring of the show makes it look better than it actually is, but it still looks pretty to me. Mike and Jimmy share a little bit of water. Jimmy requests for more, and Mike tells him to just drink his own piss, but Jimmy refuses. They carry on walking, and Jimmy begins dragging the bags behind him. They walk for quite a while until Mike points out some loose $100 bills scattered around. I guess it was pretty lucky that Jimmy asked for more money, otherwise he would have been fucked. He goes to retrieve them and then pricks his foot on a cactus. The amount of pain Jimmy's in must suck, not to mention the insane headache from dehydration. Jimmy lays on the ground, defeated, and just waits to die. Jimmy asks Mike how the hell he's able to keep going, leading Mike to explain that it's all for his family. He even claims that he doesn't care whether he lives or dies because he knows he did everything he could for them. This speech honestly just makes his death in Breaking Bad hit harder for me. Mike notices the red car driving past and tells Jimmy to keep his head down. Suddenly, he gets an idea. He's not prepared to keep aimlessly walking through the desert, so we get the moment Jimmy McGill becomes Chuck McGill as he puts on a space blanket, hoping to catch the attention of the red truck man. The red truck man pursues Jimmy, probably attempting to run him over, and Mike lines up the shot. He immediately misses the first time. I love that they made Mike miss. It adds so much more tension to the scene. The second shot then lands and the car flips. It's fucking awesome. Jimmy then drinks his own piss and the episode ends. Oh man, what a fantastic episode. The last few season 5 episodes really deliver, and this one is no exception. I love how simple the idea is too. It feels like a similar kind of idea to Fly, in the sense that two characters just do a thing. It's great to see more Jimmy and Mike, as I always felt like that dynamic is really missing once Mike gets involved with Gus. Like, yeah, he's around and they have conversations, but it's so much less than season 1 and 2. The performances this episode were superb, as they always are, but this episode was great. Everyone across the board just crushed it, even the characters who were barely in it. Number 9. Rock and Hard Place. The episode opens with no dialogue and no music. We pan through the desert and stumble across a blue flower. It begins raining and then pans down to a shard of glass, indicating to the viewer that this is the spot where Nacho died. I want to break this opening down quickly and just give my interpretation on a hidden meaning. According to the Breaking Bad color theory, blue can represent a lot of things. The two things that stand out to me the most are sadness and escape. Sadness is kind of obvious. Nacho's death is sad for the viewer and for some of the characters. Escape speaks to me because the only way Nacho was able to escape the game was through death. This could all be nonsense, and that's okay. It's just how I view the scene. Regardless, this intro just makes me feel incredibly sad, even though it's so simple. Suzanne meets up with Kim to talk to her about a client, Jorge de Guzman, or Eduardo Salamanca. Kim also learns about Lalo's supposed death. Suzanne explains to Kim that Jimmy has found himself as a cartel lawyer. She urges Kim to convince Jimmy to talk to her, as she assumes he wasn't in on the de Guzman deception. Meanwhile, Huel copies the keys for Howard's car with the help of a friend. It's a cool little section, and the music choice is great. Huel then questions Jimmy why he scams, even though he's a lawyer. Jimmy justifies his actions against Howard, making it clear lives will be changed once they're done. He even goes as far to say,
"We're doing the Lord's work here,"
which is just ridiculous. Jimmy heads home and Kim tells him about Suzanne's offer. Nacho flees from Hotel Ocotillo with the twins in pursuit. His car can no longer keep going, and he gets out to hide inside an oil tanker. The Terminator manages to clock his ass though, and goes to investigate. Nacho dips himself in oil. This might seem like a random pivot, but a while back I watched a really great video essay on Rock and Hard Place. It discusses quite a lot of religious symbolism in the episode, comparing Nacho dipping himself in oil as a baptism. It's a really great video and I'd highly recommend people check it out. I'll make sure to link it in the description. Anyway, Nacho dips himself in the oil, allowing him to remain undetected by Marco. As night falls, he decides it's time to run and cleans himself off at a petrol station. The owner notices him and treats him with kindness, offering him a spare change of clothes as well as access to his phone. Nacho calls his dad. This scene, it just breaks me. It's not even like particularly interesting in terms of the conversation they're having. It's just devastating to watch Nacho break down throughout. He then calls Gus and agrees to make the story go however he wants it to go, as long as Manuel is safe. Mike promises that he will keep anyone from hurting Manuel. Nacho is then transported back to New Mexico via Gus's distribution system. He eats his last meal, and Victor tells Mike that they have to beat the fuck out of Nacho. Mike says he'll do it, and offers him a drink beforehand. I'm glad that at least someone in the business cares for Nacho. He gets so much shit throughout the series, mostly from Gus. It seemed like even Lalo cared about him a little bit. Nacho is sitting in Gus's trailer, and notices shards of broken glass in the bin from where Gus had broken a glass in the previous episode. He takes one and sets his plan into motion. Nacho is delivered to the place where he will die. Mike and Nacho's final goodbye is very similar to that of Walt and Jesse's in Felina. Probably a complete coincidence, but the fact that they both share a nod before one of them happens to die by their own hands not that much later stands out to me. The Salamancas and Juan Bolsa are present, waiting for Nacho. Something kind of interesting here that was pointed out to me is by the time the series is done, every person present in this scene is dead. They demand Nacho say who he works for. Eventually, he lets it slip. He tells them he was paid off by a guy named Alvarez. This name drop feels so strange to me. It's not important to the story at all, but he's just not previously mentioned. Undoubtedly a nitpick on my part, and doesn't affect my overall enjoyment of the episode. Nacho begins confessing his hatred for the Salamancas, as well as confessing his involvement in Hector's stroke. Michael Mando's performance in this episode, as well as this scene, is fucking amazing. His final speech is spectacular. The line,
"So when you are sitting in your shitty nursing home and you're sucking down on your jello night after night for the rest of your life, you think of me, you twisted fuck,"
lives rent-free in my head. It's amazing. Nacho then breaks free using the shard of glass and holds a gun to Bolsa's head. However, Nacho decides to go out on his own terms and finally escape from the hell that is his life. This episode, well, it's heartbreaking. Nacho's death hits hard, and it sucks that he was held hostage to the business for that long. It's a brilliant send-off to him, though. As a member of the audience, it felt like from almost the start of the episode that Nacho was going to die. It was a long time coming after all. Every Nacho scene was just amazing, and Michael Mando killed it this episode. It's certainly my favourite performance of him in the show. The Jimmy and Kim stuff this episode was mostly fine. I liked the lawyers figuring out Lalo is Dick Guzman. The valet scam was pretty fun as well. For the most part, I'm glad there wasn't really a lot of Jimmy and Kim in this episode. Prioritizing Nacho for his final episode was a perfect choice. Number 8. 5-0. The episode opens with Mike's arrival in Albuquerque. We learn that he has a daughter-in-law and a son who passed away under mysterious circumstances. We also learn that not long before Mike arrived in New Mexico, he was shot. Stacy talks about Matty's death and how he acted strange before he was killed. She talks about a very intense phone call she overheard Matty having. She believes that it was Mike on the other end, but he denies it. He tells Stacy that she has to stop beating herself up over not being able to prevent his death. He then heads out and gets a taxi.
Francisco.
Yeah.
You know this town?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, well.
Francisco's little glance here is great. Such a simple exchange, but I love it. Mike gets patched up by Caldera. He recommends Mike get a sling, and then he also jokes that he has a little cone Mike could put on, which is a hilarious mental image. Mike calls Jimmy as a lawyer to help him steal one of the officer's notebooks. He requests Jimmy spill his coffee on the officer so he can lift the notebook. Jimmy refuses and decides he's going to help him as a lawyer instead. We gain an understanding of what happened to Matty. He was called in shots fired, got ambushed, and murdered. The shooter also supposedly got away. They also share that Hoffman and Fensky, Matt's partner and sergeant, were also murdered the day before Mike left for New Mexico, only a few months after Matt's. Jimmy spills the coffee on the officer, probably out of sympathy for Mike, allowing him time to lift the notebook. Something I love about both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul is when a character steals something off another character, we actually get to see it. It's normally very subtle, but it's still there, which is great. Mike heads over to Stacy's to question her, as he realizes she'd spoken to the police. Mike gets pissed, as he assumes Stacy told them that Matt was a dirty cop. Stacy confesses to finding around $6,000, which she shared with the police. She explains she kept it hidden from Mike, assuming it would destroy him. Stacy also claims she doesn't care if Matt was a dirty cop or a clean cop. It doesn't make a difference to how she feels about him. Mike flips out, yelling,
"He wasn't dirty! God damn you! You get that through your head! My son wasn't dirty!"
Mike exploding at Stacy feels weirdly similar to him exploding at Walt to me. Also, Stacy's performance in this scene was so damn good. We then get a flashback to Mike's last day in Philadelphia. We see him break into a police car, and then we cut to him in a bar. Mike appears to be drinking, but he doesn't actually take a sip, presumably just to get alcohol in his breath to trick Hoffman and Fensky. Mike admits he knows Hoffman and Fensky killed Matt. As he's walking home that night, they stop him and take him away in their car. Fensky questions Mike about what he thinks he knows, and Mike doubles down, saying they staged Matt's death. They stop in a discreet location and plot to kill Mike, staging it as a suicide. As they go to grab him from the back, Mike puts a gun in his pocket, one he planted earlier when he broke into the car. He acts all drunk and catches them off guard. He then shoots them both as they try to make a move. I love how messy this scene is. It's not a flawless execution at all. Mike even takes a hit before eventually killing Fensky. Mike then goes back and speaks with Stacy. Mike explains how Matt wasn't dirty, but he himself was, alongside everyone else in the precinct. Mike told Matt to take the money. He also confesses to being the one Matty spoke to on the phone call Stacy overheard. Mike saying,
"He put me up on a pedestal. And I had to show him that I was down in the gutter with the rest of them."
destroys me. I love this scene so damn much, and I think it has a lot more impact if you watched Breaking Bad first, as you see him as such a cold, emotionless character in it. It's also one of the closest times I've come to crying when watching a TV show. Man, this episode, it's just perfect. Not a single complaint, not a single thing I would change, not even a nitpick. Jonathan Banks' performance in this episode is amazing, and it was so upsetting to see Mike break down. I definitely have my biases toward this episode, mostly just for the way it makes me feel. When an episode or a show can move me to so much emotion, I know it's fucking awesome. Number 7. Chicanery. The episode opens with a flashback to just after Chuck's condition had started. He invites Rebecca around, who is now his ex-wife, for a lovely dinner with himself and Jimmy. Chuck lies and explains that all the lights are out due to a miscommunication with payments and attempts to hide his condition from her. The dinner goes incredibly well, until Chuck begins freaking out. He attempts to move away, but Rebecca gets closer. He then just throws the phone and lies, claiming he thinks it's rude to take a call in company. I love how they edit Chuck's freakouts. The weird effects they do are super cool. Kim meets with Mesa Verde and tells them about Chuck versus Jimmy, explaining how she figured it would be better coming from her rather than someone else. She also agrees to discuss options if they're not comfortable with the mishandling of Mesa Verde files. Kevin doesn't care as he believes in Kim's abilities too much. Jimmy and Kim head into the courtroom and begin the trial. Howard comes in as a witness and Kim asks him a couple questions, including why Jimmy wasn't hired when he passed the bar. Howard explains the concern of nepotism and confesses Chuck was the one most concerned with that. Kim also gets his ass by asking who the other Hamlin is in HHM.
My father.
They then prepare to play the tape for the court, but Jimmy stalls for a moment to allow time for Rebecca to arrive. Meanwhile, Chuck rehearses what he's going to say in court, and Howard then takes him to the courthouse. They try to gain a better understanding of Chuck's illness, and he vouches it's a medical condition that, while unusual, is very real. Suddenly, Rebecca arrives, shocking Chuck. Jimmy had told her about Chuck's condition and lured her to Albuquerque. Jimmy begins questioning Chuck, trying to give more context to the tape. He also exposes the state of Chuck's house to prove that he played on Jimmy's feelings to extract his confession. Jimmy tries to make Chuck's condition more clear to the court and understand the symptoms. He then whips out his phone to be like, haha, you don't feel it, but Chuck immediately clocks that he's lying and there's no battery in it. Jimmy then doubles down and tells Chuck to reach into his pocket. Turns out, Jimmy had hired Huel to plant the battery on Chuck. His condition is now exposed as false. Chuck breaks down and screams,
I am not crazy!
He launches into a rant about how he was right about everything and that Jimmy has done even worse, drawing back on moments as early as season 1, like the billboard stunt. It's one of the best scenes in the entire show, and I love that they don't cut away at any point during Chuck's rant. It's both satisfying, but honestly sad to watch Chuck melt down as he realizes his condition isn't real. Chuck realizes he fucked up and attempts to withdraw his statement, but it's too late. This episode fucking rocks, dude. I love how the majority of it is set in the courtroom. For a show all about lawyers, there's not really that many long scenes of the characters in court. It's also the perfect boiling point of Chuck and Jimmy's feud. 3 seasons have been building up to this point, and the payoff is amazing. The writing and the acting of this episode just knock it out of the park. Everyone crushed it. To me, this feels like the episode that elevated Better Call Saul to being more than just a spinoff. They had great episodes prior to this, don't get me wrong, but it stands out above the rest. Also, I love how the majority of this episode has no music in it. From what I heard, there was only one song in the opening flashback, but everything in the present was musicless, allowing the actors to carry the episode. Number 6. Point and shoot. The episode unusually opens on a beach. A single shoe floats in the ocean. Howard's shoe. As we pan away, his car is on the sand with his wedding ring and wallet placed on the dashboard. This teaser is haunting to me, especially after how episode 7 ended. We cut back to the present. Jimmy and Kim scream and cry as Howard lays dead on the floor. Lalo demands they sit down and begins explaining what's gonna happen. He tells them to be quiet and demands that Jimmy take his car, drive over to Gus's, and shoot him until the gun is empty. Afterwards, he's supposed to take a photo and then head back to Kim, all within an hour. Also, side note, Lalo kicking Howard's leg out of the way is unfortunately hilarious, especially because of just how casual he is about it. Jimmy pleads that Lalo send Kim instead. Kim begs for Jimmy to stop and tries to sell how she's a bad choice. Lalo tells them to shut up and sends Kim instead. Ray and Bob absolutely killed this scene. It's amazing. Lalo then becomes even eviler Lalo as he tells Kim to put her shoes on.
You're gonna need your shoes, right?
After she leaves, Lalo ties up Jimmy and begins yapping about the attack on his house. He suggests Jimmy had been working with Nacho as a rat. Jimmy insists that he didn't do anything. Lalo leaves, but says he'll be back to talk it out with him, which strikes fear into him for literal years. Jimmy attempts to break free from his binds and accidentally comes face to face with Howard. Kim heads over to Gus's and we get one of my favourite tracks from Dave Porter, simply titled Point and Shoot. As she makes her way there, she stops at a red light and a police car rolls up beside her. Nothing suspicious goes on, but Kim rolls down her window, and it looks like she's gonna say something, but she hesitates, and the police car drives away. She walks toward Gus's, and we get this callback shot to Breaking Bad. She rings the doorbell, and waits for the door to open. She points the gun, and... Mike interrogates Kim, asking what's going on. She explains that Lalo is going to kill Jimmy. Mike is shocked. Kim also explains she was sent to kill the fake Gus. Mike gets ready to leave and tells the real Gus to stay at the house. He then takes the guys away and they head to see Lalo. The guys watching the laundry also head away too, leaving it mostly unguarded, allowing Lalo to slip inside undetected. Mike and the guys prepare to enter Jimmy's apartment, and he says,
"We don't want to spook the neighbors."
Which is so funny to me as 8 armed guys charge up the stairs. They ask where Lalo is, and it turns out
He left right after she did.
Gus gets a hunch and heads over to the laundry, but is ambushed by Lalo. He pats Gus down and gets rid of his phone. He then forces Gus to show him around the place while he vlogs for Don Eladio. Gus refuses to show Lalo the lab, so Lalo shoots him. Gus then concedes and opens it for him. They head down and Gus begins to yap and explains all his beef with the Salamancas and the cartel. He explains how he hates them all and will save Hector until the last. As he yaps, he carefully paces, placing himself right on the wire.
Big talk. You done?
No. Not yet.
I love the choice for Gus to continuously pull the trigger even after the gun is empty. Not even Walt had him that rattled. He lights up the place and Lalo is dying. I love how his smile fades away. Mike brings Kim back to the apartment. Kim and Jimmy hug, both relieved that the other is safe. Mike does his thing and explains what's gonna happen. He tells them to keep telling the story they've been telling about Howard. He tells them to go to the police once someone mentions Howard, as they were the last people to see him alive. I love how unengaged Kim is here. She's just got a 1,000-yard stare as Mike so unemotionally explains what's gonna happen. The episode closes with a burial of Howard and Lalo. Mike stops them for a moment, so he can grab some of Howard's stuff. This scene, to me, is a great representation of Mike's development. At the start of the show, he didn't even want to kill anyone, but now he's willing to pickpocket the dead body of an innocent person, all for a drug dealer. This scene is genuinely haunting. The fact that Lalo and Howard were under Walt and Jesse's feet all that time too, my god. And the fact that they were never found even after the lab was discovered. This episode, it just rocks. Like, wow, what an insane follow-up to an already amazing episode prior. They really raised the stakes and just made a crazy entertaining episode. The acting across the board was amazing, as well as the music. I also loved how the events of this episode all occurred within one night. This felt the closest to the feeling of a Breaking Bad episode out of any episode in the show. Number 5. Bad Choice Road. The episode opens with a callback to the Something Stupid montage. This time, the song has no words. Instead, it's an instrumental with humming. Fun fact, if you listen to it with headphones, the male humming comes from the left ear, or Jimmy's side of the screen, and the female humming comes from the right ear, or Kim's side of the screen. It's a really nice touch. It's a very simple montage. I love Jimmy swigging down some piss while Kim drinks a glass of water. The music abruptly cuts off as Jimmy gets cell service. Jimmy calls Kim immediately to say he's okay. I love that Kim literally doesn't say anything. She just breaks down in tears. Jimmy and Mike are picked up by some of Gus's guys, and Mike helps him work on a believable story for Lalo when he asks what took so long. Jimmy drops off the money, which sends up a huge flare. Lalo is free to go, and Jimmy explains that his car broke down, causing him to wander the desert for a day. Lalo says that he's going to flee to Mexico, and also surprises Jimmy when he begins talking about Kim's visit. Jimmy later asks Kim about this, and she admits she did see him because she was worried. He demands Kim never see Lalo again. Only he is allowed to see Lalo. He also says,
I'm in the game, you're not in the game.
Once again, the game comes up. It's such a silly little line, but I love it. Kim agrees to never see Lalo again, which is a promise she definitely will keep.
Hey, guys!
Kim checks out the 100k in Jimmy's bag and also discovers the world's second best lawyer mug with a bullet hole in it. This shot with Kim's eye through it is so damn good. I love that they didn't allow Kim to be in the dark about Bagman for very long. Mike meets with Gus and explains the ambush to him. Gus deduces that it was Juan Bolsa who sent the guys after Jimmy. He figured with Jimmy dying, Lalo stays in prison, allowing Gus's business to run smoothly. Mike requests that Nacho is let go once Lalo is in Mexico. Gus refuses. His grip on Nacho is incredibly annoying. It's so cruel. It feels similar to Walt's refusal to let Jesse go. Gus also drops an insane line.
A dog who bites every owner he's had can only be disciplined with a firm hand or put down.
Seriously, Gus's lines in Better Call Saul are brilliant, but also just insane. Villain shit. Lalo is driven to the Mexican border by Nacho. He waits for a moment, and then gets a hunch. He has Nacho drive him slowly up the road where Jimmy had been a few days prior. He somehow manages to spot tire tracks while he's in the car, which is kinda crazy, and then does some superhuman jump as he investigates Jimmy's car, noticing bullet holes in it. He tells Nacho that Mexico can wait as he has unfinished business. Kim and Jimmy take the day off so they can both just relax for once. Kim begins making juice. As she dumps the fruit in, the noise reminds Jimmy of the ambush. Kim spills some juice on herself, causing Jimmy to recoil and smash a bowl. I really love how this scene is done. It's a great representation of Jimmy's PTSD. He gets a phone call from a client and then decides he's gotta head into work. Kim admits she knows Jimmy's not telling the whole story about what really happened in the desert. I love that she doesn't push for the truth and just offers comfort instead. Jimmy then admits he's a piss guzzler and heads to work. Jimmy has a rough day and manages to throw an easy case in court. Bill trolls him about this and says,
You'll probably have to change your name again.
Bill is hilarious. Jimmy meets with Mike and asks how he's supposed to live with what happened. He asks how long it will take for him to stop feeling so shitty. Mike gives one of his here's what's gonna happen speeches and explains that one day Jimmy will realize he hasn't thought about it at all, making the possibility of forgetting much more real. Jimmy expresses regret for helping Lalo, noting how fucked up the murder of Fred was. He also realizes he's in over his head, leading Mike to launch into the Bad Choice Road speech. God, I love this speech. The speeches in Better Call Saul are just top notch. Kim heads into work and stares at a framed photograph of one of her pro bono clients, with a letter thanking Kim for saving her. It's actually really sweet that Kim framed this. Kim gets an idea and goes to talk with Rich for a moment. I love this scene, and the reason is so simple. It's because they hide it from the audience. Keeping the audience peering through the window was a brilliant choice. We only get to see Rich's confusion as we gather what Kim is telling him. Kim heads home and shares the news to Jimmy that she's quit Schweikart to pursue her pro bono work, as it's something that actually matters to her. She advised Mesa Verde to stay with them. I love that as Kim tells him, we only get to see Jimmy's face. His reaction is more important than what she's saying. Jimmy expresses his concern that Kim is going to be earning almost no money now that she's out on her own. Jimmy says that it's a bad idea and then horribly misquotes Mike's speech.
Look, we all make choices, right? And those choices, they put us on a road. And the road has good choices and it has bad choices. This is a bad choice road.
Kim tells Jimmy to back off as it's her life. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Mike calls Jimmy and we cut to him speeding in his car. Something is up. He wants Jimmy to put the phone down so he can listen. They open the door to see Lalo on the other side. I love the lighting here. For the most part, he's covered in a shadow. It presents him as such an intimidating figure. It's awesome. He barges in and it's quickly apparent that they might be in danger as Lalo has a gun. Jimmy tries to get Kim out of the apartment, but Lalo forces her to stay, claiming they're just going to talk. Lalo asks what happened in the desert, so Jimmy explains his story.
Tell me again.
Tell
me again.
God, I love that line. The music coming in on the second "Tell Me Again," it's brilliant. Dave Porter's score really adds to the tension of this scene. It's one of the few instances where I feel like the scene would actually be less impactful without music. Also, I love Lalo just keeping eye contact with Jimmy almost the entire time. Honestly, I just love Lalo holding eye contact with pretty much anyone. It's such a power play, and can be really intimidating the fact that he never looks away. It's like Tuco's lie detector. He's feeling out his opponent. Jimmy tells the story again, adding some extra details in. Lalo is still not satisfied and asks for it again. We discover Mike is lined up with a rifle on a building across from them, ready to kill Lalo if Jimmy says the wrong thing. Jimmy tells the story again and again and tries to get Kim out of there, but Lalo ignores him and keeps asking what he did. Lalo then drops that he saw Jimmy's shot up car, causing Kim to interject, providing a pretty reasonable explanation. She also calls Lalo out for only being able to trust Jimmy, claiming he should get his house in order. Lalo cools down and leaves. I love that there's no dramatic hug or kiss shared between Kim and Jimmy after Lalo leaves. They just stare at each other for a moment in silence as they can finally begin to breathe. My God, what an episode! A criminally underrated one too. Well, at least for me. Bad Choice Road is an episode that I never really think about until I actually get to it, reminding me of how much of a great episode it is. Not to mention, it manages to top an already amazing episode prior to it. Throughout my first watch of Better Call Saul, I'd always kind of not been particularly worried about some characters like Jimmy, for example, as I know he's alive in Breaking Bad. So I think having Kim in the mix during Lalo's confrontation was perfect. It really added a great layer of tension as you wonder if Lalo is gonna do something. The acting, the dialogue, what can be said? It's fantastic across the episode. Number 4. Plan and execution. Jimmy jumps into action and hunts down his Casemiro double for an emergency reshoot. The guy is hesitant as he's literally at work, but Jimmy says he'll do his lawyer thing if he gets punished. He manages to convince him and they speed away. He then grabs the rest of the film crew. We get this really great scene as they quickly try to set everything up. The majority of the setup part is filmed like one continuous shot, which was a brilliant choice. I love how the camera circles around as they do the guy's cast. Kim shows up, prioritizing Howard over her important business lunch. They develop the photos and coat them in the eye enlarging stuff they got from Caldera, and then they send it off to Howard's PI. I love how obvious yet unspoken the PI reveal is. Howard prepares for a meeting with Schweikart and Coakley to make a big step towards concluding Sandpiper. Some guy comes in to restock the fridge and gets a little Howard jump scare, causing him to drop some cans. Howard then shows him a little trick on how to stop cans from exploding. I've actually used this trick a handful of times. It truly does work. It was something he learned from Chuck. Howard meets with his PI quickly and sees the fake Casemiro photos, assuming Jimmy had paid off this unknown person. They settle down for the meeting. Everything seems all nice and professional. Jimmy and Kim listen in over the phone. The mediator steps into the conference room. Howard is surprised as he thinks this was the man shown in the photos. I love Howard just staring in silence here. His expression is amazing. Casemiro talks about compromise. Howard calls him out with honestly an awesome line.
Our mediator here keeps using the word compromise when he, in fact, is compromised.
He tries to cancel the negotiations, but Casemiro pushes to understand what's going on. He accuses Casemiro of working with Jimmy and accepting a bribe. Howard demands his assistant grab the photos from the PI, but once he receives them, he sees they've been swapped out. Howard freaks out, making it clear the photos have been switched. He rambles on, sounding unhinged. Erin calls him out for his eyes being crazy, making it look like he's on drugs. Cliff gets Howard out of there thinking he's high. Howard pushes the angle that Jimmy is attempting to destroy him, but Cliff doesn't believe it. He also learns that the PI he hired has disconnected his phone number, leading Howard to go and investigate further, leaving Cliff alone. The judge leaves and Rich says he's going back to his previous offer. Jimmy and Kim did kind of fuck over the Sandpiper residents a little bit, as they sabotage the chances of a better offer. Not that settling Sandpiper was even the motivation behind it all, but still. Also, Kim and Jimmy making out on the sofa after everything goes down pisses me off so much. Cliff goes to see Howard in in his office, and Howard begins to attempt to prove he's not high or crazy. He manages to be pretty much right about most of what Jimmy and Kim had done. He admits he got played. Cliff brushes this aside and says he's settling Sandpiper after what happened. And he also attempts to debunk Howard's theory by stating that Jimmy gets less money if they settle now, but Howard calls Jimmy a selfish child. Cliff breaks the news to the clients, and after 6 seasons, the Sandpiper arc has officially concluded. I did not expect it to conclude like this. I wasn't even sure if it would conclude, but man, what a way to do it. Lalo is in his rat era and hangs out in the sewers. He vlogs with Don Eladio and watches the laundry, explaining everything Gus has done to keep the lab a secret. His plan is to kill the guards and find the lab to then show Eladio later, sealing Gus's fate at the hands of the cartel. He calls Hector and notices something. A scratching. The phone has been bugged. I love Tony Dalton's subtle face change as he realizes. It's brilliant. I think it's great that even someone as threatening as Lalo has a weakness. His is his love for Hector. Although, Gus exploiting that weakness actually works a little in his favor. Now realizing that they're listening, he says he's gonna rock up to Gus's house and kill him, forcing Gus's hand and making the men leave the laundry to keep him safe. He attempts to figure out what he's gonna do next now that he's backed into a corner, and happens to spot a cockroach, reminding him of Jimmy as he compared him to a cockroach a while back.
Your man, he's like the cucaracha.
Howard drops by Jimmy and Kim's. As they let him in, the candle flickers. He begins talking to them. He brings them scotch because he and Chuck would share it. He congratulates them on their victory and tries to understand why they would do something so cruel. They play it off like he's insane, which Howard notes is only to keep up the scam. Jimmy brushes off Howard's life being ruined, acting like he's gonna be fine. Howard says,
I've worked my way through worse. Debt, depression, my marriage falling apart.
He calls them both out for being sociopaths, claiming they did it all for fun, a statement which no doubt haunts Kim for the rest of her life after that night. Suddenly, the candle flickers. Lalo is here. Jimmy and Kim recoil in fear while Howard just stands there confused. Lalo slowly pulls out his gun and adjusts the silencer.
I think I'm in the middle of something. There's really no need to...
Oh my god!
What an insane episode. Plan and execution is perfect. I have literally no issues with it. From start to finish, it's an enjoyable ride that leaves you craving more. Also, what an evil cliffhanger. I managed to catch up during the mid-season break, only a few weeks before the second half of season 6 started airing. But man, that wait must have been agonizing. It's so crazy to me that Howard and Lalo can exist in the same frame together. It genuinely doesn't feel real. I adore how quick Howard's death is too. Lalo just treats him like an obstacle and moves on without a thought. Everyone did a fantastic job this episode. I'd have to give the best performance though to Patrick Fabian. 2 major scenes and he crushed both, giving a brilliant performance. Rip Howard. I can go on and on about the actors as much as I want, but the thing that I think deserves a highlight is the writing. I can only imagine the different ideas they had to lead us to this moment. There must have been hundreds of ideas floated in the writer's room. What a task as well, to make every little detail fit perfectly into the scam. The build up to this moment was like none other in the series. Truly a masterpiece.
Jimmy, if you don't like where you're heading, there's no shame in going back and changing your path.
Oh, when have you ever changed your path?
Coming in at number 3, we have Saul Gone. The episode opens with a flashback to Bagman. Jimmy finds some water and dips his face in it. That must feel amazing. He sits down with Mike and asks him where he would go if he had a time machine. Mike ponders for a moment, and then says,
December 8, 2001.
assumedly the day Matt was killed. He then backtracks, and then says,
March 17th, 1984. Day I took my first bribe.
It's crazy that Mike is able to remember the day of his first bribe. It's not impossible, but still, to remember the exact day 20 years later is just Wow. Jimmy says he'd go back in time to invest his money so he becomes a billionaire, prompting Mike to ask if he'd change anything. Jimmy avoids the question and says they should keep moving. Gene flees from Marion's house and drops his keys like a fucking idiot, giving Marion enough time to read his license plate. He heads home to grab all his money as well as the best quality vacuum business card. As he makes his escape, the area is swarming with police, causing him to hide in a bin, just like he did in Rico. He struggles to open a phone and then spills his diamonds all over the bin. There's gonna be a pretty rich dumpster diver soon enough. After 9 months of being on the run, the police bust him and take him into custody. Initially, Gene accepts his arrest, but then he has a Joker moment in his cell. He sees silly graffiti prompting him to take his own advice from months earlier.
Say nothing, you understand? Get a lawyer!
We get a cheeky teaser to Better Call Bill as Saul calls Bill, demanding he get over to Nebraska to be his advisory counsel. I love Bill dropping the folders as he hears who's on the other line. Saul states that he sees this ending with him on top, like always. Saul meets with the prosecution. They read out all his crimes and the sentence amounts to over 190 years. They then offer him 30 fucking years, which is just insane. Like, yes, the odds are he'll die in prison, but to lower 190 to 30 years is so unjust. Saul invites Marie into the room. Oh, yeah, she's there, by the way, to watch. I know it's black and white, but can you guess what color she's wearing? It's not purple? What the fuck? Saul spills a little tale about how he met Walt, stating he was in constant fear working for Walt, and did whatever he said to survive. He claims he ran because Jesse Pinkman and the others are still out there. I have no idea the others he's talking about. The prosecution clocks the sub-story is designed for juries. Saul saying,
One. All I need is one.
Fucking rocks. It's so evil. They begin negotiating Saul's sentence and manage to knock it down to 7 years. 7 fucking years. I thought 30 was unjust, but this is insane. I don't know how realistic this is, but my God. Saul then tries to sell the idea that Howard was murdered, but the prosecution tee-hee to themselves and talk about how Kim already confessed about Howard. I love his reaction learning this. Bill then accepts the 7 years on Saul's behalf. We flash back to Granite State with Walter Scheit getting all pissed about the water heater not working properly. Saul asks him what he would do if he had a time machine, and then Walt points out how it's a scientific impossibility, and just tells Saul to ask him about regrets. There's this great shot of Walt looking down at the watch Jesse gave him as they talk about regrets, a visual indicator to the audience that he regrets sending Jesse away with Jack to be killed. Walt talks about grey matter, because of course he does. Saul then talks about how he regrets slipping too hard on ice to the point he hurt himself, prompting Walt to say,
So you were always like this?
Saul is being extradited to New Mexico, and tells Bill he has something extra about Howard to trade, as a way to lure Kim to his trial. It's so funny that they had Saul wearing the pin for the plane crash. It's been like a year and a half by this point. Saul gets up and prepares to make a statement. He's warned that it could fuck up his sentencing, but Saul doesn't care. He begins telling the sob story he told Marie.
I was terrified. But not for long.
Saul begins confessing to everything. The judge stops him for a moment. The prosecution is chill for Saul to carry on, and so he does, after being sworn in.
I was more than a willing participant. I was indispensable. I kept Walter White out of jail. I laundered his money, I lied for him, I conspired with him, and I made millions. The fact is, Walter White couldn't have done it without me.
That part is so fucking good, I had to include it. They tell him to sit down and Jimmy says he still has more to discuss. He begins facing the horror of what happened to Howard. He notes that he was really the one who ran away, not Kim. He then confesses what he did to Chuck, finally unraveling those feelings that have been suppressed for so long. I love this callback to chicanery as well. This scene is fantastic. I love that Jimmy finally decided to be honest with himself and finally take accountability for his actions. He sits down and just stares at Kim while the court argue. I love that we don't really see anyone else. The only important people in this room are Jimmy and Kim. We get a flashback to Jimmy's early days of being a lawyer. He visits Chuck's house to give him his food and newspapers. Chuck suggests that Jimmy stay for a little bit so they can talk, but Jimmy's in a hurry to leave. Chuck tells Jimmy there's no shame in changing his path if he wants. Then Jimmy leaves. As Chuck walks away, we see a copy of the time machine sitting on the counter, indicating that this is the moment Jimmy would truly go back to. This is absolutely my favourite flashback in Saul Gone. As I've said before, the McGill brothers dynamic is truly my favourite, and it was really nice seeing Chuck again. Jimmy is transported to a prison and immediately gets noticed as Better Call Saul by some guy on the bus. Everyone else on the bus begins noticing him too. Suddenly, some guys start tapping over and over, saying,
"Better call Saul."
This soon erupts into a whole bus shouting,
"Better call Saul." "Better shut up, call Saul." I said, "Shut up, call Saul."
Man, what a great scene. It's a little silly, but such an iconic moment. Jimmy gets a visit from a lawyer in prison.
Hi, Jimmy.
They share a cigarette and chat, a callback all the way to Uno with a shot that echoes it. We discover Jimmy has been sentenced to 86 years in prison. Truly a fitting end for him. Also, something that I love about this scene is the fire from the lighter and the cigarette having a little bit of colour to them. Kim then heads out and notices Jimmy in the basketball court. They just stare at each other for a moment. Then, Jimmy does the iconic finger guns. Man, what a fucking finale. The credits appearing on the screen leave me feeling hollow and empty like a good finale should. I was lucky enough to experience this when it first aired, and it's still as good as the first time I watched it. I couldn't think of a more fitting end for Saul. The clashing of his personas throughout this episode and the script itself were perfect. I enjoyed the flashbacks sprinkled in too. It was great to see Chuck again, especially in such a simple scene. The writing of this episode is brilliant. There's no action, it's all just dialogue and acting. I think it just goes to show just how talented the creators are to create a finale which holds up to Felina on just dialogue alone.
Wait, Jimmy, what?
It's all good, man.
Despite its title, winner is a loser in second place. The episode opens with the day Jimmy is finally barred. They celebrate with karaoke and Ernie sings. It's so fucking funny. Jimmy notices Chuck leaving early, so he begs him to stay as he's up next. The Winner Takes It All by ABBA begins to play, and Jimmy does a horrible attempt at singing it. He eventually manages to get Chuck up on the stage, and they sing together as brothers. This scene is my favourite in Better Call Saul. It's a perfect representation of Chuck and Jimmy's dynamic to me, and also a depressing glimpse into what could have been. Chuck takes the microphone from Jimmy's hand, completely upstaging him, and just being better than him. The Winner Takes It All to be the last line he sings too. It's perfect. Mike quickly gathers his guys together to look for Werner. He heads out to Travel Wire, suspecting he may have come there to receive money from his wife. He talks with a guy there, Fred, and tells him the story that Werner is a diabetic with early stage dementia, playing on his sympathy to find out what he was up to. Fred shows him the security footage, which unfortunately doesn't capture the taxi company that Werner took. Mike shows Gus Werner's letter, explaining why he's left. Gus explains that they'll follow Werner's wife when she arrives in the country in order to track him down. Mike pitches that he'll track down Werner before Margareta can arrive and get him to finish the work. Mike heads back inside Travel Wire and figures out that Werner is heading to some hot springs where he awaits his wife. He makes his way there but notices Lalo is following him. Mike reaches for his gun, but instead pulls out a pack of gum. He begins munching and sits in a car park for a little bit. He modifies a wrapper to block the cars from leaving. Lalo gets stuck and crashes into Milkshake Man, but Mike had already gotten away. Lalo pays a visit to Fred from Travel Wire, pretending to be Mike's friend. Fred denies him access to the security tapes. So, Lalo does some crazy acrobatic shit and crawls through the roof, landing perfectly on his 2 feet, then murdering Fred. He figures out where Werner is through the security footage, and calls each hot spring to find where Werner has gone. He poses as one of Gus's guys and tries to extract information from Werner, which he nearly does before Mike interrupts them. Mike drives Werner out into the desert and calls Gus. Mike tells him about Lalo learning some useless information about the construction project. He wants to bring Werner in, but Gus demands that he stays. He prepares to send men to Mike. However, Mike says he will will be the one to kill Werner. Werner talks with Mike, begging to be with his wife for the night, and then he'll return to construction in the morning. Mike states that Werner can no longer be trusted, causing Werner to realize the deep shit he's in. He begs for his life, claiming he will never say anything to anyone. Mike gets Werner to call his wife, telling him to make her go home without tipping her off that anything is happening. Werner's last talk with his wife is so fucking sad, man. One of the last things he says to her is shut up. He does manage to get her to go home, saving her from Gus's men. Mike swears to Werner that there will be a story about his death. He won't just go missing, allowing Margareta to have some closure. Now it's time.
There are so many stars visible in New Mexico. I will walk out there to get a better look.
I love the lack of music for Werner's death. We just hear the natural sounds of the world.
He's not up to Pollo standards.
Jimmy stands at Chuck's grave, playing the role of grieving brother, telling the story that he's upset and still mourning Chuck on the anniversary of his death. Really, this is just a scheme to have the bar take notice before his reinstatement hearing. It honestly sucks that Jimmy is only using Chuck's death so he can be a lawyer again. Jimmy secretly dedicates a reading room to Chuck, and he has the film crew whisper that he was the one to pay for it. Kim goes to talk with Jimmy. It claims to have a better idea to get reinstated and cooks up some crazy idea to save a judge from a fire. He can't stand to even pretend to mourn Chuck. Jimmy has a meeting to give out scholarships to promising youth, and a painting of Chuck looms in the background.
Jimmy, did you ground yourself?
Jimmy sticks up for a kid who shoplifted, explaining how she shouldn't just be viewed as a shoplifter and be thought of for her merits. After the meeting, he heads down to talk with Christy, the shoplifter. He projects his own feelings onto her by explaining she will only ever be viewed by her mistakes. He encourages her to be above them and look down on them. He then breaks down in his car as he realizes he is still below all the people who look down on him. He heads home and plans what he's going to say at the reinstatement hearing, but then realizes that he's going to use Chuck's letter instead. Jimmy planning on using Chuck's letter is wild. I genuinely don't see how he thought that would help him, unless he had already planned to discard it during the hearing. Jimmy prepares to read the letter, but pauses, explaining how he was going to tug on their heartstrings. And then he begins talking about Chuck. He says a line that I think sums up their entire relationship.
He loved me as a brother. He did not love me as a lawyer.
Jimmy talks about how he wants to live up to Chuck's example, and that regardless of what job he has, he'll do everything to be worthy of the name McGill. Jimmy and Kim walk out, celebrating how well that went. Jimmy celebrates being able to make one of the guys cry, making Kim pause for a moment. He explains how he could tell the letter wouldn't work, so he did all that song and dance just to make them buy it. Jimmy learns he's going to be reinstated, and then informs them that he's no longer going to be practicing under the name McGill, causing Kim to question it.
Wait, Jimmy, what?
It's all good, man.
Holy shit, what an episode. The story in this episode on both sides is incredibly entertaining. All the shit with Werner is just amazing. Lalo immediately causing problems by his third episode is perfect. Werner's death, it's heartbreaking. It's Mike's first seemingly innocent kill. I love that he was able to console Werner before his death though. Also, the Jimmy side, my God! The build-up throughout this episode was incredible. The final court scene, like, my God! Jimmy duped the bar, he duped Kim, and he duped me. Incredible performance from Bob Odenkirk. Bravo.
What? All right. Let justice be done, though the heavens fall.
Coming in at number 1, we have Fun and Games. The episode opens with my favorite montage in the entire show, the song choice of Perfect Day. Well, it's perfect. It adds a really haunting feeling to the montage. The parallels with Mike cleaning up Howard's corpse were brilliant, and I think it was edited terrifically. Somehow, even in a haunting montage, they can manage to slip some comedy in there. This big man with the neck collar is so funny to me. They arrive home, and Kim is numb. She just stares at where Howard was hours earlier. Jimmy decides they're gonna go stay at a hotel. He echoes what Mike told him back in Bad Choice Road.
One day we'll wake up and brush our teeth and we'll go to work. And at some point we'll suddenly realize that we haven't thought about it at all.
I love the positioning of these two on the bed. They're the furthest apart two people can be on a shared bed. The rift has already formed, and the viewer gets to see that. Gus heads down to Mexico to meet with Don Eladio and the Salamancas. They pat him down, and I love Gus's subtle flinch as the guy touches his gunshot wound. Also, the music is so good in this scene. Dave Porter's score is amazing. Eladio explains that Hector has made an accusation against him. They read out a letter accusing Gus of killing Lalo, as well as explaining Lalo's survival from the assassination attempt. I love Hector's letter. We never really had anything like that in Breaking Bad. Sure, he did a few words, but we never really got full-on paragraphs. I just love it so damn much. Gus doesn't defend himself, believing there's already enough to have Hector's accusation be debunked without much thought. I love this scene. Seeing Eladio's place at night really adds a whole new atmosphere to it, as well as the tension. It's fantastic. Finally, Eladio gives Gus the North all to himself, putting him in the place we see him in Breaking Bad. Gus heads home and makes sure construction on the lab resumes immediately. He then heads out to a wine bar where he runs into a waiter. He's pleased to see him. They discuss wine, and the waiter, David, explains how a really fancy bottle of wine was opened and sent back. This actor does a great job. He's extremely captivating to me. Gus is invested in everything he's saying, and it's also confirmation to the viewer that Gus is gay. In case that wasn't obvious from him dedicating his life to avenge his partner, Gus's smile fades, and he slips back into the cold, calculating Gus. It's honestly really sad that he's had to hold himself back from forming genuine connections for like 20 years, as he becomes consumed with his revenge quest. Mike finally comes home after having been watching for Lalo for weeks on end. He puts away his gun and sees Manuel's ID that he took from Nacho. He stares at a game of Marble Run, causing him to think about family, inspiring him to try to give Manuel closure. He calls Manuel and pays him a visit at the upholstery, telling him to come outside. I like that Manuel remembers Mike's car more than anything else. Mike informs him about Nacho's death. He also assures him that Nacho was a good person. He says that he'll get payback on the Salamancas. Justice. Manuel calls him out for pursuing vengeance. He points out that the cycle never ends. Manuel simply says,
"My boy is gone."
And that absolutely destroys me. Kim and Jimmy head to a memorial at HHM. They talk with Rich, and he says how HHM is downsizing, as well as changing their name. It's kinda crazy to think about it, but Kim and Jimmy are pretty much single-handedly responsible for the fall of HHM. I once heard someone say that Breaking Bad is about the fall of empires. HHM is the first of many. It's not the same kind of empire as Gus is, but it was still a towering legal empire in New Mexico. Kim and Jimmy then go and talk with Cheryl. She questions them as they were the last two people to see him alive. She doesn't believe he was on drugs, and says she knows Jimmy harassed Howard. He denies harassing Howard, making it out like it was all in his head. Kim steps in and gaslights Cheryl, telling her a tale of spotting Howard doing cocaine in his office. Kim making that up on the spot was so fucking evil, dude. It's crazy how corrupted her morals have become. Also, the pushing of...
You saw him every day. You knew him better than anyone. You would have known.
Man. They leave, meaning it's finally over. Jimmy is ready to move on and heal from Howard. I love that Kim doesn't say anything. She just kisses Jimmy and drives away. Kim heads into the courtroom and delivers a last-minute motion. She requests to withdraw from the case, causing confusion with the judge as she requested they be there. The judge pushes to discover why, but Kim doesn't give it up. He says they'll argue the case, causing Kim to blurt out,
"I'm no longer an attorney."
What a crazy fucking twist. I genuinely didn't see that coming. She waits for Jimmy to come home. Naturally, he's heard about it already. She attempts to explain, but Jimmy stops her, demanding he gets out what he wants to say first. He acknowledges that she's doing this because of what happened to Howard, but he tries to convince her to change her mind by talking about all the people she could help. I love Bob Odenkirk in this scene. His little is so good. Kim tells him it's too late, but Jimmy still thinks he can wind it back, and then he heads into the bedroom.
You asked if you were bad for me. We are bad for each other.
Jimmy begs for Kim to stay. She begins expressing how all they do is cause suffering to everyone around them. Jimmy and Kim say they love each other for the first time in the series. Jimmy yet again slides back into old patterns and pushes all the Howard blame on Lalo. Sure, he didn't make Lalo kill Howard. They couldn't have known, but it feels like Jimmy is literally pushing all his guilt on Lalo, even though they fucked Howard over. Kim then confesses she knew Lalo was alive. She admits that she didn't tell Jimmy as he pulled the plug on the scam.
And I didn't want that. Because I was having too much fun.
Ray Seahorn, thank you so much for portraying Kim Wexler. My God, this scene was amazing. This line lives rent-free in my head. The delivery is perfect. Bob Odenkirk also crushed this scene. Their chemistry is just perfect. Also, this shot of Jimmy's back as we hear her packing her things up holds so much weight to me. I also adore the choice for the pure lack of music in this scene. The actors carried it from start to end. We then jump to about a year later. Saul's sandpiper money has come in and now he's fully slipped into the depths of his Saul Goodman persona. I adore how they're able to completely recontextualize how I view Saul in Breaking Bad. Oh my God! I mean, what an episode! Wow. Just wow. What can I really say? It's probably a shock to quite a few people that I had this as my number one. For the longest time, Winner was my number one. It wasn't until my Better Call Saul rewatch for this video that I realized I actually love this episode more. Fun and Games does something Winner can't. It follows up from some of the craziest episodes in the series and manages to top them. Wiedersehen is a great episode, but it doesn't compare to the insanity of Point and Shoot or Plan and Execution. The performances all around were stunning this episode, and this episode just feels so hollow in the best way. Ray Seahorn absolutely stole the show this episode, and I loved the setup to Breaking Bad's timeline too. I think it was a perfect way to close off the Better Call Saul timeline to lead us into the Gene timeline. I'm extremely biased toward this episode and simply just obsessed. Bum 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 ba-da-da-dum dum bum. If I'm gonna rank every episode, I might as well rank every season too. The order is fairly simple. For the most part, I think Better Call Saul does top itself every season. However, Season 3 I think just pulls out more consistent episodes than Season 4 does. Also, it has chicanery. The Chuck-Jimmy dynamic taking up the first half was great, and then the cartel stuff taking over in the second half was even better. Season 4 doesn't really pick up until about the midpoint. It's still fantastic, it's just a little bit slow going at times. Something interesting I noticed about Season 4 though, is every single episode was better than the last in my rankings, and it's the only season that was able to do that. Now that I've ranked both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, I suppose the question remains, which do I prefer? My answer for this has always been pretty simple. I prefer Breaking Bad. I think that could just be because I watched it first though. However, Better Call Saul is extremely close. I believe that Better Call Saul was the creators of Breaking Bad perfecting their craft of creating a TV show. I prefer certain aspects of Breaking Bad to Better Call Saul, and vice versa. I prefer the action in Breaking Bad. The way it's able to build up tension throughout a season is remarkable. I acknowledge that Better Call Saul is a very different show to Breaking Bad, and that's okay. It's not always going to have action, which is why I prefer Better Call Saul's writing. I think it's brilliant that they're able to keep me captivated for episodes that are dialogue for the most part. I think I also prefer the Breaking Bad characters we see in Better Call Saul. They managed to flesh them out and add much more to the version we see in Breaking Bad. Also, when I say like the characters in Better Call Saul, I mean specifically like Jimmy and Mike. I don't mean the short cameos we get like Gale and Walt. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'm aware that this is long, so I incredibly appreciate you listening to me yap on for this long about one of my favourite shows. I'll admit, I definitely got a little ahead of myself during the scripting of this video, and probably overwrote, and went on a bit longer than I should have, but I don't care! I had so much fun making this video, and I'm just glad to put all my thoughts out there. Oh, just one last thing. During the production of this video, the channel has seen a surge in popularity. It's so lovely. Just know that I see you, and I'm grateful for you all. Thanks so much. Seriously. I'm really happy that people are just enjoying my yaps about silly things that interest me. Again, thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould for crafting a show that a nerd like me can obsess over. Alright, seriously, one more time, thank you for watching. Bye.